We acknowledge the Tasmanian Aboriginal people as the traditional and original owners and continuing custodians of the land and waters of this region, the lands of the Northwest people. We pay our respects to elders past and present and recognise their enduring connection to the beautiful country of Lutruwita. This land always was, and always will be, Aboriginal land.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Tasmania for Day 3 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships, supported by the Tasmanian Government through Events Tasmania. We're here at beautiful Lake Barrington once again as I welcome Lizzie Chapman to the commentary box once more.
Thank you, Richard. And good morning and welcome to everybody here at the grounds and those who are tuning in on the live stream. Great to have you with us. We've got an exciting day of racing coming up. Another one.
We do indeed. And the great news too is, Lizzie, after 2 days of a couple of delays and some catching up, we are back on schedule here on the third morning of this regatta.
We are, thanks to a massive effort from the organisers, the volunteers, but particularly the athletes and the coaches to have some quick turnarounds. Some people did a lot of racing yesterday, so I hope they're getting a rest this morning. Today, having gone through the heats and the repercharges, we are now through to the semi-finals of the under-17, under-19, under-21 single sculls. We moved into doubles already, and we're going to get to the final stages now of the singles.
Always great racing, the semi-finals too. We do look forward to those. It's all or nothing for a spot in the 8x8 A finals coming up, so plenty of hopefully close racing on the doors.
Oh, and there's amazing talent out there. I know I say it every year, but especially when you're here year in, year out, seeing everybody progress through the age groups. These youngsters are, we've got some great talent.
Absolutely. And then later on today, some of the big boats are coming out too. The under-17 and under-19 quads and eights will have their heats. So we go from the single sculls at the start to the biggest boats at the end of the day. Should be some fantastic racing here on Lake Barrington.
And that means that the stands will be filling up as well, the grounds. The organisers have done a beautiful job reorganising how you can actually view the event. So there's a lovely bar, lots of spaces to sit down, even when there's a little bit of rain, lots of cover as well. So it's beautiful. So if you're able to, come on down and join us, and if not, then keep watching throughout the day because there's lots of exciting racing coming up.
Indeed, racing underway shortly for Day 3 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships at Lake Barrington.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. Events Tasmania, Hancock Prospecting, Australian Sports Commission and the Australian Institute of Sport, Filippi Lido, 776 BC, Bont Rowing, Colgan Foundation, Inglewood Coffee Roasters, Bannister Downs Dairy, Sharp EIT Solutions, The Regatta Shop, Concept 2, Salters Hire, with support from Rowing Tasmania, Rowing ACT, Rowing New South Wales, Rowing Queensland, Rowing South Australia, Rowing Victoria and Rowing WA.
Atlas Iron and Roy Hill have come together to form Hancock Iron Ore, a team built on a significant West Australian legacy, founded by a patriotic Australian, Gina Reinhardt, working together to be the best in Australia, for Australia.
Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Rowsellers, and wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta. Rowing Australia would like to thank all of our incredible event volunteers who have generously given their time to be part of the volunteer team. Your dedication and commitment are the driving forces behind a successful and enjoyable event for everyone involved. As you move around the regatta this week, please take a moment to show your appreciation to our amazing volunteers and boat race officials. They're making this event possible for all of us. The Australian Sports Commission is the principal partner of Rowing Australia. The Australian Sports Commission provides Rowing Australia with funding to ensure they have the capacity to create a sustainable sport through best practice governance and administration, intellectual property ownership, athlete management and support structures, and general accountabilities. Importantly, the winning partnership highlights the commitment to ensuring Australian athletes excel in the international sporting arena and increasing Australians' participation in rowing. Rowing Australia is broadcasting live for free via our YouTube channel all week until the final race on Sunday. Find the link on the Rowing Australia website and social media. And hello to our interstate and international viewers. Don't forget to check out our traders and boat builders in the boat park to service your boats and provide spare parts. In the event of an emergency or evacuation, please follow the direction of event and venue staff. All cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. Please avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended. And let's keep Lake Barrington clean. Make sure you put your rubbish in the bins provided. Stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long sleeve shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep yourself hydrated. And for the latest results and the daily draws, visit our website rowingaustralia.com.au/ARC.
Thank you, Lizzie. And on a slightly foggy morning here as we zoom in from above over Lake Barrington, we are underway in the first of our races. Our officials clearly keen to get things happening here. It looks like a few seconds ahead of the scheduled start time, and we are racing in race 204 of the regatta in our first semi-final of a big day here.
In lane 1, we have Alicia Garvey representing Swan River. In lane 2, Eleanor Peach from North Esk Rowing Club. In lane 3, Sophie Moore from Leichhardt Rowing Club. In lane 4, Ayla Drury from Mawillenbar Rowing Club. In lane 5, Heidi Heap from Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 6, Ava Rathel from Black Mountain. In lane 7, Sky Quirk from Corio Bay, and in lane 8, Lucinda Staley from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. My word, what a lineup, and that's only the semi-final.
Absolutely, and yeah, as you mentioned just before, semi-finals often can produce some of the best racing of the regatta too, especially around 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place, because the top 4 will go through a very simple progression system here. 4 will go through to the A final. The remaining 4 will race again tomorrow in the B final, but to remain in contention for the medals, you need to finish in the top 4 in this and most of our races across the course of this morning, so plenty to race for there on the course at the moment. And despite a little bit of light fog up in the air, the course itself is clear, the water is calm, conditions are fantastic for racing here.
Certainly are. And as we said, some real quality opposition here for each of these scullers, with great pedigree. Number of the ones in the middle of the course there raced here last year in this under-17 event and are back again. So they were very young last year, but they were very good last year too. So we have battling out in the middle of the course there. You can just see panning across from left to right there. That's Sophie Moore from Leichhardt, Ayla Drury from Murwillumbah, Heidi Heap from Mossman and Ava Rathel from Black Mountain in the middle of the course. Sky Quirk, who's got an amazing pedigree from Corio Bay, in lane 7.
Yes, he does indeed. She was the Rowing Victoria School Rower of the Year last season. We collect that award at Lake Wendouree only a few weekends ago as part of the state championships. Very strong sculling pedigree there at Corio Bay, certainly. But after 500 metres, the race lead was with the sculler from the Murwillumbah Rowing Club in lane number 4 from north of New South Wales, the Murwillumbah Rowing Club. Ayla Drury there, coached by Tara Townsend. You just look from that shot down the course, she was a little bit over towards one side of her lane as well. In fact, a few of the scullers do seem to just being pushed across to what would be the stroke side of their lanes as they make their way down the course here. Heidi Heap from Mossman looked to be in second after 500 metres. And the red boat there on screen is Ava Rathel from the Black Mountain Rowing Club in the Australian Capital Territory. So those three at this stage do sit in our qualifying spots, and it would be here, Lizzie, the middle 4 lanes be our heat winners back from the first races of the day back on Monday morning, and the 4 outside lanes here have come through the repercharges.
Yeah, and I think you see that year in, year out, and you certainly see it at international competitions as well, that it's usually those who are quite experienced that are winning, or those that win the heats usually progress really well. Obviously they have one less race to do, which you know, when you're up in the mountains and it's 2,000 metres and it's cold and wet and rainy, or hot and sunny, it makes a difference to your recovery, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this is not the only event these athletes have been competing in too.
Good
this
point.
week, a great majority in the double sculls too, which are already through, I think, to their semi-finals this afternoon as well. So been a lot of laps already up the course for many of these sculls, and having a race off yesterday may well have provided some assistance to our scullers here in the centre lanes.
So Ayla Drury, she's been performing really well all season. She took a gold medal in this event at the New South Wales State Championships, which is always such a good run-up for the national championships. She was a bronze medalist in the under-19 level in Queensland, so she's already appearing and competing well at that level, and she's taken an early lead, and as you said, and is looking very strong indeed out there. So she is coached by Tara Townsend, as you said, up at Murwillumbah Rowing Club.
Yeah, and Tara Townsend, who when she was by her maiden name Tara Kelly, was world champion in 2007 in the women's lightweight quad scull as well. So great coaching talent there too at the Murwillumbah Rowing Club. And she'd have about a 3-length lead here. So after promising close racing here in the semi-finals, Ayla Drury has certainly cleared out over Heidi Heap from Mossman, Ava Rathel of Black Mountain, our top 3, and Sky Quirk from Corio Bay. They are at this stage our 4 likely qualifiers from this first semi-final of the under-17 women's single scull. And we ride above them here, our umpires boating closely behind those scullers too, providing great supervision as they make their way down the course. But a good lead certainly to Ayla Drury of Murwillumbah.
Yep, so those 3 leaders all having featured strongly in the New South Wales State Championships. As I mentioned, Ayla took gold. Heidi was the silver medalist in the under-17 event in New South Wales, and Ava was the bronze medalist. Heidi from the Mossman Rowing Club. She's tried a few different places and she's well settled at Mossman Rowing Club and doing really well there under Rowena Meredith's junior team. And Josh Hewitt, who manages the squad, and head coach Alfie Young. She's always shown enormous talent, and I think this might be the third time she's raced at this event. So Ava Rathel was the bronze medalist, and she's coached by Charlotte McCarthy at Black Mountain Rowing Club. I've had the pleasure of working with Charlotte. We're doing a quad together, and it's really lovely to have her dad to check.
Yes.
We checked in with him yesterday about a bit of change in rigging we were doing yesterday. So hello, Lyle. It's really wonderful to have him around at the regatta. He was telling me some old stories of his early rowing days yesterday. I was a bit curious about where did he learn to row and who coached him. So it's always lovely hearing.
That's a good coaching pedigree, certainly. In that family there. So you're right, Lizzie. The same top three as it was at the New South Wales State Championship regatta here. All ended up in the same semi-final. All look likely to go through and meet again tomorrow in the final. Sky Quirk from Corio Bay is still there in fourth place, ahead of Eleanor Peach of the North S Rowing Club. So keep an eye on the scullers in lanes 2 and 3 also. Sophie Moore from Leichhardt, who are trying to chase down our top 4 here. But with about now 200 metres to go for our race leader, this is a substantial and growing lead, certainly too, to Ayla Drury of Murwillumbah. As you mentioned, Lizzie, she was in this event last year. She made the B final, so finished 12th overall as obviously a 16-year-old rowing in the under-17 women's single scull. And now is looking to go a few places better, it would seem. That's the distinctive red boat there of Ava Rathel of Black Mountain, who still sits in third place. Sky Quirk behind her. Coming home strongly, some local support also for Eleanor Peach, I would think, of the North S Rowing Club, coached by Trevor Barrett, coming down lane number 2 and making a late charge too on Sky Quirk on the far side of the course for the fourth and final qualifying position. But no such concerns for Ayla Drury of Murwillumbah in lane 4, who will go across and take the win shortly in the first of our semi-finals here today. Second will be the red boat of Ava Rathel from the Black Mountain Rowing Club. Third looks to be Heidi Heap, and fourth, getting very interesting, Eleanor Peach and Sky Quirk going strike for strike, and maybe the Tasmanian just in front. They hit it close together, and I think that Eleanor Peach has got through there from North Esk ahead of Sky Quirk from Corio Bay. Very tight there, as suggested, for the qualifying spots. Sixth place will go to Sophie Moore of Leichhardt, and then still to come home on either side of the course, Brisbane, the GPS, Lucinda Staley will finish in 7th, and Alicia Garvey from Swan River will finish in 8th.
Oh my goodness, what an exciting finish there. So congratulations to Eleanor Peach, the fourth qualifier for the semi-final. Third was Heidi Heap, second Ava Rathel, and first Ayla Drury, who crossed the line in a provisional time of 8 minutes 26.32. So the times are definitely getting faster. The margin was 6.64, so Ava really had that under control. Then 2.72 and 2.75. Moving on to our second semi-final in the under-17 women's single scull, we have Sarah Thompson from Radford College in lane 1, Coco Kent from the University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 2, Allegra Cavalucci from UQBC in lane 3, and Isabel Patterson from UQBC in lane 4. So congratulations to John Pettigrew. That's an amazing result.
Got 3/8 of the field here, all side by side.
Holly Wilkie from St Patrick's College in Townsville is in lane 5. Matilda Coddington of the Armadale School is in lane 6. Ruby McLeod of Commercial Rowing Club is in lane 7. And Gabriella Tonnelly of North Esk Rowing Club is in lane 8.
Three scullers from the University of Queensland. They won this race also last year through Stephanie Pettigrew, the daughter of John, who's coaching all these scullers here. We'll see her on the course, I think, in the under-19 women's single scull this year as well. But it's Isabel Patterson who leads here, one of those three scullers from the University of Queensland. 2.61 seconds at halfway on Commercials. Ruby McLeod, Coco Kent in third place, and Sarah Thompson of Radford College in fourth position at this stage. So the qualifiers are all over the course here.
And Trevor Barrett's done well, so obviously Eleanor Peach has already made the final, and he's got another sculler in this semi-final, Gabriella Tonnelly from North Esk Rowing Club. We're seeing a lot of North Esk Rowing Club, aren't we?
We are, yes.
Sounds like a great club. Why have we not all been there?
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful boat shed. I've got to mention they get back on Monday on the banks of the North Esk River with the coffee shop upstairs and the boat shed downstairs. Great, nice water to race on, so I can see why they're doing great things at North Esk.
Yeah, that's the thing about rowing. If you've actually got a clubhouse where you can have a coffee or a beer afterwards, it's wonderful, isn't it? And so the difference I found between the UK and here, coming here, is that the rowing sheds often are just about rowing, nothing else. Whereas often in the UK, there's a big social element to it, and a club room that you use for weights and circuits and stuff that you can then rent out.
I had a beer on the banks of the Thames in January, Lizzie. That was refreshing outside one of the boatyards on the Putney stretch of the Thames.
What on earth were you doing outside in January?
I know. It was a very quick beer, I can assure you, but it stayed cold. Through 1,500 metres now, it's still Isabel Patterson who continues to lead. She's got 3.29 seconds now on Commercial's Ruby McLeod. Coco Kent third, so the Queenslanders 1, 2 and 3 here, and Sarah Thompson from Radford College, but there's nothing much in those later margins, 0.52, 0.87, and then 1.93 seconds back to Gabriella Tinelli of North Esk Rowing Club, University of Queensland here. So Isabel Patterson, who was rower at the All Hallows School in Brisbane, has been part of a very strong era for them. They've won the last 3 Heads of the River races in the Brisbane Schoolgirls Rowing Association. The All Hallows crew coached by Richard Powell, who's here at this regatta in his capacity. Also, he's a coach at the Brisbane Grammar School in the summer seasons, of course, with the girls in Queensland rowing in the winter season. Doing the Head of the River in August each year.
So Isabel actually won gold at the Queensland State Championships in the under-19 singles. So this is pretty impressive, isn't it? And now here she is in the under-17s, which is her actual age group, doing a great job.
Indeed, and have a look behind her at the chasers for the next qualifying spot. So still there looks to be Coco Kent from University of Queensland, Ruby McLeod from Commercial across in lane number 7, Sarah Thompson of Radford College alongside Coco Kent as they all start to make their late moves here in lane 7. Still there, the Commercial sculler ahead of lane 6, Matilda Coddington from the Armidale School, who's coming home with some pace as well. So
she's strong.
Yes, so this could be an interesting finish indeed. We've got several chances here for these 4 qualifying spots, it looks like, behind Isabel Patterson from the University of Queensland, who should win here the first race of the day. Coco Kent there also, in fact, going past her now. One sculler in the water here, it looks like, in the late stages, but it's still going to be Isabel Patterson who takes the win here. Coco Kent on this side. Matilda Coddington is charging home and may, in fact, get up into 3rd or 4th place, and she will go through. So it's going to be lane 2, Coco Kent, lane 6, Matilda Coddington, lane 7, Ruby McLeod, our top 4. The order yet to be completely sorted out. I think Matilda Coddington may have pinched 2nd place there, and then just missing out on the qualifying spots, Gabriella Tinelli from North Esk in 5th, Holly Wilkie will finish in 6th place for St Patrick's of Townsville. Allegra Cavalucci will be 7th for the University of Queensland, and we need our rescue boat there to come across and assist Sarah Thompson. It is from Radford College in the ACT, who is just about to mount a late charge for one of those top 4 spots, and unfortunately is in the water of Lake Barrington. She does look to be
We've had so many capsizes this regatta. All different reasons, though. I would imagine that's just the excitement and then catching a crab or something. But yesterday somebody's gate came undone and they flipped in a pair. Just confirming the results then of our under-17 women's single scull second semi-final. Lovely win there for Isabel Patterson of University of Queensland, staying calm under pressure. She crossed the line in 8:28.8, which compares with 8:26 for Ayla Drury in the previous semi-final. Second was the Armidale School's Matilda Coddington. Congratulations to her. Ruby McLeod from Commercial, and the 4th was Coco Kent from the University of Queensland. They progressed through to the final, and the remainder go to a B final. We now go to the men's single scull in the under-17 events, with Archie Becker of Rockhampton Grammar in lane 1, William Fraser of Radford College in lane 2, Oliver Kennedy of St Augustine's in lane 3, Banjo Kirkham of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 4, Alexander Watt of Nudgee College in lane 5, Luca Wilson from Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 6, Luca Micus of Hawthorn in lane 7, and Victor Cumpston of Radford College in lane 8. Radford College also doing a great job with 2 scullers in this semi-final.
Yes, absolutely, and a couple of good chances here for the qualifying spots as well. But the lane 2 sculler here from Radford College there, William Fraser, who may well be our race leader as they coming, in fact, already through the 1,000-metre mark of this race. William Fraser had it by 2.6 seconds over Luca Wilson from Leichhardt, Victor Cumpston from Radford College, and Banjo Kirkham from Mossman Rowing Club. So we now see them come through the 1,500-metre mark as well. And this be the Leichhardt sculler in lane 6 who's come through strongly, Luca Wilson, and just has his boat ahead of the Radford College sculler, William Fraser. So potentially 2 qualifiers here from Radford in 2nd and 4th spot. Good news here at the finish line too, as our rescue boats have done their job and helped the other sculler from Radford College, Sarah Thompson, off the course. And in fact, she's going to row through now and complete the race as well. So she'll finish in 8th place, Sarah Thompson of Radford College, as she's got back in her boat, and that will conclude the previous race, and she'll race again tomorrow in the B final. So a good recovery there from Sarah Thompson.
Yeah.
But
yeah, well done her. I mean, I think it's important to finish the race if you do want to actually get a placing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. And heading towards the final 250 now of this race, still out in front, it is certainly Luca Wilson of the Leichhardt Rowing Club in that dark blue boat there across in lane number 6, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. And then right across to this side, William Fraser of Radford College, coached by Mackenzie Moore, Angus Walker and Gordon Marks. Those two clearly 1st and 2nd. And then we go back to the middle lanes of the course, where it's a really interesting race for the next of our qualifying spots. I would think Banjo Kirkham from Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Peter Warren, would be up there in 3rd place, and anyone's guess behind him for 4th. Alexander Watt of Nudgee College, Oliver Kennedy of St Augustine, certainly thereabouts as well, and Archie Becker from Rockhampton Grammar School down lane number 1. So Luca Wilson was the gold medalist in the under-17 men's single scull at both the New South Wales and South Australian championships over the past month or so, and he's now likely to, or clearly going to go through here to the final of the Australian Championships as well in lane 6. A really strong 2nd 1,000 by the sculler from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So it is Luca Wilson who takes 1st place. 2nd will go to William Fraser of Radford College. And now the really interesting part of the race, Mossman Banjo Kirkham looks to be just in 3rd place, and across to the far side of the course, the 2nd Radford College sculler will hold on there. That is Victor Cumpston, who will finish in 4th place and goes through to the A final. 5th, Alexander Watt. 6th, Archie Becker. 7th will be Luca Micas from Hawthorn, and 8th place, Oliver Kennedy of St Augustine's College in Sydney. But a good win there, Lizzie, to Luca Wilson.
Fantastic. He's just got better and better all season, and he'll be so stoked with that, and so will his wonderful coach Isaac Shepherd, who does such a great job there at Leichhardt. So first semi-final of the under-17 men's single scull sees Luca Wilson of Leichhardt progress through to the final, together with William Fraser of Radford College, Banjo Kirkham of Mossman, and Victor Cumpston of Radford College. The remainder will go through to the B final. The provisional time was 7 minutes 41.39. The second semi-final is on the course, with James Cox of Unley High in lane 1, coached by Mitch Parker, Jasper Jones of Albert Park College in lane 2, coached by Virginia Lee, Marcus Fox of Surfers Paradise in lane 3, coached by Gus Rodero, Lucas Dorgato of Marist College in lane 4, coached by Lyle McCarthy, Reuben Cleary of Kinross Walleroy in lane 5, coached by Ben Watt and Andrew Gannon, Henry Stroughton of Brisbane Grammar School in lane 6, Ryan Lamprey of St Virgil's College in lane 7, coached by Susan Weeding and Jonathan Stone, and Soren Anderson of Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 8, also coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr, as was Luca Wilson.
It is the Marist College Canberra sculler, Luca Storgato, who leads here, coached by Lyle McCarthy, who we were just talking about, his daughter coaching a couple of races ago as well. So the McCarthy family a lot to do this week here at Lake Barrington. That's the red boat there of the sculler from Marist College, and 3 lanes across from him from the St Virgil's College in Hobart is Ryan Lamprey in lane number 7, coached by Susan Weeding and Jonathan Stone. The sculler there in lane number 2 as well is Jasper Jones of Albert Park College, coached by your good friend Virginia Lee, Lizzie.
Indeed, yes, and he's only done a few 2,000 metre races, but he's done pretty well. He in Victoria took gold in the under-17 single, but I think he's also got a silver in the open single, and he competed and got silver in the year 10 single. So he's been trying different age groups out, and clearly a talent for the future. And how wonderful to have the experience of somebody like Virginia, bronze medalist in the lightweight double scull at the Olympics, and gold medalist at the World Championships in sweep rowing, so very well credentialed and very experienced.
Running an excellent program there, certainly at Albert Park College as well. Red boat there of Lucas Storgato really clearing out now over Ryan Lamprey. 6.5 seconds the difference there between those two after 1,500 metres. Marcus Fox, a similar margin back into third place. That's the Surface Paradise sculler, coached by Gus Rodero in lane number 3. And then Henry Stroughton would just be fourth at this stage, 300th of a second. In fact, he had the Brisbane Grammar School sculler ahead of was it to the sculler from Kinross Walleroy there in the centre of the course in the light blue boat. But that is the sculler from Marist College, Canberra, who leads this race. Very, very comfortably so indeed, as we head into the concluding stages of this second semi-final in the under-17 men's single scull. And our leader there goes through the yellow boys with just 250 metres now to race. He'd be about 4 lengths clear of the remainder of the field. Still there, Ryan Lamprey of St Virgil's on the far side of the course would be in second place, and pretty comfortably so, but a really tight race behind the Brisbane Grammar School sculler coming through pretty strongly here. Henry Stroughton in lane number 6, and on this side we also have Marcus Fox of Surface Paradise, and Cleary from Kinross Walleroy. In fact, there also, he's in the light blue boat, very similar colours, Kinross Walleroy and Brisbane Grammar School in fact. It's Kinross lane 5, Brisbane Grammar School, the white boat in lane number 6, just a length or so further back. And then in lane 7 still, it is Ryan Lamprey of St Virgil's. But a comfortable win here coming up to Lucas Storgato of Marist College, Canberra, approaching the last few strokes now of this second semi-final of the under-17 men's singles scull in the bright red boat. It'll be a win here in semi number 2 to Lucas Storgato, coached by Lyle McCarthy. A substantial margin there, probably the biggest we've seen of the day so far here in the second semi of the under-17 men's singles scull. Second place will go to Ryan Lamprey of St Virgil's College from Hobart. And then charging home just that light blue boat will get across in third place. That is Ruben Cleary of Kinross Walleroy, ahead then of Marcus Fox from the Surface Paradise Rowing Club. So they are our 4 qualifiers here. James Cox of Unley High in 5th place, Henry Stroughton 6th for Brisbane Grammar School, 7th Jasper Jones of Albert Park College, and 8th on the far side, Soren Anderson of Leichhardt.
So congratulations to Lucas Storgato, a massive win there, 13.91 seconds. He crossed in 7:37. Our second sculler was Ryan Lamprey from St Virgil's, third was Ruben Cleary from Kinross Walleroy, and fourth Marcus Fox from Surface Paradise, and they will progress through to the A final. The remainder will go to the B final. On the course is the first semi-final of the under-19 women's single scull with Pia Muller-Croft from Genesis Christian College in lane 1, coached by Ray Smith. In lane 2, Stephanie Pettigrew, our champion in the under-17 scull last year. She's representing University of Queensland and she's coached by John Pettigrew. Talia Turnbull from the Australian National University, coached by Nigel Harding, is in lane 3. Lily Lucas from Fremantle in lane 4, coached by David Van Das. Eloise Stevens of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 5, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. In lane 6, Isabella Henderson of the Armadale School and UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, coached by Marty Inglis and Sam Fennessy. In lane 7, Sadie Schlitt from Yarra Yarra, coached by David Orchard. And in lane 8, Patty Boland of Loretto Normanhurst. She also represents Sydney University Boat Club, and she was in a really good 4 yesterday that laid down a pretty fast time, so showing her talents at both sculling and sweep. Last year she was in the junior women's double scull, but she's quite new to single sculling and a bit nervous. But she's in
pretty good job with the lead here.
Yep, just leading over Isabella Henderson, who, along with Matilda Hoddington, who we saw squeeze into the final of the under-17s. So
Still Still very close here at 1,500 metres, but I think in the centre lane there, it is the Mossman sculler, Eloise Stevens, who has certainly assumed the race lead there over the third 500 metres from Talia Turnbull of the Australian National University. Isabella Henderson still there for UTS Haberfield, and Patricia Boland just a second back in fourth place, so still at this stage in a qualifying spot ahead of Lily Lucas from Fremantle, who...
That's pretty close for 1,500 metres,
yeah,
isn't
exactly
it? My goodness,
right.
what a race.
Yeah, there's around about, what's that, about 4 seconds, I think, from second down to fifth. So that's where the interest will be here over the concluding strokes of this race.
So get down to the waterside if that's one of your club mates, because they're going to need your cheers to get them over the line. It's a very close race. Eloise Stevens from Mossman in the lead over Talia Turnbull of ANU. Isabella Henderson from UTS Haberfield and Armadale School. Paddy Boland from Loretto Normanhurst and Sydney Uni, and then Lily Lucas hot on their heels representing Fremantle. Stephanie Pettigrew, her first nationals I think up at this level, doing a great job there, just outside the qualifying spots at the moment, but who knows.
Yes, it's still a narrow lead, it looks like, to Eloise Stevens now, ahead of either side of her, Isabella Henderson and Lily Lucas coming through strongly. Talia Turnbull of the ANU as well. And still keeping an eye on Patricia Boland on the far side. So probably there are 5 chances, you would think, for just 4 qualifying spots here. Then Stephanie Pettigrew, Pia Malacroft from Genesis Christian College, just north of Brisbane. And also Sadie Schlicht of Yarra Yarra, the Victorian sculler there in lane number 7. And it is the lane 5 sculler extending here. Eloise Stevens, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt, with the race lead by about a length. Talia Turnbull from the ANU is up into second. Patricia Boland doing some good work there on the far side of the course, still in a battle with Isabella Henderson in lane number 6, and also the Fremantle sculler Lily Lucas still there in lane 4. The win will go here to Mossman. Eloise Stevens first on lane 5. Second will be Talia Turnbull. Third, maybe just Patricia Boland on the far side of the course. Loretto Normanhurst will go through third, and fourth to Isabella Henderson of UTS Haberfield, just edging out in 5th place, Lily Lucas of Fremantle. A very tight top 5 there, but only 4 could go through. Stephanie Pettigrew next in 6th place. 7th will be Sadie Schlicht, and 8th place will go to Pia Malacroft. So Eloise Stevens takes it out here with a strong finish and moves through in top spot to the middle lanes of the final of the under-19 women's singles.
What an exciting race, oh my goodness me. So 8:16 was the provisional time there for Eloise Stevens of Mossman Rowing Club, first to head into the final of the under-19 women's singles scull, and going with her Talia Turnbull of ANU, Paddy Boland of Loretto Normanhurst, Isabella Henderson of UTS Haberfield, the remainder to the B final. Our second semi-final is on the course. We've got Addison Perry from Canberra Grammar School in lane 1, coached by Darcy Kelly Stout. Maddie McLaughlin of Surfers Paradise is in lane 2, coached by Gus Rodero. Bella Wells of Tasmania University in lane 3, coached by Sean Finlayson and Jane McGann. Grace Holton of Barwon Rowing Club in lane 4, coached by Anita Whitehouse. Elise Coates of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 5, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. Violet Whithouse of Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 6, coached by Jane Robinson. Charlotte Bowen of Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 7, coached by Kaz Pipers and Mark Prater. And in lane 8, from Fremantle, Letitia Generat, coached by Xavier Ronda and David Van Das.
So Elise Coates from Mossman was the bronze medalist last year in the under-19 women's at singles scull, so was back in the same age group again this year, and leading here in semi-final 2 narrowly from Grace Holton of the Barwon Rowing Club. So lanes 5 and 4, our top 2, just half a second between them. Bella Wells in 3rd for the Tasmania University Boat Club, and Maddie McLaughlin of Surfers Paradise in lane 2. So there are our 4 qualifiers stretched across from the middle lane to the left of screen for those watching here on the live stream. Ahead, it would seem, of a couple of scullers back on the far side of the course. That is Charlotte Bowen and Letitia Gennart from Canberra Girls Grammar, and also from Mantle. Elise Coates, Grace Holton in the middle lanes of the course. Blue canvases there of the sculler from Tasmania University Boat Club. She is Bella Wells, coached by Sean Finlayson and Jane McGann. And and then Surfers Paradise there in the yellow shell alongside her. So they are clearly our top 4 scullers at this stage of proceedings, but very hard to separate the top 2 certainly. He's coached by Alfie Young, Arena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt.
And gold medalist in this event at the New South Wales Championships, Eloise Stevens, who took out the previous heat, was the silver medalist in this event.
Grace Holton's been very much a dominant sculler in Victoria too. She most recently won the Head of the Schoolgirls Regatta on the Barwon River just 9 or 10 days ago. That regatta was held on her home course, rowing there for a school, the Cardinia International College, but here in the colours of the Barwon Rowing Club and coached by Anita Whitehouse. And it's a great battle. There's a little bit of zigzagging going on between our top 2 scullers, but they stay perfectly evenly matched in terms of race position, at least, as they're about to come through 1,500 metres, and we'll get another timing check between these two who've been battling it out all the way down the first 3 quarters of this course so far. Elise Coates it is there, 6:11.80 the time to 1,500 metres, 0.59 of a second ahead of Grace Holton from the Barwon Rowing Club. Maddie McLaughlin now up into 3rd for the Surfers Paradise Rowing Club as we zoom in once again and right with our top 2 scullers, and it is just the Mossman sculler pulling ever so slightly clear now as they come through with about 350 metres to row here. Great shots from above by our drone operator here. You can see the long strokes of both of these 2 under-19 women's single scullers, really moving their boats quite effectively through the calm waters here of Lake Barrington. 3rd place there in the blue boat is that surface as the Tasmania University sculler. Still there with Maddie McLaughlin of Surfers Paradise. So our top 4 as they've been for most of the time since we joined this race from the centre of the course. Not all in the middle lanes at this stage. It's lanes 5, 4, 3 and 2 in that order. So Maddie McLaughlin, who's come through the repercharge yesterday, rode the extra race, looks set here to qualify still for the final tomorrow morning of the under-19 women's single scull. But it is still here. Elise Coates from the Mossman Rowing Club, champion of New South Wales, the bronze medalist last year in this event, who leads it from the Barwon sculler in 2nd place, Grace Holton, who will comfortably go through as well. She has a length or so ahead of Bella Wells from the Tasmania University Boat Club, and still Maddie McLaughlin from Surfers Paradise towards this side of the course looks to be in the 4th and final qualifying spot. But the win here will go to the sculler from Mossman. So Elise Coates takes out the 2nd semi-final of the under-19 women's single scull just on a length. So a tight battle all the way down the course there with Grace Holton from the Barwon Rowing Club, 3rd to Bella Wells and 4th to Maddie McLaughlin. They are our 4 qualifiers here from semi-final number 2. Good racing on the far side of the course with 5th, 6th and 7th. Looks like Charlotte Bowen will take out 5th ahead of the Mercantile Scarlet Violet Whithouse, and from Mantle's Letitia Jennart in 7th place, and Canberra Grammar School Addison Perry will finish in 8th.
Provisional time for Elise Coates, winning that 2nd semi-final of the under-19 women's single scull, was 8:17.49, and the margins 2.38, 3.46 and 6.33 to Barwon's Grace Holton, Tasmania University's Bella Wells and Surfers Paradise Maddie McLaughlin. They're the 4 that go through to the A final. The remainder go to the B final. We're going to have an exciting race in that event tomorrow. Talking of exciting, here we go with the semi-finals of the under-19 men's single sculls, with Xander Bailey of Corio Bay in lane 1, coached by Jeff Watt. Llewellyn Gray of St Virgil's College in lane 2, coached by Jacob Crow and Lee Gray. Harrison Braithwaite of Canberra and the ACT High Performance Programme, coached by Tom Westgarth in lane 3. In 4, Oliver Kent of Brisbane Grammar. In 5, Alex Lamprey of St Virgil's. In lane 6, Lockie Tyndall of the King's School Parramatta, coached by Julian Huxley and David Geely. In lane 7, from Mossman Rowing Club, Floris Elias, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. And in lane 8, from Tamar Rowing Club, Beau Furlong, coached by Andrew Hull.
quickly into the third 500 of this race as well. It looked to be Fremantle's Samuel Brettle who led the race. In fact, Oliver Kent on the timing system is the sculler in front. So yes, lane 4, Oliver Kent of Brisbane Grammar School is our race leader there, and behind him we had Floris Elias from Mossman, Alex Lamprey of St Virgil's, and Lockie Tyndall from the King's School. Our top 4, Harrison Braithwaite was in 5th position, and now at 1,500 metres it continues to be Oliver Kent of the Brisbane Grammar School who leads it reasonably comfortably here, 2.34 seconds over Floris Elias from Mossman, lane 7 in 2nd place, who again has had to come through the repercharge to make the semis of this event. St Virgil's 3rd on lane 5, that is Alex Lamprey, and 4th place the King's School Lockie Tyndall ahead of Harrison Braithwaite from the Canberra Rowing Club.
Yeah, Oliver Kent really caught my attention at the New South Wales State Championships. Brisbane Grammar School came down for that, and he took the gold in both the single and the double at the under-19 level. A real talent.
Yep, going well out there in front in the light blue of Brisbane Grammar School. The white boat there for Oliver Kent. The sculler beside him in 3rd place is Alex Lamprey of St Virgil's College. It seems Lockie Tyndall from the King's School, Floris Elias from Mossman still up there in the top 4 as well, probably just 2nd in fact. Then we go back ever so slightly to Harrison Braithwaite, Xander Bailey on his birthday today too, I understand. The Bailey twins from Corio Bay, both celebrating obviously their birthday today.
Oh yeah, how exciting.
Exactly, and I know he can finish strongly, Xander Bailey, but he's given them a huge head start here, so it may be a bit too much to make up in this race. The under-19, of course, he's still a schoolboy at the Western Heights College in Geelong. In the middle of the course here, some really tight racing coming up for the remaining qualifying spots. Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School has the lead here. Alex Lamprey has come through strongly from St Virgil's College of Hobart. Then Floris Elias of Mossman towards the far side of the course. Lockie Tyndall from the King's School, and Harrison Braithwaite from the Canberra Rowing Club asking all the questions late in this race, but just still outside our top 4. And then Beau Furlong from Tamar Rowing Club on the far side of the course. Our top 4 will finish with about a length and a half here, but it will be the sculler from Brisbane Grammar School, Oliver Kent, who does take the race win. Got very tight for 2nd late. I think Floris Elias just held on over Alex Lamprey, and then Lockie Tyndall. They'll all go through regardless, about 0.3 of a second there from 2nd to 3rd. 5th place will go to Harrison Braithwaite. 6th will be Beau Furlong on the far side of the course. Xander Bailey on his birthday will finish in 7th place, and Llewellyn Gray of St Virgil's will complete the course in 8th. But great racing there in the closing strokes, Lizzie.
Fantastic. Oliver Kent there winning in a provisional time of 7 minutes 26.8. The margin between him and Floris Elias of Mossman, 1.93, a 0.3 back to Alex Lamprey of St Virgil's College, and Lockie Tyndall from the King's School crossing the line in 4th, 1.8 seconds behind, so very, very close. Harrison Braithwaite just missing out. He'll have to go through to the B final along with the remainder of our competitors. Semi-final number 2 is now in progress with Rory Parker of St Augustine's College in lane 1, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungemach. Leonardo Hughes of the Southport School in lane 2. Dylan Capewell of the University of WA in lane 3, coached by Roland Warren. Samuel Bredell of Fremantle Rowing Club in lane 4. Leighton Skoman of Mossman Rowing Club is in lane 5. Ewan Humphreys of Mossman Rowing Club is in lane 6. Taj Bailey, happy birthday to him, Corio Bay sculler, brother of Xander, he's in lane 7, and Alexander Tailby of Radford College completes our lineup of 8 scullers. He's coached there at Radford College by Mackenzie Moore, Gus Walker and Gordo Marks.
We should also, Lizzie, say happy birthday for yesterday to George Homer, one of the many hard-working volunteers here at the course, who I don't think he wanted to get out. It was his birthday, but I hear there was a celebratory cake here at the course last night.
I didn't hear about that.
We weren't invited. No, but,
happy birthday, George, belatedly.
Absolutely, and thank you for George, and who's been working on this course, I think, since the almost the original 1990 World Championships here at Lake Barrington.
Wow.
One of many hard-working volunteers, along with Mick Goodyear and John Oakley, and so many others who've kept this course in pristine state for now about 36 years.
Yes, that one is beautiful. It really is.
Absolutely. But heading into the third 500 here now of the under-19 men's single scull second semi-final. And as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, it was Samuel Brettle of Fremantle who left stage, then Rory Parker of St Augustine's, Leonardo Hughes from the Southport School, Ewan Humphreys, Taj Bailey, and Dylan Capewell as well in 6th, 7th and 8th position. And we're about to come through the final timing spot with 1,500 metres to go, and we can see certainly a clear 2-length lead now. It looks to be to that sculler in lane number 4, Samuel Bredel from the Fremantle Rowing Club, who leads it reasonably comfortably now.
They too, Fremantle came over to the New South Wales State Championships. It was great to see them. They brought a big WA contingent. They've got fantastic youth, men and women. Samuel was 4th in the final of the under-19 single scull there, behind Oliver Kent, who we saw in the previous heat. But it looks like he's an up-and-coming talent. And of course, that's the club that produced the Nahoy. The Hanson Nahoys
family.
Yes.
Exactly. Who were so dominant here, certainly last year particularly. But yeah, great to see the West Australian clubs making the trek across the country.
100%. There's no coach listed on the program for this, so Fremantle, we'd love to know who it is that from your coaching team, or all of you really, that are doing such a great job there.
The Fremantle sculler out in front, and behind him the colours of the Mossman Rowing Club from Sydney. So Ewan Humphreys, lane 6, sits in possibly in 2nd place, with those St Augustine's Rory Parker right across on this spectator side of the course in lane 1, very much in contention too for a qualifying position. And then Dylan Capewell from University of Western Australia, Leonardo Hughes from the Southport School, the 2nd Mossman sculler, Leighton Showman there racing in lane number 5. Taj Bailey of Corio Bay, coached again by Jeff Watt, the identical twin of Xander Bailey, who we saw in the previous race. I'm glad to see they're racing in different coloured caps now this time to make it a bit easier to tell those two apart. And
thank you, boys.
Exactly right. And Alexander Talby of Radford College in lane 8 on the far side of the course. But it continues to be here. Samuel Bredel from the Fremantle Rowing Club in Western Australia, where of course will be at next year's National Championships back at Champion Lakes over in Western Australia. And he's got about a 2-length lead, it looks like now, on Ewan Humphreys of the Mossman Rowing Club in lane number 6. Still Rory Parker on this side for St Augustine's, Dylan Capewell and Leighton Showman also going for 2 remaining qualifying spots as the pace picks up here late in the race. Samuel Bredel will take the win for Fremantle. Second's going to go to Ewan Humphreys. 3 across the course for 2 qualifying spots. 1 will certainly go to Rory Parker of St Augustine's, and maybe just Leighton Showman or Dylan Capewell. I reckon it was closer than that between those two. We will wait on confirmation. Leonardo Hughes will finish in 6th place. Taj Bailey in 7th, and 8th will go to Alexander Talby. But the all-important 4th and final qualifying spot to be determined between Dylan Capewell and Leighton Showman. I actually thought from here it may have been the other way around, but we'll have to wait on the photo finish between Showman and Capewell. So stand by for confirmation of 4th and 5th, but our top 3 were clear enough, Lizzie.
They certainly were. So with 4 going through to the A final, it's clearly nail-biting. But first across the line was Samuel Bredel of Fremantle in a time of 7:27.8 provisionally. Must say our timekeepers are doing a fabulous job. The margin was 3.58 back to Ewan Humphreys of Mossman Rowing Club, and then then Rory Parker of St Augustine's 3rd, 1.95 behind, and then less than a second behind came across the line Leighton Showman of Mossman Rowing Club and Dylan Capewell of University of WA. So we'll wait for official results. Personally, I think it might be Leighton Showman, but we'll see. They'll go to the A final, the remainder to the B final. So we'll move from sculling now to our sweep discipline, where each rower has just 1 oar. This is the under-19 women's coxless pair, the semi-final, with 4 to progress through to the A final. We have Pembroke School in lane 1, Evie Barras and Mia Chapman. Scotch Oakburn in lanes 2 and 3. In lane 2, Emily Atherton and Harriet Woolley. In lane 3, Emily Nags and Saffron Dick. In lane 4, from Fremantle, Oceane Generat and Olivia Hanson-Nahoy. In lane 5, a composite of Zara Hilton from Cand and Gia Rinaldi from Adelaide University. In lane 6, Mercantile, Piper Hallam and Emma Peel. In lane 7, another composite of Lily Nolan from Cand and Sienna Becker from Commercial. And in lane 8, from the University of WA, Elena Frank and Sophie Fitzgerald.
See here all the multiple crews from Scotch Oakburn College. This is the
They've got 2 in the next.
2 in the next, so their entire Division 1-8 that won their head of the river here at Lake Barrington a couple of weeks ago by a substantial win too, about 12.5 seconds their win over Collegiate and Launceston Grammar. So Scotch Open, who qualified their crews all comfortably through the heats a couple of days ago into these semis as well of the under-19 women's coxless pair, and we can see now if they can get all 4 crews possibly through to the final as well, which would be an incredible achievement for that school here from Launceston, the Scotch Open College. It was Mercantile who led on lane number 6 at the halfway mark of the race, and Piper Hallam and Emma Peel. And Piper Hallam, still a student at Furbank Grammar School in Melbourne, rowing in their Division 1-8, and Emma Peel, from memory, may have been from the St Catherine's School, coached by Will Ackerman and Scott Rowe. In any case, now in the colours of the Mercantile Rowing Club in this particular event, racing in lane number 6. They had a narrow lead at halfway over Fremantle. In lane number 4, Oisin Generat and Olivia Hansen-Nahoy. We mentioned the Hansen-Nahoys, Lizzie, and they appear on the course.
Magically they appeared.
Coached by David Vandis, and Fremantle, after a good win in the previous race, looking to make it 2 in a row here as well. So we actually do have, Lizzie, you've picked it too. By 0.02 of a second, Leighton Showman has beaten Dylan Capewell, it appears. So to conclude the result from the previous race 211, just 0.02 of a second, one of the closest finishes of the regatta so far. Leighton Showman of Mossman in 4th place goes through to the A final ahead of Dylan Capewell from the University of Western Australia. But again, we encourage you to check the regatta website for the official results there as they come through in that event. But it looks like that adjusted photo has been viewed, and that's the verdict it will be. This is the lane 4 combination we ride with now in the drone. Oisin Generat and Olivia Hansen-Nahoy just ahead of Mercantile, still there. Piper Hallam and Emma Peel, a clear top 2. And back in between those two, we have Adelaide University and Canned Rowing Club, Zara Hilton and Gia Rinaldi, coached by Charlie Betts and Katie Healy. And then another composite crew, including the Canned Rowing Club, or 2 Brisbane clubs there. That's Lily Nolan of Canned and Sienna Becker of Commercial, coached by the very hardworking Jacinta Edmonds and Charlie Betts there, the Commercial and Canned crew. Fremantle Rowing Club looking to make it 2 wins in 2 races here in this first semi-final of the under-19 women's coxless pair. Mercantile Rowing Club still there in a couple of lanes across as well. Between those two, the composite crews next, Hilton and Rinaldi, and then Nolan and Becker. And those 2 pairs from Scotch Oakman, one still a decent chance to go through here in the top 4. That would be the lane 2 crew of Emily Atherton and Harriet Woolley, coached by Abby Boucher, Zara Burgess and Brendan Long. The lane 2 crew from Scotch Open. Lane 3 from Scotch Open, Emily Nags and Saffron Dick. But the lead still here is with the Fremantle Rowing Club. Lane number 4, who continue to hold ahead of this Mercantile combination from Melbourne, who've gone well clear now of the remainder of the field. So once again, 4 combinations here will go through to tomorrow's A final in the under-19 women's coxless pair. The gap closing late in the race, but both will comfortably go through. Fremantle first by 3/4 of a length. Second place goes to Mercantile in lane 6. Third then is the Adelaide Union Canned composite of Zara Hilton and Gia Rinaldi. And the 4th and final qualifying spot looks like it'll go the way of the Brisbane composite crew on the far side. Scotch Oakman coming home pretty well down lane 2 as well, but will just fall short and go through to the B final instead. So 4th will be Nolan and Becker of Commercial and Canned. 5th, Scotch Oakman, Atherton and Woolley in lane number 2. Far side next, Elena Frank and Sophie Fitzgerald from the University of Western Australia. 7th, Scotch Oakman, lane 3, Nags and Dick. And 8th place, the Pembroke School, Barris and Chapman.
And the provisional winning time for the crew from Fremantle was 7 minutes 44.88. The margin 1.92 back to the pair from Mercantile. In 3rd, the Adelaide University Canned composite, 8 seconds behind. And then 4th, Lily Nolan and Sienna Becker of Commercial. The remainder will go through to the B final. Our second semi-final is on the course with Pembroke School and Seymour College combining for Lane 1's Charlotte Wheaton and Matilda Liu. In Lane 2 from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Saskia Josipovic and Genevieve Davies. In Lane 3 from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Matilda Baxby and Sophia Preston. Both crews coached by John Pettigrew. He's a busy man.
He's indeed, yes.
Lane 4, Scotch Oakburn College, Ailish Barron and Isabella Wilson. In Lane 5 from West Australian Rowing Club and Fremantle, Charlotte Hanson-Nahoy and Stella Wandle. In Lane 6 from Scotch Oakburn, Kaylee Barron and Madison Marshall. In Lane 7 from Walford Anglican School, Imogen Griffith and Olivia Masters. And in Lane 8 from Mersey Rowing Club, Eloise Fieldwick and Matilda Spalding.
Yeah, scratching effect there on lane number 7, so no crew from Walford in this race, but the other 7 crews approaching 1,500 metres, and it's the West Australian Rowing Club and Fremantle, and here's the next of the Hanson-Nahoys on the course. Charlotte Hanson-Nahoy here rowing again in the Fremantle Rowing Club colours, along with Stella Wandle of the West Australian Rowing Club, so those could be 3 in a row here for the West Australians. In fact, if they can take this race out as well, they're 4.20 seconds clear of the University of Queensland Lane 3 in second place, Matilda Baxby and Sophia Preston. Scotch Oakburn third, Ailish Barron and Isabella Wilson, and fourth, another University of Queensland crew, Saskia Josipovic and Genevieve Davies on lane number 2.
So Charlotte was in this event last year. She made the A final last year and came 5th, so I'm sure she's wanting to go quite a bit better than last year. First step, though, is make the A final.
Exactly.
Process, process, process.
Absolutely right. And yes, a reminder, our A finals do commence with the first race, or the B final will be the first race tomorrow, but the second race of tomorrow will be the first of our A finals, and presentations will take place too in the presentation area down beneath the finish tower here, which will also come through on the live stream for those watching from other parts of the country. West Australian combination continues to stay in front here by about 2 lengths it would be. Matilda Baxby and Sophia Preston, so 2 University of Queensland combinations in this race. Certainly one with a very good chance of qualifying. 2 crews also, as you mentioned, from Scotch Oakburn being there the other half of the Division 1-8, and at least one of those crews you think will go through here as well, but it does look like it's going to be 3 wins in a row coming up here from the West Australian clubs. This time it's a composite crew from Fremantle and also the West Australian Rowing Club there in the red colours in the stroke seat of that boat. Stella Wandle along with Charlotte Hanson-Nahoy. Baxby and Preston for University of Queensland still there in second place. Barish and Wilson of Scotch Oakburn in third as the composite crew comes across and takes the win here. So Charlotte Hanson-Nahoy and Stella Wandle win the second semi-final of the under-19 women's coxes pair. Cruising across in second place is the Lane 3 crew from the University of Queensland, Matilda Baxby and Sophia Preston. Third and fourth will be tight. They're both going to qualify, and I think that just it will go the way of Scotch Oakburn, Ailish Barron and Isabella Wilson, edging out Saskia Josipovic and Genevieve Davies. So University of Queensland do qualify 2 boats from this race. The dark blue boat there of Scotch Oakburn in lane 6, just missing out in 5th spot, Barron and Marshall. And 6th and 7th with just 2 boats left in the race. It will be Mersey from Devonport in lane 8 in 6th place, and Pembroke School and Seymour College finish in 7th place.
The provisional time for our winning crew of Charlotte Hanson-Nahoy and Stella Wandle was 7 minutes 47.82. Joining them in the final will be Matilda Baxby and Sophia Preston of University of Queensland, Scotch Oakburn's Barron and Wilson, and University of Queensland Josipovic and Davies. The remainder will go through to the B final. The first semi-final of the under-19 men's coxless pair has Will Lloyd and Sydney Tierney of St Peter's College, South Australia in lane 1. Seaton Brock and Charles Corrigan of Scotch Oakburn in lane 2. Jack Lampson and Harrison Howard of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3. Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland of Kinross Walleroy in lane 5. Sean Campbell and Murdoch Smith of Cand Rowing Club in lane 5. Flynn O'Loughlin and Scott MacDonald of Commercial Rowing Club in lane 6. Thomas Bergelin and Jack Harrington of Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 7. And Rolf de Boer and Lars Brown from Mersey Rowing Club in lane 8.
3 wins in a row from Western Australian clubs, predominantly from Mantle, but in a composite crew in the last race. They won't win this one, Lizzie, because they're the only state not represented here in this first semi-final of the under-19 men's coxless pair.
Nor in the second semi-final.
No, great spread across the country otherwise in this race. Crews from South Australia, Tasmania, New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria.
But I did notice that in the women's coxless pairs there's absolutely no crew from New South Wales. So my fellow blue friends, light blue friends, we need to get going.
Interesting indeed. So through 1,500 metres now in this race, and Kinross Walleroy, that'll keep the light blue colours happy for now at least. Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, our narrow race leaders here on lane number 4 by just under a second. 0.94 it was from Kinross Walleroy back to Canned in second place. Sean Campbell and Murdoch Smith. Commercial next on lane 6, Flynn O'Loughlin and Scott McDonald. That's our top 3 now across the course on screen. And also in 4th place, so we do have the lane 3 crew on the left of your picture there from Sydney University, Jack Lamson and Harriet Howard. So a more predictable qualification, it looks like at this stage in this first semi-final. The 4 crews in the middle lanes who've come directly through from the heats back on the first day of this regatta. Now looks set to be our first 4 A finalists, who will move through to tomorrow morning's A final. Searle and Toby Buckland of Kinross Walleroy rowing for once in a white coloured boat, and the boat there from lane 7 Mercantile there as well. Thomas Berglund and Jack Harrington in very similar colours, of course, to the Canned Rowing Club. It's the Canned crew there in lane 5. Behind our race leaders from Kinross Walleroy in lane 4. So 4, 5, 6 and 3 at this stage will possibly be our qualifiers, but Mercantile certainly coming home strongly. Berglund and Harrington coached by Anthony Berglund there too, the Mercantile crew. But the race lead certainly continues to be with Kinross Walleroy. It is shrinking late in the race as the rest of the field charges home, but it's going to be a win here to Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland from Kinross Walleroy by half a length ahead of Canned in second place. Third will go to the crew from Commercial, and holding on to 4th, it will be on this side, Sydney University. Mercantile are next, just missing out in 5th spot on lane number 7. And then on this side, it'll be the Scotch Oakman crew who will finish 6th. 7th, the far side to Mersey, and 8th will go to St Peter's College of South Australia on lane 1. But a good win there to Kinross Walleroy.
And they did that in a time of 7 minutes 11.08. The margin's very close, 1.55, 1.5, 1.34. Mercantile just missing out by 1.36. In the second semi-final, we've got Unley High in lane 1, William Marrett and Lachlan 12th Tree, coached by Mitch Parker and Mark Beaton. In lane 2 from St Joseph's Gregory Terrace, Liam Cummins and Lou Russell, coached by Jack Price. In lane 3 from St Peter's College, Hugo Maslin and Lockie McKenna, coached by Lucy Stephan. In lane 4 from Christian Brothers College in South Australia, Alex Evans and Luca Sparapani, coached by Alex Meets and Logan Sargent. In lane 5 from North Esk Rowing Club, Nate Bristol and Isaac Peach, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 6 from Canned Rowing Club, Will Dawson and Kine Baird, coached by Charlie Betts and Chris Holliday. In lane 7 from Brisbane Grammar School, Benjamin Purcell and Benjamin Davies. And in lane 8 from Scotch Oakburn College, Harry Dennis and Hugh Talbot, coached by Jim Wilson and Andy Dick.
Through halfway in this second semi-final, the under-19 men's at coxless pair. And that does look like an interesting pattern there of the 6 crews across the course, with Canned in front here, Will Dawson and Kine Baird ahead of Nate Briscoe and Isaac Peach of North Esk, Christian Brothers Alex Evans and Lucas Sparapani, and St Peter's Hugo Maslin and Lockie McKenna. Along also with lane 7 there from Brisbane Grammar School, Benjamin Purcell and Benjamin Davies. Back to Gregory Terrace in lane number 2, Liam Cummins and Lou Russell. On either side of the course, Unley High, the South Australians in lane 1, and Scotch Oakburn from Launceston in lane number 8. So heading up towards the 1,500 metre mark of this race now, and it is certainly a clear length and a half lead, it looks like, at this point of proceedings. With that crew from Cand in the red and white colours in lane number 6 who lead and lead well here. Early reminder too, we're about to have a commentary change up here, Lizzie, but I have been asked to remind you that the Rowing Australia Coaches Conference is coming up in October of this year. Ron Batt's been hard at work arranging a great program in the Gold Coast on the 25th and 26th of October, so please make your plans early. It's also the same weekend, I believe, as the V8 Supercars race on the Gold Coast. So if you want to attend the Rowing Australia Coaches Conference, then we certainly recommend that you should. The suggestion is you get in early and book your accommodation for a great weekend, the 25th and 26th of October on the Gold Coast in Queensland.
Yeah, and I believe starting on a Sunday so that we can all do our coaching on the Saturday, and that's such a good idea.
Yep, exactly right. Plenty more information on the Rowing Australia website too about that event. So great for all coaches. Always fun event, lots of education and lots of socialising outside of hours as well amongst the coaches.
What?
Great
Coaches
fun.
socialise?
Hard to believe. I know. It doesn't happen here at Lake Barrington, I'm sure. There's none of that going on. But here's our race leader still from the Cand Rowing Club.
Yeah, and last year's winners were the Scotch Open pair, Harry Dennis and Hugh Talbot.
Yeah, they're in lane. In fact, they were the B final winners last year.
B final.
So yeah, 7th place overall. This race was won by Jack Hansen-Nahoy and Lachlan Brown, as the Hansen-Nahoy family claimed a swag of medals here last year, and maybe will do so again this year. But lane 5 there is a North-Est combination, Nate Bristol and Isaac Peach.
Another Peach making its way along the course and squeezing into a final.
Another Trevor Barrett coach.
Another Trevor Barrett coach. Trevor Barrett and John Pettigrew, they seem to be having a competition as to which of them can have the most crews on the course at the same time.
Yeah, and then lane 4, Christian Brothers from South Australia, Alex Evans and Luca Sparapini there, and then the light blue boat of Brisbane Grammar School, Benjamin Purcell and Benjamin Davies. So they look to be a pretty clear top 4. The order not yet completely confirmed here, as St Peter's or Christian Brothers coming home quickly along with North-Esk there. But the Cand Rowing Club from Brisbane just doing it comfortably in the closing strokes. Their gap shrinks to half a length, but they'll go through and take the win there. Will Dawson and Kind Baird. Second goes to North-Esk, Bristol and Peach. Third will be Christian Brothers, Evans and Sparapini. And then 4th place, Brisbane Grammar School, Purcell and Davies. So they are the top 4 who'll go through to tomorrow's A final. 5th place, the red colours there of Gregory Terrace from Brisbane. 6th will be St Peter's College from Adelaide. 7th, Scotch Oakburn from Launceston in lane 8. And in 8th place, Unley High School from South Australia in lane number 1.
So going through to the A final of the under-19 men's coxless pair will be Cand, North-Esk, Christian Brothers and Brisbane Grammar. The winning time 7:14.74, which compares with 7:11 in the previous semi-final. Racing down the course now, we have the first semi-final of the under-21 women's single scull with Stella Benson of Corio Bay in lane 1, Alice McCready of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 2, Ji Lu of Team Hong Kong in lane 3, Hannah Johansson of Toowong in lane 4, Lucy Yabsley of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5, Lily Barker of Tasmania University in lane 6, Ella Welsh of University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 7, and Konstantina Kafasis of Yarra Yarra Rowing Club in lane 8.
Thank you, Lizzie. It's been a great first hour of racing up here with you, and I'm about to hand over to the microphone to someone who was on the signing list this morning is Jack Stewart, but we know him as Stuart John, and he'll be joined shortly by Ben Homer as well.
Thank you very much, Craig, for your commentary this morning.
My brother is listening, which I suspect he's not because he's probably at work. Yes, I've been called him once again. This has been afflicting me for 25 years and it hasn't changed.
Thank you, Richard Dorstein. That's his real name. And he will, as he said, change with Ben. So let me just bring you up to date whilst we're doing a crew change here with what's going on in the first semi-final of the under-21 women's single scull. At the halfway mark, it was Hannah Johansson of Toowong Rowing Club who had taken almost a 4-second lead over Lucy Yabsley. We know Lucy, who was in the junior double last year and the junior women's quad the year before, that she gets off to a steady start and then really motors home. And here she is doing the same same thing. She's worked her way through Lily Barker of Tasmania University and Ella Welsh of University of Queensland. She's now sitting in second place, looking quite calm. I think she just wants an A final spot, and she'll do the rest of it in the next round. But Hannah Johansson of Toowong has looked strong all the way through, and she takes a lead as she crosses the 1250 metre mark of Clearwater over Lucy Yabsley. University of Queensland Ella Welsh is in lane 7. Really battling with Lucy now. Lucy just squeezing her bows ahead, and then sitting behind them Lily Barker from Tasmania University. Only 4 people to go through to the A final. The remainder will go through to the B final, and this 4 look clear of Team Hong Kong's Ji Li.
Yeah, very good advantage that, isn't it, Lizzie, for Hannah Johansson of Toowong Rowing Club, coached by Alex Field. So the Queenslander looking good to book the first ticket through to the under-21 women's single scull final. Second, third and fourth look like they're also in a good position. You can just see Alice McCready over there in lane 2 from Sydney University. She's probably sitting closest to them. So too is Team Hong Kong's Ji Lu. So we'll get those 1500 metre time checks. Hannah Johansson, 6:06:06. That's one for the stats.
It certainly is.
I love that. Lucy Yabsley in second, Ella Welsh, Lily Barker. So look at this. Alice McCready has closed that gap to 0.39. So that is well within striking distance.
So Alice is, I think she's actually Alice McCready, and she is doing a pair with Alice Reedy. Because I've always called her Alice McCready as well.
Well, I rode with, yeah, she is Newcastle. I rode with her dad, and he's never corrected me, so I'll make sure.
You're going to stay with McCready.
I am,
right.
unless I get a text from Dave and he says he's been saying it wrong all this time.
Well,
so
I wonder if they're just having a laff with me. When I saw them in the pair together, I was like, this is a commentator's nightmare.
Yeah, she came through the program at Newcastle Grammar and now at Sydney University. So that's the spot that is up for grabs. The red suitie there of Tasmania University. That's Lily Barker. She is sitting right on the cusp here as they come into the last 250 metres. So you feel like it's going to be between Alice McCready, who is on this near side of the course in lane 2, and over in lane 6, Tasmania University. But these two are pretty comfortable. Toowong and Sydney Rowing Club, Johansson and Yabsley, they're sitting comfortably out of the battle. And then over there on that far side, you can see Ella Welsh from Uni of Queensland. She's in lane 7, also in a really good position. But here they come into the last 200 metres.
Go, Alice.
So Sydney University versus Tasmania University, all the way to the line here. You can see there is nothing separating them for the final spot in what is semi-final 1 of the under-21 women's single scull. Only 4 spots in this semi-final. In the final, which is coming up tomorrow. So you can see Johansson has kept herself out of trouble from Toowong Rowing Club. She's sitting there in first place. Alice McCready's giving it absolutely everything. It is a drag race down to the line. Sydney and Uni of Queensland are booking their spots, but I think it's just going to be Tasmania University. And Lily Barker holds on, just edges out that margin to 0.95, but Alice McCready gave it absolutely everything. Just misses a spot in the final. Ji Lu also misses in 6th from Team Hong Kong. Constantina Kafasas from Yarra Yarra in 7th. And Stella Benson from Corio Bay in 8th place.
So the 4 progressing through to the A final will be Hannah Johansson from Toowong, Lucy Yabsley from Sydney Rowing Club, Ella Welsh from University of Queensland Boat. Divisional finishing.
Well, that one is going to be very interesting to watch unfold, and Stuart Johns joined me in the commentary box. Stuart, looks like a beautiful morning. It was a little bit wet this morning, especially where I was staying, but it's cleared off, and yeah, it's turned into an overcast but nice morning on the water.
Look, it's beautiful conditions, and it's really shown up with the rowing that we've had earlier this morning in the under-17s, the under-19s. There's been some fantastic racing. We've been watching it from just down here near the finish tower, and some of the finishes have been absolutely fantastic. The conditions are lending themselves, I think, to really being able to sprint down to the line, and I reckon we're going to have another sprint down towards the line here with the top 4 going through to the final of the under-21 women's single sculls. Sina Metzger from Swan River Rowing Club sitting in first place, Courtney Davis from Surfers Paradise in second, Emma Johnson from Tamar in third, and then Felicity Cox from Adelaide University in fourth place. So a lovely geographic spread of our first through fourth, and then Nadia Smith from Sandy Bay, Lara Collinley from Swan River, and Emma O'Neill from Swan River just a ways out, as is Gabrielle Simcox from Mercantile Rowing Club. So 3 seconds between Felicity Cox from Adelaide University and Nadia Smith from Sandy Bay here in Tasmania. So our top 4 just starting to extend themselves out a little bit. And, well, it'll be a big sprint from Nadia Smith if she is to try and overturn that gap to try and get into those qualification positions. But I think, Ben, the conditions here at the moment set themselves up for that kind of a sprint.
Yeah, they do, and Nadia Smith would know this course better than most, being a Tasmanian. So 3.36 seconds she was off that qualification spot for the final. So she's in lane 7, so she's one boat in from that right-hand side of your picture. So it just gives you an indication how far she is away from that qualification spot. So we're just riding there with Surfers Paradise's Courtney Davis. She's looking in a very good position at the moment as they travel into the last 100 metres. So that spot over in lane 7, the one to keep an eye out for in Nadia Smith from Sandy Bay Rowing Club. Can she get herself in towards the top 4? There's also a move coming here at the back end of the race from the middle of the course, and that's the Tamar Zudi of Emma Johnson. And she's going to have to move because she can see her fellow Tasmanian getting that rating up. Nadia Smith on the far side of the course. That means that Felicity Cox from Adelaide Uni also has to get herself moving, but I think they all have done enough. So the top 4, as it was throughout this race, are going to qualify. Courtney Davis, Sina Metzger, Felicity Cox and Emma Johnson. So Nadia Smith, it ends up being 1.63. So just goes to what you're saying there, Stuart. She pulled back 2 seconds over that last 500 metres. I know you could argue that Scullers in sort of third and fourth may have turned it back a notch, but it does give you the indication that you're not quite safe with sort of 2, 3, maybe even 4 seconds as we move through these semi-finals in the singles.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's realistically, you know, you've got to, if you're sitting in 5th place, you've got nothing to lose. It's a semi-final. There is no tomorrow unless you finish in that top 4. So the rowers going through to the final of the under-21 women's single sculls will be Courtney Davis from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Sina Metzger from Swan River Rowing Club, Felicity Cox from Adelaide University, and Emma Johnson from the Tamar Rowing Club. Eliminated from the event in 5th place was Nadia Smith from Sandy Bay, Emma O'Neill from Swan River, Lara Connolly from Swan River, and Gabrielle Simcox from Mercantile.
So semi-final number 1, under-21 men's single scull. So in lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Dylan Outram, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. Lane 2, UTS Haberfield, Zach Neal, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargreaves. In lane 3, Mossman Rowing Club's Harry Coddington, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Josh Hewitt. WA Rowing Club's Lucas Kadachi in lane 4. Adelaide's Igor Zarubin in lane 5, coached by Katie Healy. Ned Joyce from Corio Bay in lane 6, coached by Dick Garrard. In lane 7, Canberra with the ACT. Angus Scott, coached by Tom Westgarth. He's from Canberra Rowing Club. And in lane 8, Dylan Lee from Leichhardt, coached by Isaac Shepherd. And you can see there, Stuart, through that first 1K time check, halfway through this one, it's very, very tight for 4th and 5th. Igor Zarubin less than half a second from those qualification spots.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say that the rowers in first, second and third are particularly safe at the moment either. So as they come up towards the 1500 metre timing point, you can see it's almost 3 abreast as they go across that timing point. So Harry Coddington from Mossman leading out Lucas Kadachi from the West Australian Rowing Club. Igor Zarubin back in third. It's less than a second between first and third. Fourth place from UTS Haberfield, Zachary Neal, and then a quarter of a second behind him is Angus Scott from Canberra Rowing Club. Ned Joyce, he's just under 5 seconds back in sixth place, and then Dylan Outram from Canberra Rowing Club and Dylan Lee from Leichhardt. So it's well and truly the battle on there. Firstly at the front between Coddington, Kadachi and Zarubin. You can see them on the screen at the moment. You've got the bright red blades of the Mossman Rowing Club. Next door to them, you've got the bright red Zooty of the West Australian Rowing Club, and then the bright red boat of Igor Zarubin from the Adelaide Rowing Club. So they're our 1, 2 and 3. Flanking them on either side, Angus Scott from Canberra Rowing Club, lane number 7. Zachary Neal from UTS Haberfield in lane number 2. So different bits of red in our lead at the moment. It's certainly the battle for 1, 2 and 3 is well and truly on, and then the battle for 4th and 5th. Who is going to take those final qualification positions?
Well, Stuart, how good is this? I reckon there's 5 boats, maybe even more, all coming for these final 4 spots. So what a finish this is going to be into the dark red boys.
And it's the dark red boat that takes the lead. Igor Zarubin from the Adelaide Rowing Club. He's moved ahead, and I think Lucas Kadachi from the West Australian Rowing Club is going to have to put the jets on soon, because Angus Scott from Canberra Rowing Club, he's moved up into second place after sitting in 5th at the 1500 metres. The push comes on now from Kadachi and Coddington. We've got Zachary Neal from UTS just dropping off. It's going to be a win for Igor Zarubin, and then right across the field we've got Kadachi of the West Australian Rowing Club, Scott of Canberra Rowing Club, and Coddington of Mossman Rowing Club finishing just ahead of Zachary Neal of UTS. It just looked like he might just have completely emptied the tank towards the end there. Coming through in behind him will be Ned Joyce of Corio Bay, Dylan Lee of Leichhardt, and Dylan Outram of Canberra Rowing Club. Great racing right towards the end. Only a second between Harry Coddington in 4th and Zachary Neal in 5th.
Yeah, Zach Neal, he was giving it the beans there at the back end, absolutely going for it. And he looked pretty fatigued at the back end, but I think he would probably be wondering if I went a little bit earlier, it may have been a different story, because that sprint was something special. In the end, it's 1.22 the difference. So Igor Zarubin, Lucas Kadachi, Angus Scott and Harry Coddington all through. Neal, Joyce, Lee and Outram, they all miss out. Okay, semi-final number 2, Stuart. If it's anything to go by that first one, look at this. We're in for an absolute cracker, and it looks very, very tight as we near the halfway point.
Absolutely. So in lane number 1 from Adelaide Rowing Club, we have Alex Lee, coached by Katie Healy. Lane 2 from Melbourne University, Charlie White, coached by James Rook and Liam O'Leary. Lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Frederick Atkins, coached by Randall Martin, Lachlan Johnston. Lane 4, Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile Rowing Club, coached by Ed Ryan, Scott Rowe. Thomas Stevens from the University of Queensland, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. Lane 6, West Australian Rowing Club's Tom Jones, coached by Jack O'Dea and John Gearing. Robert Olivier from UTS Haberfield, coached by Matthias Ungermack and Jack Hargraves. He's in lane 7. And then lane 8 from Canberra Rowing Club, Ben Haywood, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. We've got a bit more of a defined leader in this one here, Ben, with Joe Lee Conway of Mercantile Rowing Club out in front. But then we've got 4 rowers across the field going for 3 spots in the final.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one, because you can see here Charlie White from Melbourne Uni. I was having a look at the heat results for this one, and in his heat he went out like a shot, and he was sitting pretty comfortably in the qualification spots and then just narrowly missed out, so he had to go through the repercharge. So he's probably got that little bit more fatigue in the legs. He was sitting there 0.86 off Robert Olivier from UTS at the halfway point, but does he have enough at the back end to pull himself into the final? Because definitely based on that speed, he's capable, but has he got the energy here at the back end? It would be something special, because it looks to be about a boat length he's going to have to pull back on those boys just to his bow side. Frederick Atkins from the University of Queensland, and then Thomas Stevens, also from the University of Queensland. So it's the two Queenslanders sitting in second and third at the 1K as we get these 1,500 metre splits, and Joe Lee Conway, he's sitting very comfortably at the moment, and this is a great position to be in a semi-final because you just think he can conserve a bit of energy.
Yeah, Robert Olivier sitting in second place, then Fred Atkins a second behind, Thomas Stevens another second behind, Charlie White less than a second behind, and don't count out Tom Jones from the West Australian Rowing Club. He is about 3 seconds back from fourth place at the moment. You can see him third from the right on your screen at the moment. It's about a bit over a boat length that he needs to make up to try and push through. But again, the conditions, they're set up for a sprint. You've just got to be able to time it. And I reckon once they get into those red boys, Ben, they are all going to put the hammer down. But Joe Lee Conway from the Mercantile Rowing Club looking comfortable out in front, but just getting a bit close to those boys.
Well, look at Charlie White as well. He looks to have moved up. I don't think that's an optical illusion. I think he has moved up on Thomas Stevens from the Uni of Queensland, who has maybe dropped back just a touch. I think they are neck and neck heading into the last section of this race. You could almost say the top two spots are pretty much sealed away. Robert Olivier from UTS Haberfield, also Mercantile's Joe Lee Conway. I reckon he's just turned off the gas a little bit, but he might have to turn it back on here because the rising tide lifts all boats with this sprint inside the last 200 metres. So it is all up for grabs. Look who's coming into it as well. You did not write him off, Stuart. Tom Jones from WA Rowing Club. I reckon he may well snatch something here. He may well snatch it right from the jaws of defeat. He is producing something special in the last 250 metres. So it's Mercantile and UTS, the first two definitely through. Uni of Queensland also in a great position, and that is Frederick Atkins. But here comes WA Rowing Club like an absolute freight train at the back end of this race. That is so impressive from Tom Jones. He has snatched a qualification spot from nowhere in the final. Charlie White remains in fifth. Tom Stevens back to sixth. And in seventh place will be Canberra Rowing Club. And in eighth place, Alex Lee from Adelaide. Well, Stuart, you've been foreshadowing it throughout our little session on commentary. The back end of the race, the sprint, if you get the timing right, you can really make a move. And Tom Jones has just executed the most perfect sprint finish.
It was fantastic. If he looks back at, most rowers do, you look back at your race. When you're looking back at that one, you'd be really, really proud of that. It was about 3 seconds back from, he was sitting in sixth, 3 seconds back at the 1,500 metres, able to put the sprint on. Confirmation then of our results in the semi-final number 2 of the men's under-21 single sculls. Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile finishing in first place, Robert Olivier of UTS Haberfield in second, Frederick Atkins of the University of Queensland in third, and Tom Jones of the West Australian Rowing Club back in fourth place. Those 4 scullers going through to the final.
Okey-doke. Well, let's move on to the under-21 men's coxless pair. We'll get back to the single racing in just a second. We've got some sweep racing for the moment. So semi-final number 1. And in lane 1, it's Adelaide University, Adelaide Composite, Ren Anderson from Adelaide, Pat Keenan from Adelaide Uni, coached by Katie Healy. Sydney University in 2, Matthew Coleman and Henry Slatter, coached by Simon Huxley and Robert Black. In lane 3, Sydney University, Finlay Mitchell and Sam Basher, coached by Simon Huxley and Robert Black. In lane 4, it's Sydney Rowing Club, Ferdinand Hanlieb and Edward Hickey, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. In lane 5, Mercantile's Eric Wiseman and Luke Valelli, coached by Ed Ryan and Scott Rowe. Mercantile in lane 6, Maxwell Finlay and Fletcher Douglas, coached by Ed Ryan and Scott Rowe. In lane 7, Uni of Queensland, Jez Pinney and Tom Riddell, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. And Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8, Henry Pursehouse and James Bell, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson.
And not a lot to pick between these rowers through the 1,000 metres. It was Sydney University, Coleman and Slatter ahead of Finlay and Douglas from Mercantile, Hanlieb and Leckie of Sydney in third, and then Sydney University's Mitchell and Basher in fourth, then Sydney's Pursehouse and Bell in fifth. So we're just coming up towards the 1,500 metre timing point, And again, you can see here that there is not a lot to pick between all of our rowers. So it does look to be the crew from Sydney Rowing Club. That's Handleib and Leckie ahead of Mercantiles, Finlay and Douglas. Coleman and Slatter of Sydney University in third. Basher and Mitchell of Sydney University in fourth. Don't count out Pursehouse and Bell of Sydney Rowing Club, or Wiseman and Vallely of Mercantile. Maybe just a bit too far to make up, bit over 5 seconds there between 6th and 4th. Penny and Riddell of the University of Queensland sitting in 7th, and then Anderson and Keenan of Adelaide University and Adelaide back in 8th place. So with the sweep boats, unsurprising to see some of the biggest names and the biggest clubs in Australian rowing represented. Sydney, Mercantile, Sydney University, all 3 clubs trying to get crews through to the final of the men's under-21 pairs.
Yeah, and you were saying, Stuart, 4.5 seconds. We were talking about in the singles. You reckon that margin can be pulled back in a single, but in a pair, it's going to prove very, very difficult. But you can see Sydney Rowing Club sitting there in first place, Handleib and Leckie, and then Finlay and Douglas. So they're in those top 2 spots at the moment. Then you've got over on the far side of the course, Pursehouse and Bell from Sydney. They were in 5th place at the 1,500 metres. They have moved up. I reckon it's 5 into 4 here, and my maths tells me, Stuart, that doesn't work out.
It does not work out. So it is the 2 Sydney University crews that are battling it out for that 4th place. In fact, the Sydney University crew of Mitchell and Basher will want to be getting ahead of Pursehouse and Bell from Sydney Rowing Club over on the far side of the course. So it's Sydney, Handleib and Leckie ahead of Mercantile, ahead of Mercantile, Finlay and Douglas as they come up now towards the line. Just a few crews getting a little bit close towards the boys. It's going to be the sprint on for 4th and 3rd and 4th place. It's going to be Sydney, Mercantile, Sydney University, and I think the 2nd Sydney University crew just ahead of Sydney. We'll wait for the final confirmation there. It says a second. I don't know that it was quite that much, but Mercantile sitting in 6th place, so just out of the running there. That was Wiseman and Vallely, and then in behind them we've got the University of Queensland, Penny and Riddell, and then Adelaide University, Anderson and Keenan. So Sydney Rowing Club, Ferdinand Handleib and Edward Leckie finishing just under a second ahead of Mercantiles, Maxwell Finlay and Fletcher Douglas. 3rd place, Sydney University. That was Matthew Coleman, Henry Slatter. Finlay Mitchell, Samuel Basher rode right through to the end there, just able to nip past Sydney Rowing Club's Henry Pursehouse and James Bell. We've been on for about 3 races so far, Ben, and every single one of them has had a sprint towards the line to try and get through.
Well, don't you love semi-final racing? It just brings the chrome right to the top, and you have to go for it. As you said, there are no tomorrows in this event. If you don't make it into that top 4, well, there is a B final, but of course you much prefer to be in the A final in this particular event, the under-21 men's coxless pair, and here's semi-final number 2.
In lane number 1, we've got the University of Queensland and Nudgee College, Dash Withnell and Oliver Wright. Lane 2 from Rockhampton, Fitzroy, Nicholas Thompson and Harry Brandt. Lane 3 from Fremantle and Swan River, Blair Parnell and Liam Davis. Lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Max Mason and Oliver Edwards. Lane 5, Sydney University's Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett. Lane 6, Sydney University's Monty Salabank and Samuel Stewart. Lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Harrison Thomas and Conrad Scott. And Lane 8, Mercantile Rowing Club's Joe Collingwood and Harry Pollock. We don't have the timings up on the screen at the moment, but certainly, as you'd expect, Sydney Rowing Club and Sweep, it seems to go together like peas and carrots.
Well, you can see they're sitting there. First place, 3:25.35. Fremantle, Swan River in 2nd, Sydney in 3rd, Sydney Uni in 4th. Uni of Queensland in 5th place, Mercantile at the halfway point, 2.66 further back. And it's only at the halfway point, so more than enough time for them to pull back that kind of margin. But yeah, Sydney Uni, so what have they got? They've already got 2 crews through the final. Sydney have got 1, and they're looking to have another couple of crews. Could be a Sydney Uni dominated final of the under-21 men's coxless pair.
Certainly putting the effort in at the moment. So that's Garnett and Corbett. You can see on the middle of the screen. Off to their left-hand side, the 2nd Sydney University crew, Salabank and Stewart. And you can see Mason and Edwards from Sydney Rowing Club off on the right. This will give us a really good idea And once again, I think, Ben, we're going to see it where it's about 5 trying to go into 4. Certainly Sydney University, that looks to be Garnett and Corbett, who have the lead at the moment as they cross over the 1,500 metre timing point. It is Sydney and then Fremantle and Swan River sitting in second and third, less than a second between them. And then Sydney University and the University of Queensland. Well, how much does that rivalry go on between New South Wales and Queensland? So they're sitting in 4th and 5th places. And then a little bit behind them, we've got the Rockhampton Fitzroy crew in lane number 2, the University of Queensland and Nudgee College crew in lane number 1, as well as the Mercantile crew over in lane number 8. So Sydney University holding on to that lead, but I reckon those 4 crews either side of them, so 2 crews to the left, 2 crews to the right, who is going to come away with a spot in the A final?
Yeah, I think that Sydney University crew that just over on that far side of the course, Salabank and Stewart, they're the crew in lane 6. They're in a little bit of strife at the moment. You can just see them sitting off the Uni of Queensland crew, Thomas and Scott. You feel like it's between those two, but they have just lifted it, and you can see all of a sudden the gap is closing. But that crew out in front from Sydney, they're pretty comfortably, Sydney University as well. So Garnett and Corbett. So there is the battle you can see involving Harrison Thomas and Conrad Scott from the Uni of Queensland and also Sydney University. So they are right next to each other. They know exactly what they've got to do. The Fremantle Composite and the Sydney Composite, they should be safe. So too Sydney University out in front, Garnett and Corbett. But it's Salabank and Stewart who are in the elimination spot at the moment, and I reckon it's going to be a bridge too far as they enter the last 50 metres because Uni of Queensland have just pulled away from them. So it's going to be not quite comfortable, but a little bit easier than what they would have expected going to the last 250 metres for Uni of Queensland, because Sydney Uni were really coming for them. And in the end, it is the Queenslanders who snatch that final spot. So Sydney University, Garnett and Corbett go through with that Fremantle Swan River Composite. So the West Australians, Parnell and Davis. Sydney Rowing Clubs, Mason and Edwards also through, and Uni of Queensland, Thomas and Scott. So Sydney Uni, Mercantile, Rockhampton Fitzroy and Uni of Queensland, St Joseph's Nudgee Composite missing out on the final.
Great racing there so far. It is a cracking morning here on day 3 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships as we move on to semi-final number 1 of the women's under-23 single sculls. Lane 1 from Buckingham Rowing Club, Alana Edwards. Lane 2 from Mossman Rowing Club, Zoe Bond. Lane 3 from Adelaide University, Carolyn McNally. Lane 4, Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland. Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club's Liesl Page. Lane 6, Gemma Jansen Van Buren of the Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. Lane 7, the West Australian Rowing Club's Imogen Hubbard. And Lane 8, Brooklyn Leslie from the Australian National University. That is everyone except for Victoria represented in this semi-final.
Yeah, that's a good quick analysis there. You got Tassie, New South Wales, South Australia, Queensland, WA, ACT. Yeah, it is a very wide-ranging field.
A few Victorians in the second semi-final, so
yeah,
we just needed that one. We just needed that one extra to get the complete. I wonder if we've had any yet that have had all 7 states and territories represented.
Now that'd be a question for a statistician. That would be a question. I know our statistician that works on the on Australian football. He would be able to pull that out. Some of the things he can pull out. But I know it's hard. You need a spreadsheet and very quick analysis. But I'm sure it's happened at some point.
We're just having a look on the screen at the moment. It's Eliza Bridgefoot through the 1,000 metres. Carolyn McNally sitting in second place. Have a look across this field. So Liesl Page is sitting in third place from Sydney Rowing Club, and then going for one qualification position, we've got Zoe Bond from Mossman, Gemma Jansen Van Buren of Surfers Paradise, Imogen Hubbard of the West Australian Rowing Club, Alana Edwards of Buckingham, and Brooklyn Leslie of the Australian National University. A quick maths there, it's only about 3 seconds between 4th and 8th as they come in now to the final stages. We're just starting to see, you can see there the Sydney Sculler, Liesl Page, and then Gemma Janssen Van Buren next to her, Imogen Hubbard in the red zooties. So both of them in those red zooties. Brooklyn Leslie from the Australian National University, not out of the running at the moment, but she does have a fair way to go now as they come in towards the, you can see that lonely hut up on the left-hand side. And this is proving to be an absolute treat. Alana Edwards from Buckingham Rowing Club, the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. She's on the left-hand side, closest to the grandstand, and I reckon there'll be plenty of cheers if she starts to put the sprint on in the last 250 metres. Zoe Bond next to her in the red oars and the red stripes of the Mossman Rowing Club, all battling it out for that final spot. The only thing that you could say with any sort of definity, I guess, is that Eliza Bridgefoot of the University of Queensland is the best place to qualify for the final as they come through the 1500.
She can just start to turn it off a little bit, can't she? Because this is a big advantage. I know you don't want to get caught up in the sprint finish, but look at this. She's done a lot of hard work through that third 500 and boosted that out to a 7-second advantage. Liesl Page in third, McNally in second, and Zoe Bond in fourth place. But Alana Edwards from Tasmania, can she get the home support, getting a home? So she's closest to the bank on this near side from Buckingham and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. And she's trying to pull back on Zoe Bond, who's right alongside her from Mossman. So that is the battle we're keeping a close eye on. There's also Imogen Hubbard from WA Rowing Club's also starting to come into the reckoning as well. So those three spots, I tell you what, Zoe Bond from Mossman, she's going to have to get a wriggle on here because Hubbard has moved up and she's got Alana Edwards alongside her for that final qualification spot. And they're nearing the last 250 metres. So there's the top three. Very comfortable for Liesl Page, Eliza Bridgefoot, Carolyn McNally at the moment. They can all start to just conserve a little bit of energy, but it's on here. It's on Stuart for fourth spot.
Well and truly on. Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland, our race leader. She's not letting up though. She's making sure she goes right through to the finish. Carolyn McNally, she is the South Australian Women's Single Scull Champion for 2026, and she's going to go through to the final as things stand. Next to her, Liesl Page of the Sydney Rowing Club in third place. Zoe Bond, she's a former Australian junior representative. She's started to put the sprint on, getting ahead of Imogen Hubbard of the West Australian Rowing Club. We get confirmation now, Eliza Bridgefoot, she'll take the win. It goes through to the final of the women's under-23s. Second place, the South Australian champion, Carolyn McNally, finishing a boat length ahead of Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club. Zoe Bond, the former junior representative, it will go through in fourth place. Just able to hold on and really put that push on exactly when it was needed. There was a nice battle going on the far side. Imogen Hubbard from the West Australian Rowing Club finishing just ahead of Gemma Janssen Van Buren of Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. We also had in there the Alana Edwards, finishing in fifth place from Buckingham Rowing Club, and then Brooklyn Leslie from the Australian National University back in eighth place. So a win for Eliza Bridgefoot. She's joined in the final by Carolyn McNally, Liesl Page and Zoe Bond.
So under 23 women's single, semi-final number 2, Ella Smith from Pine Rivers in lane 1, coached by Glenn Smith. Olivia Yeats from Tasmania University and the TIS in lane 2. Zara Kafuri from Mercantile in 3. From Mercantile, as I said, Sarah Burke from Uni of Queensland in 4, Lachlan Johnston and Randall Martin. Her coaches, Sophie Malcolm from Centenary out of the Queensland Academy of Sport in lane 5. Georgia Campbell in lane 6 from Mercantile. Her coach is Scott Rowe in lane 7. Melbourne University's Jacinta Caruso. And in lane 8, Tamar's Ashley Cherry, coached by Andrew Hull. So you could see here on the picture, Pine Rivers and Tamar on opposite sides of the course. Probably out of it at the moment, and well, Stuart, this is probably as clear as it's been at the 1K mark in any of the races we've had since we've come on to commentary, because it is those middle 4 who are doing the business at the moment. That is Kafuri, Burke, Malcolm and Campbell. So Mercantile, Centenary, Uni of Queensland and Mercantile. The four scullers there. Probably closest to them is that Tasmania University, Olivia Yeats. That's the one to watch because Georgia Campbell from Mercantile is probably furthest back of that top four. Is anything going to turn around though in the last 750 metres? You would think it would be hard to see something turning around, but you never do know because we've seen margins pull back. What was the gap at the... to be fair, the gap at the 1K was only 1.25, so it probably looks a little bit bigger on the drone shot there, or maybe it's just increased slightly since that 1K split time.
Now this is, I think, going to be a preview of the final because at the New South Wales Championships back in February, first place Sophie Malcolm, second place Sarah Burke, third place Zara Kafuri, fourth place Georgia Campbell. So our top four here with the top four at the New South Wales Championships, and you would expect them to be near the top, although obviously our heat winner Liza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland will be hoping to have something to say about that. We can see them through the 1500 metres. It is that New South Wales champion Sophie Malcolm ahead of Zara Kafuri, Sarah Burke and Georgia Campbell. So that's our 1, 2, 3 and 4. Olivia Yates sitting 6 seconds back in 5th place. And then it is a little ways back then to Jacinta Caruso of Melbourne University, Ella Smith of the Pine Rivers Rowing Club, and also of the Brisbane Bears and Gold Coast Suns AFLW teams as well. So very talented sports person, and but is a little ways off the pace here, and what is an extremely talented field of scullers.
Yeah, well, you can see there the top four separating themselves from the rest of the field. Looks as though there's no way back for the likes of Yeats, Caruso, Cherry and Smith, who are sitting in the bottom four spots as it stands right now. And keep an eye on, as Stuart said, these top four in the final tomorrow. Of course, Elijah Bridgefoot was impressive in that first semi-final. These four performed so well at the New South Wales State Championships, and we know how highly regarded those championships are in the lead up to Nationals. But to be fair, the ACT Championships had some pretty strong rowers attending this year as well, Stuart. So
they had the men's national training centre there. It's and Kara Grishkoviak ended up winning the women's single sculls, the former Australian representative back in 2019.
So here they come into the last 100 metres, and we've got Sophie Malcolm from Centenary out of the Queensland Academy of Sport as well, sitting there in first place. Mercantile in second. Zara Kafuri sitting there in second place. Sarah Burke from Uni of Queensland in third. And then in fourth place is Georgia Campbell from Mercantile. So she's put herself in a really comfortable position as Georgia Campbell away from the chasing pack. And it will be those top four who have dominated this second semi-final. As comfortable as it gets, you'd probably say, for those top four. Through to the final of the under-23 women's single scull. Olivia Yeats from Tasmania University in the TIS misses out in 5th place. 6th place will go the way of Jacinta Caruso from Melbourne University. Ella Smith from Pine Rivers in 7th, and Ashley Cherry from Tamar in 8th spot. So those bottom four miss out on the final, and they will race in the B final.
So the top four in that race: Sophie Malcolm from Centenary, Zara Kafuri from Mercantile, Sarah Burke from the University of Queensland, and Georgia Campbell from Mercantile, all going through to the A final of the women's under-23 single sculls as we head back down the course. And it's the men's under-23 single sculls, and what a great race this is already turning out to be. Lane 1 from Adelaide University, Jude Shermer. Lane 2, the University of Queensland's Mitchell Owen. Lane 3, Adam Holland from Sydney University. Lane 4, the South Australian champion Oliver Evans-Wood from Adelaide University. Lane 5, Max Curry from Hawthorn Rowing Club. Lane 6, Darcy James from Canberra Rowing Club. Lane 7, Mitchell McGeever from the University of Queensland. Lane 8, West Australian Rowing Club, Joshua Hankey. No Tasmanians though. I was getting excited. We could have had all 7 states and territories.
Not quite, and there's no Tasmanian in this, in either of these semi-finals. Under 23 men's single scull. Oliver Evans-Wood, I think he did about a 7:09 in the heat It was a pretty impressive performance, as you said, the South Australian champion. So he's currently sitting in second spot at the moment. Mitch McGeever there from Uni of Queensland sitting in fourth place. He was a silver medalist last year in the club double, so he really stepped on this season, stepping up to the under-23 men's single. Max Curry from Hawthorn in first place. Adam Holland from Sydney University sitting there in third. So here's a good look at what's going to happen heading into the last 500 metres. Those top three just starting to separate themselves. Holland, Evans, Wood and Curry. McGeever, he's on the edge there. Darcy James from Canberra. He is in lane 6, so McGeever and James for that final spot. Mitch Owen, he's not out of it either from the Uni of Queensland. He's only 0.33 further back. So I'm thinking, Stuart, you'd probably say that it's 3 for that final spot. But I tell you what, he's just starting to lift here, Mitch McGeever. He is almost clearing away now from the chasing field. Darcy James has got to do a lot of work now. So too does Mitch Owen. This is an impressive little push from Mitch McGeever out of the Uni of Queensland.
It's closing up now. So our 3 leading scullers, Adam Holland, Oliver Evan-Woods and Max Curry. Holland was the New South Wales champion. Evans-Wood was second in this event at the New South Wales Championships. Those 3 rowers have managed to keep themselves out in front. But as you say there, Ben, Mitch McGeever from the University of Queensland, he started to push up, and now we're seeing the push come as well from Darcy James of the Canberra Rowing Club. He is probably the only rower that can get within striking distance over this last 200 metres or so. Across the field, though, it is still Adam Holland, Oliver Evan-Woods and Max Curry. It is anyone's guess as to who's going to come away with the win here. Darcy James now has started to put the push on, but Mitch McGeever is absolutely flying and just about level with our leading 3 scullers. It is a fantastic race. James is pushing and pushing hard, but he might just run out of course in that race for the final spot, or is McGeever just going to run out of puff right towards the end? It's Curry from Hawthorn and Holland having a look out to his left-hand side. It's going to be Adam Holland just ahead of Max Curry. Oliver Evan-Woods in third place, and I think Darcy James might just have got it. Mitch McGeever was in fourth place for most of that last 500 metres, but I think Darcy James by about a bow ball will wait on the final confirmation. In behind him, we've got we've got Mitchell Owen from the University of Queensland finishing in there, and then back a little bit further, we've got Joshua Handke from the West Australian Rowing Club and Jude Shermer from Adelaide University. We'll wait on the final confirmation there of the results, but my word, that was a sprint there from Darcy James of Canberra Rowing Club. Mitch McGeever went early. He went at the 500 and not at the 250, and I just wonder whether or not the tank hit empty with about 50 metres to go.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stuart. He put in a really good push, and you thought, well, maybe he's done enough here. But Darcy James, he did not care for the distance. He was not looking at all. He was just focused on trying to maximise his speed. And in the end, it was just incredible how much he was gaining on Mitch McGeever every stroke. So that split, 0.13, it ends the difference between James and McGeever. Darcy James going through. It was incredible. He was just picking off at least half a metre almost every stroke, and then it just right in the nick of time, the line appeared, and he got his bow ball in front, and he is going through to the final. And that's a heartbreaker for Mitch McGeever, because he raced that almost perfectly. Just that back end of the race. Sometimes you just can't do much when someone's got a sprint like that. It was a finish and a half from Darcy James. Alrighty, well, that's the first semi-final town. Let's get to the second one. James Robson from ANU in the ACT in lane 1, coached by Tom Westgarth. Tobias Elias from Mossman in lane 2, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Josh Hewitt. Alexander Williams from Adelaide Uni in 3. Oscar Baragi from UTS in lane 4, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves. Lane 5, Jasper Boyce from Adelaide Uni. Lane 6, WA Rowing Club and the WA Institute of Sport, Lachlan Brown. Lane 7, Jack Power from UTS Haberfield, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves. And in lane 8, Mossman with N-Swiss is Oscar Shield-Gamble, coached by Alpha Young, Rowena Meredith. and Joshua Hewitt. Okay, through the 1K, Boyce in front, Elias and Power battling it out for the final spot.
I'm just looking at this drone footage here, and I tell you what, that's probably only Oscar Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club that I'd say is definitively out of it. James Robson on the left-hand side, he's got a lot to do if he's to make up that ground over the last 500 metres or so. But then have a look at this right across the middle. Tobias Elias in the yellow Empacker and the red oars on your left-hand side. Then next to him, Alexander Williams, Adelaide University, Oscar Baragi, UTS, Jasper Boyce, Adelaide University, Lachlan Brown, West Australian Rowing Club, and Jack Power, UTS. Let's have a look at these splits, and I think, Ben, they are going to show nothing in between them. Boyce, Williams, Elias, Baragi, Brown, Power, Robson. It's all on. It's going to be another fantastic finish here. It's semi-final number 2 of the men's under-23 single sculls, and you can see there 5 rowers right across the line. It looks like Jack Power from UTS might just be dropping a little ways off the pace. You can see him there in the black, white and teal of the UTS Haberfield Club. On his right-hand side in the red Zudi, it's the West Australian Rowing Club's Lachlan Brown. 5 rowers across the top. They're coming into the last 250 metres. You can see there Jasper Boyce of Adelaide University, and then next to him Oscar Baragi of UTS Haberfield. It's still anyone's guess. 250 metres left to go. Ben, not going to tip this.
Well,
no one is safe.
Well, it did look like Power was just fading there, but and he is a little off the pace. So you could probably rule him out at the moment. So it's just 5 boats in it, and they're right through the middle of the course. So Brown, Boyce, Baragi, Williams, and Elias. It's those 5 for the final 4 spots in the semi-final. And you can see probably it's the middle of the course. It's Baragi who's currently in the elimination spot at the moment, unless he can produce something special in this last 100 metres. But who is going to deny him after what we've already seen so far? Tobias Elias from Mossman in that yellow boat. He's in a good position. So too Boyce and Williams from Adelaide University. WA Rowing Club's Lachlan Brown as well. They're starting to pull away. And in the end, it was building up for a good finish. But Baragi, he just could not go with them. And it's those top 4 who are going through. So the 2 UTS scullers are going to miss out. Power comes home strong, but he will also miss out. And then it will be ANU's James Robson and Oscar Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club who miss out on the A final. So what a cracking race that was. And that's what happens in those kind of races. Temperature gets turned up. Can you go with them? And in the end, it was just, now I think there may have been maybe a mistake there. So if you're a Lachlan Brown fan and you're looking at the big screen, do not worry, he is going through. He came in 4th. There's been a double time check on Jasper Boyce. So just confirming that. Boyce, Brown, Williams, Elias, the scullers through to the final in the under-23 men's single.
This has been amazing racing. And this is day 3. We've still got the finals to come up tomorrow. Cannot wait for the final of the men's under-23 single sculls. That's going to be on tomorrow morning. And I think we are in for an absolute treat of a morning. But if that's not good enough, then, well, we've got the Open Women's Single Sculls. It's the first semi-final. Lane number 1 from the Australian National University, Brianna Murray, coached by Nigel Harding. Lane 2, Melbourne University's Eliza Gaffney. Lane 3, Emily Shepherd from Sydney University. Lane 4, Mossman Rowing Club's Tara Rigney. You can see her on the screen at the moment. Lane 5, Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 6, Catherine Kahn from ANU. Lane 7, Kate Oliver from Tasmania University. And Lane 8, Freya Axton from Mercantile Rowing Club. No surprises, and to see Tara Rigney out in front. Grace Cypher, Kate Oliver, Emily Shepherd, and looks to be Catherine Kahn in there as well. I think they've just missed, they've just missed her on the timing point in the middle, and then back a little bit further to Brie Murray, Freya Axton. So it is well and truly on at the moment. You can see there on the screen, Tara Rigney, unsurprising, the multiple world champion bronze medalist in the single sculls. She's leading out from Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. On Tara's left-hand side, you've got Emily Shepherd from Sydney University. Catherine Kahn from the Australian National University. She's sitting back in 4th place. So they are 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. Then you've got Eliza Gaffney on the left-hand side of the screen in lane number 2. And Kate Oliver from Tasmania University. So our top 4 looking reasonably comfortable, and I think that, well, this may be the least surprising result so far of the morning, Ben. Tara Rigney is leading the women's single sculls.
Yeah, there's a reason why she's got a couple of bronze medals in the back pocket from the single sculls at the World Championships, and this is an indication why it's almost 10 seconds the advantage at the 1K. But obviously, there's no doubting her quality, but you also got to think about everyone else in the race knowing that they're racing her, and you wonder mentally how challenging that is, going in and thinking, I'm up against Tara Rigney today. So you're probably thinking, I probably want to sort of sit myself 2nd, 3rd and 4th, not expend too much energy in this semi-final. So Cypher, Oliver and Shepherd are certainly doing that. And then it's tight back to Gaffney with a couple of readings there again. So we'll just get further confirmation here at the 1500. So Rigney through in just under 5:45. Now it's Grace Cypher from Sydney, Shepherd from Sydney University, Kahn from ANU. So that's the top 4. And then Gaffney's 5 seconds further back with 500 to go, Stuart. I've seen it done, 5.5 seconds. I think it was about 6 maybe seconds pulled back. I think that's probably one of the bigger margins, 6 or 7 seconds. But that's going to be a tall order for Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting battle here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So Grace Cypher, she's an under-23 lightweight world champion. That was in 2024 from memory, so she raced in that one. Won the World Championships, originally from Central Queensland, now rowing for Sydney Rowing Club. And she's only very small, so I think she might be one of the few rowers in the park that's actually shorter than I am. So, and that's 5'7" with a pair of Tom Cruise heels on. So it's, but it's no doubting the class of Tara Rigney. And as we mentioned on commentary yesterday, I think she is one of the few people that's given Caroline Florine a bit of a run for her money in an international event in the last 4 years or so. Eliza Gaffney is starting to make a little bit of a move though, so we'll keep an eye out on that one. She's really up that rating as she comes in towards the final stages, so it looks to be Catherine Kahn from the Australian National University that will need to try and make sure that she's not easing off too much and keeping an eye out on that right-hand side. Rigney with the lead now. She's just keeping that rating probably about mid-20s or so, keeping plenty of pressure on. Grace Cypher sitting in 2nd place, and then it is M. Shepherd, Catherine Kahn, Eliza Gaffney, and then across then to Kate Oliver from Tasmania University, Freya Axton from Mercantile, and Brianna Murray from the Australian National University. Tara Rigney for Mossman Rowing Club takes the win. Coming through in 2nd place will be Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. 3rd place will go to M. Shepherd of Sydney University, and then Catherine Kahn from ANU makes her way to the A final in 4th place, and then it will be Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University back in 5th. 6th place will go to Kate Oliver from Tasmania University, and then Freya Axton from Mercantile in 7th, and then Brianna Murray from ANU back in 8th spot. So results largely going as per plan. It gives us a chance to have a deep breath and after some of those races that we've had earlier on. So the first semi-final of the Open Women's Single Sculls, Rigney, Cypher, Shepherd and Kahn all going through to the final.
So semi-final number 2, same story here. Top 4 through, bottom 4 to the B final. Laura Kelly from Swan River in lane 1. Sarah De Ure from Melbourne Uni in 2. Sarah Fard from UTS in lane 3, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 4, Mercantile's Paige Barr. In lane 5, Melbourne Uni's Romy Cantwell. In lane 6, Swan River's Rebecca Pretorius. And in lane 7, ANU's Annika Reardon with Elizabeth Newell from Uni of Queensland in lane number 8. So you can see those top 3 through the middle of the course. They're sitting fairly comfortably at the moment. And you'd probably say on the edge of it. Pretorius, who's in lane 6 from Swan River, And then Sarah De Ure from Melbourne Uni's over there in lane 2. So that's the battle to watch here in this second semi-final of the Open Women's Single.
Yeah, it's 3 across the top there. So Paige Barr, Romy Cantwell and Rebecca Pretorius. Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University. She was the Australian single scull representative after a good performance at the under-23s. Managed to go through. I think she finished 11th overall in the world in Shanghai, and what were a lot different conditions to here. It was about 35 degrees and 1,000% humidity, so people walking around with ice jackets on at about 8 o'clock in the morning. So it is a little bit, it is good to see Romy up there at the moment. Paige Barr from Mercantile Rowing Club also rowing well. And then you look across, Rebecca Pretorius from Swan River Rowing Club sitting just ahead of Sarah De Ure from Melbourne University. So it is Romy Cantwell with that, holding on nicely.
Performed well in the sprint eliminator as well, didn't she? Just a nice little tune-up for the Aussie rowing champs.
And she was a late entry into the sprint eliminator as well, so made it through to the latter stages. So Paige Barr from Mercantile out in front of Melbourne University's Romy Cantwell as we come through the 1,500 metre timing point. You can see there it's about 2.5 seconds, and then back to Sarah Fard from UTS. And then that battle for 4th place is going to be interesting here, Ben. We've got Rebecca Pretorius from the from Swan River sitting just ahead of Sarah De Ure from Melbourne University. Anika Reardon from the Australian National University sitting ahead of Alora Kelly back in 7th place. And then a little bit further back to Elizabeth Newell of the University of Queensland. Anika Reardon, she is actually a local from Tasmania originally and moved up to Canberra to continue with her rowing under Nigel Harding, and that made it through to the Australian lightweight double, was part of the crew that finished 3rd at the final Olympic qualification regatta in 2024 in Lucerne.
And why would you not want to move to Canberra, Stuart? You're the CEO of Tourism Canberra, basically, so you can plug that. I'm not...
You enjoyed your row on Lake Burley Griffin.
I do love Canberra, I do. I'm not just having a little dig, because I know some people have differing views of the nation's capital.
Have you been down for the Viking Club?
I haven't actually, but I need to. Yeah, it's...
Come down for a row in a Raiders game. It's got a lake and the Raiders.
Here's the last 200 metres now. Open women's single scull, and you can see out in front, Paige Barr from Mercantile Rowing Club, Sarah Fard from UTS, Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University. They're occupying those top 3 spots. Oh, there's a problem, I think. Oh no, it's a problem for Rebecca Pretorius from Swan River, who is sitting in 4th spot, and now she's got another problem. She has got tangled up in the buoy line, and that's heartbreaking. That really is, and it allows a smooth passage here for Sarah De Ure, who is going to move into 4th position. And just when the pressure was telling her in the last 200 metres, she just got caught up in that buoy line to Pretorius, so she's going to miss out now. And that means that Sarah De Ure from Melbourne University will join Sarah Fard, Paige Barr and Romy Cantwell in the final. Alrighty. Well, we have got a change in the commentary box. I'm just going to quickly run through this first field in the Open Men's Single Scull Semi, and then we'll hand it over. In this first semi-final, men's open single, Tom Anderson from Sydney Uni, coached by Tom Lorish, is in lane 1. Mercantile's Dom Frederico in lane 2, coached by Scott Rowe. Nick Blackman from Adelaide Uni in lane 3. Sydney, Cormac Kennedy Leverett in lane 4, coached by Tom Westgarth. WA Rowing Club's Alex Rossi is in lane 5. Johnson Daubney from Swan River in 6. Sam Green from UTS, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves in lane 7. And Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Tom Westgarth. This is going to be some cracking racing. I'm going to hand over to Chris McCarthy and Ant DeCosmo.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Stuart, Chris McCarthy and Ant Cosmo with you for the next hour of racing. We're just remarking up here in the commentary box how great the competition has been out here on the waters of Lake Barrington here on semi-finals day of the Australian Rowing Championships. And boy, that is just being reiterated here in front of us in the open men's single scull. What a stacked field here. There were some great heats yesterday afternoon, yesterday morning rather, not yesterday afternoon, and we had the new progression system as well with the time-based progression through to the semi-finals, and now the race is really on out. Today's where it really heats up in the semis. Hey, it's do or die.
Oh, certainly. And I'm just looking out there at the different colours of those boats. Lots of yellow boats and lots of blue boats.
Yep, so the blue boats, the National Training Centre, they're small boats provided courtesy of Sykes Racing down in Geelong. But at the moment, that looks like Cormac Kennedy Leverett in the yellow M-Packer, who is leading that beautiful chevron. It's almost perfectly across in that chevron formation. Obviously, the fastest seated cruise in the centre of the course, and Cormac Kennedy Leverett occupying that position at the moment, leading from Alex Rossi, Nick Blackman, and Johnson Daubney. Three athletes who know each other very well because they were all part of the under-23 quad a couple of years ago that won a bronze medal that was in 2024, so it would have been in Canada, I think it was in 2023 actually, not in 2024, at the Under-23 World Championships. So Cormac Kennedy Leverett leading the three National Training Centre scullers. Sam Green just out of the qualifying spots, or Dom Frederico just out of the qualifying spots in 5th at the moment. Sam Green running in 6th. Alex Wolfe from Sydney in the ACT High Performance Program in 7th, and Tom Anderson from Sydney Uni in 8th. But boy, there is nothing separating these top 5. You can see on the near side of the course there, Dom Frederico from Mercantile Rowing Club, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport, knocking on the door of Nick Blackman from South Australia, and I think it's certainly got a little bit of momentum. And in fact, on the far side of the course there, Alex Rossi and the Johnson Daubney rather in the blue shell on the right hand side of your picture, maybe just falling out of that top 4. So these old crewmates of Dom Frederico and Nick Blackman going stroke for stroke. I think Dom moved down to South Australia for a bit last year to train with Nick Blackman and with the two former lightweights under the guidance of Nick Mitchell, who's now at the National Training Centre. But it's all about Cormac Kennedy Leverett here in the shadow of the finish tower, and he will come through for a Clearwater victory here. This is the one single sculling event that he hasn't won here at the National Championships, and certainly will have designs on the Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy tomorrow morning. Second across the line is going to be Alex Rossi, Nick Blackman, and then it is Dom Frederico takes that last spot into the semi-final. Into the final rather. Johnson Daubney will miss out and progress to the B final, as will Sam Green from UTS Haberfield, has had a great domestic season or local season up in New South Wales. Alex Wolfe from Sydney Rowing Club in the ACT High Performance Program, and then Tom Anderson from the Sydney University Boat Club in Lane 1 rounds out the field. Ant.
Dom Frederico there being one of the few people who have done all events in the interstate boats.
Yeah.
Every single one of them, I believe.
Every single one of them. Not very many people can claim that honour. Obviously, the person who won this event last year, Oscar McGuinness, can, because he's the only person to have medalled in all of them.
Beautiful. Anyway, semi-final number 2 of the Open Men's Single Scull, race 229. In lane 1 from ANU, we have Hamish Harding. In lane 2 from Sydney, we have Pasha Bevan. In lane 3 from Adelaide is Mitchell Reinard. In lane 4 from Sydney University is Marcus Delamata. In lane 5, also from Sydney University, is Hamish Danks. In lane 6 from Cairns is Jackson Free. In lane 7 from Melbourne University is Patrick Brocek. And then in lane 8 from the University of WA is Ben Clayton. So another stacked field here, Chris, with a number of NTC athletes there and New South Wales Institute of Sport and ACT high performance programs.
That's right, Ant. These open events have been very interesting this year with National Training Centre athletes all present here at the National Training Centre, but then quite a few people are sort of on the fringes of the National Training Centre and progressing up from the under-23 level as well, making a challenge. And so I think this second semi-final represents a really interesting prospect in that we've got Hamish Danks, who was second in the under-23 single here last year. We've got Mitch Reinhardt, who's from the National Training Centre, Marcus Delamata, Jackson Free, all from the National Training Centre. Pasha Bevan, who just missed out on the A final last year and had a cracking row in the heats to get himself up in contention. So it is certainly all to play for, and the 1250 metre mark now, and there is nothing to separate these three leading scullers: Marcus Delamata, Jackson Free, and Hamish Danks, or not in quite that order. It looks like it's at the moment Marcus Delamata, Hamish Danks, then Jackson Free. Patrick Rocek from Melbourne University Boat Club, better known for his exploits in Europe, the Italian who has won a world championship in the lightweight men's quad, a few European championships as well, and a few World Cup gold medals in the lightweight men's single scull, and now mixing it with the best heavyweight scullers in the country here.
I love to see a lightweight take on the heavyweights and usually show them up, but it's good to have Patrick across in Melbourne, of course.
Yeah, so that's him over on the right-hand side of your picture there in lane 7, and then on the near side of the course you can see the blue shell, the blue National Training Centre shell of Mitchell Reinhardt, who we mentioned earlier was part of that little group out of South Australia and then made the national team, and he went on to row the double scull with Oscar McGuinness, who won this event last year but not here in this field. So Marcus Delamata, who has come a long way in his second season as part of the National Training Centre group and currently leading this race. Jackson Free back up into second, but only narrowly over Hamish Danks, and Mitchell Reinhardt now, but stroke for stroke with Rocek. Hamish Harding just falling off the pace a little bit. We can just see our top 5 on the screen, and Hamish Harding just dropping off a little bit, as is Pasha Bevan and Ben Clayton. Pasha Bevan with a great row in the heats to put himself up in a position for the final. He's making his return to the sport after a few years off. Came back last year and did well in the B final of this event. There's Marcus Delamata, who last year led this semi-final very early on and then just faded in the second half and ended up in, I think just qualified through, but didn't end up with probably the result that he wanted, but looking to go a few spots better, is certainly one of the form scullers in this field. Here comes Jackson Free as well, a couple of lanes over, still with a good half a length of overlap there. Hamish Danks is in trouble and looking like he could be swallowed up by this race for the last qualification spot here. So it was 3 abreast, but now Marcus Delamata and Jackson Free separating themselves from the field. Hamish Danks now is looking over and seeing the danger from Mitch Reinhardt on the near side of the course, the former lightweight, sprinting for a spot in the A final here of the Open Men's Single Scull to row for the Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy tomorrow. Patrick Rocek from Melbourne University, don't think he's got quite enough left for a sprint finish here, so I think Hamish Danks has maybe just avoided danger there, and it is going to be 4 Australians, not going to lose a spot to the Italian in the Melbourne University colours over there. Marcus Delamata first, Jackson Free second, Hamish Danks just for third, Mitch Reinhardt in 4th place, Patrick Rocek from the Melbourne University Boat Club in 4th, Hamish Harding 5th, Pasha Bevan very close for 5th and 6th and 7th there. And then on the far side of the course, it is going to be Ben Clayton from the University of WA to round out this second semi-final of the Open Men's Single Scull. And how do you like this event for tomorrow?
Oh my gosh, I'm just looking at those times there. That is quick. Sub-7 from these boys. It's just insane. Beautiful
flat conditions as well. And as you noted, reasonably cold water out there here on Lake Barrington. So it's certainly not conducive to world's best times, but no wind slowing things down or speeding it up. So
absolutely.
Go sub-7 here in these semi-finals.
It's an effort and a half. A great one at that. Anyway, moving on to the first semi-final of the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls. In lane 1 from Swan River, we have Elise Griffith. In lane 2 for another Swan River sculler of Elizabeth Moss. In lane 3 from Tasmania University, we have Imogen Stewart. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, we have Emily Anthony. In lane 5 from Sydney, we have Neve Tierney. In lane 6 from UTS Haberfield, we have Annabelle McKenzie. In lane 7 from Centenary, we have Scarlett Hall. And then in lane 8 from Adelaide is Ella Mackay. A few recognisable names on this list, Chris. We have Emmy Stewart there, who, of course, was in that Victoria Cup winning crew from last year.
Yeah, was sort of the young gun addition to the local crew, and a famous win for Tasmania on their home waters in that event. And I understand a fairly similar crew looking to be back this year. Not that we have published crews yet for the Interstate Regatta from Rowing Tasmania. The locals keeping their cards close to their chest ahead of the battle for the John Coates Cup on Sunday afternoon.
If I could make an educated guess, I do think we will be seeing Imi Stewart back in that boat, though, this Sunday.
She's the Tasmanian Open Lightweight Single Scull champion from this year, and currently well placed in this field and or contesting rather for a spot in the A final. We'll have to look out for the West Australian, but it is all about Emily Anthony at the moment. Ant, someone who you know very well, have rode with for a while.
Yes, I have. I love Emily Anthony. She is, of course, the daughter of Peter Anthony, who very graciously donated the cup for the lightweight eights that we'll be racing for on Friday.
Ah, fantastic.
So shout out to the Anthonys there, and she's had a very successful season, a very busy program.
Yeah, so she's actually also racing in the under-21 coxless pair with Amy Cruff, I think, and straight through to the A final in that one, so not too many rounds of racing, but it isn't too common to race two small boats at the one national championship. There's a reason for that. All the finals are on at the same time.
It's tight.
And with the white lightweights, you weigh in 2 hours before your race, so the pair is at 9:20 tomorrow morning, and then the lightweight single is at I think about 11:10. So
it's tight.
Going to make it means that she won't be able to weigh in until after her single scull or after her pairs race tomorrow morning. So a busy racing program for Emily Anthony, looking to be the case tomorrow, especially because she's going to cruise through to the or looking likely to cruise through. Still a little while left to row, still about 750 metres, or a little bit less left to row here on the waters of Lake Barrington. Neve Tierney running second at the moment, another athlete who we'll see in the Victoria Cup on Sunday afternoon for New South Wales.
Definitely no stranger to these events as well. She had a great success last year, and another feature for those lightweight eights as well, I believe, on the Friday.
Yeah, and she is back into the Victoria Cup fold after winning it a couple of years while she was still at school, similarly to Imogen Stewart from the Tasmanian University Boat Club, who won it on her first attempt last year. So again, very, very interesting race ahead of us, and our top four that are currently running at the moment. So Emily Anthony through the 1500 metre mark there, ahead of Neve Tierney from Sydney, the Loretto Normanhurst old girl, and no Loretto Normanhurst girls would be here cheering her on, or sitting back at home at the accommodation cheering on. Annabelle McKenzie, UTS Haberfield, formerly of Newcastle Grammar School, will also be in that New South Wales Victoria Cup crew, and they'll be looking to continue this form over the Tasmanians, currently sitting ahead of Imogen Stewart. Elizabeth Moss, Swan River, some way back in fifth, so a little bit of a breather for us here in the commentary box, where we don't have a very, very close battle for the top four positions in the final. You can see our top four are looking very, very comfortable indeed, ahead of Elizabeth Moss from Swan River on the left-hand side of your picture, and then the yellow centenary boat of Scarlett Hall on the right-hand side of your picture there. Elsie Griffith from Swan River a little bit further back, as is Ella Mackay from Adelaide Rowing Club. See, a bit of a look across. Is Emily Anthony trying to just get a bit of a gauge on the competition there, Anne?
Yeah, I dare say that's exactly what's happening. She's keeping her eye there on Neve. Neve blissfully unaware as she's keeping her head straight and forward, locked in.
Yeah, Neve's not fully taking it down here towards the end of the race. And
I dare say that Neve is probably saving a few bickies there just by the looks of it. She looks very calm and relaxed. And, I mean, top four do go through to the A final, so it makes a lot of sense.
They're a long way ahead this
year
too, so and there's no real reason to push. The rates, they haven't brought the rate quite down, but
I dare say there's a bit of competition,
yeah,
a bit of walking a fine line of allowing your rival to have the win, or
who can win with the least amount of energy and cross the line, and maybe just a little bit of chat thrown across the line as well. And I'm not out of breath once I finish.
Oh,
this
you're
one.
tired, exactly.
I'll put my feet in next time. Definitely a few games being played here, but our top four looking safe and secure, and it is going to be Emily Anthony just holding on over Neve Tierney here by 3/4 of a boat length for their berths in the A final, the under-21 lightweight women's single scull, coming up later on tomorrow morning. Yeah, see, both of them just keep on rowing. They'll act like that was nice and easy, and didn't take too much energy out of the legs. It is going to be the Tasmanian who comes across in third. So Imogen Stewart moving up over Annabelle McKenzie there in the last few hundred metres. Those two through to the A final. Scarlett Hall from Centenary Rowing Club will miss out, as will Swan River's Elizabeth Moss.
Just a note on Imish, I believe she is 19. I think she finished school last year, so she is rowing up a considerable amount here in the under 21s versus girls who are.
I think Emily and Eve are probably both in
ahead of
their
her.
last year of 21s.
Yes.
This year, if my maths is right. It is World Math Day today. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that. I was never very good at maths at school, so I'm not even going to try.
Neither was I. That's why I talk and write for a
No,
living.
exactly. What's that meme? Well, it was a calculated decision, but boy, am I bad at maths. Anyway.
Anyway, another semi-final ready to go and approaching us at a rate of knots, Ant.
Okay, in lane 1 from North Esk, we have Corumbuck. Oh, hang on, sorry.
It's 2:31.
I'm skipping ahead, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
In lane 1 from Adelaide University, we have Vicky Binns. In lane 2 from Nepean is Ellie Taylor. In lane 3 from North Esk is Jasmine Axman Friend. In lane 4 from Cand is Millie Campbell. In lane 5 from Surfers Paradise is Maddie McGlowan. In lane 6 from Toowong is Tiggy Wake. In lane 7 from Western Australia Rowing Club is Evelyn James. And then in lane 8 there, a second Toowong sculler of Matilda Dammers. So a few names here as well that are no strangers to that Victoria Cup boat on the Sunday. Tiggy Wake there from Queensland, I do know has been in
and is
a
back.
couple of Vic Cups, I believe.
Yep, and is back in it this year, as is Millie Campbell from Cand. Those two will be joined by Alice O'Toole and Maddie McLaughlin, who I think... so Maddie McLaughlin also in this race from the Surfers Paradise Rowing Club over in lane... where is she in this one? Still getting to terms with the lanes and picking everything out on the live stream here, but... Maddie McLaughlin, who is in lane 5, so right in the middle of this mix, in the centre of the course there, and currently leading actually through the 1,000-metre mark just by the narrowest of margins. So it's actually in all Queensland. Those three that we've mentioned from Queensland are the top 3 at the moment. So Maddie McLaughlin right in the centre of your screen. To our right, if you're watching on the drone, is Toowong's Tiggy Wake, and to our left of her in that leading 3 is Millie Campbell from Cand Rowing Club. Second from the right-hand side is Evelyn James there from the West Australian Rowing Club, who's currently running in 4th place, but the local Jasmine Axman Friend is looking to upset that and is a couple seconds off at the moment. So actually I think our top 4 may have once again separated themselves from the rest of the field. Maddie McLaughlin from Surfers Paradise, Tiggy Wake from Toowong, and Millie Campbell from Cand Rowing Club. The top 3 looking very calm and collected there. Maddie McLaughlin from Surfers Paradise. We know that Surfers Paradise had a little bit of a spot of, I was going to say a spot of bad luck. That seems like it really undersells the situation, but an unfortunate fire on the way home from the New South Wales Rowing Championships took out their trailer, and so the rowing communities rallied around them and supported. And I know Maddie McLaughlin's rowing in a donated MPACA single courtesy of Olivia Cook, who's off rowing at Rutgers University in the United States. So she's joining us from on the live stream from the United States. Hello, and I'm sure Maddie McLaughlin is very much appreciating the new boat, the donated lent boat there in that clearly serving her very well as she's currently leading this race, but her fellow Queenslander to her left.
It is definitely the Queenslanders race, Chris, this race. All 3 of them there up the top.
Yes.
See why they'll be competing on the Sunday.
Yeah, but Tiggy Wake maybe looking to just secure herself the best lane possible in the final there. Well, the Toowong Rowing Club sculler in the grey shell, and the St Margaret's old girl, and she's still within touch if she wants to put on a sprint finish and maybe catch the Surfers Paradise sculler Maddie McLaughlin there by surprise. So I think maybe it's just put in a couple of bigger strokes to try and fend off any challenge. A little bit further back is Millie Campbell from Cand, completing the Queensland top 3 on the near side of the course. And over on the far side there from the West Australian Rowing Club, let's not count out Evelyn James, who is still within touch of our top 4, but our top 4 well clear, and top 4 will qualify through to the A final of this event. The remainder will get a chance to race again in the B final for places 9 and onwards in the under 21 lightweight women's single scull. It's still Maddie McLaughlin from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club here, and who is about half a length clear. Tiggy Wake putting in a couple of big strokes, but I don't think quite enough to take the win here. Maddie McLaughlin with the win. Tiggy Wake second there will be the Cand sculler Millie Campbell, and then over to Evelyn James from the West Australian Rowing Club. The local from North Esk, Jasmine Axman Friend, in 5th place. We will miss out in row in the B final. Then it will be Toowong's Matilda Dammers, Nepean's Ellie Taylor, who also ran the Victoria Cup on the weekend, and then Adelaide University's Victoria Binns to round out this second semi-final of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. And we move from the women's onto the men's, but sticking with the lightweights. And who have we got coming up?
In lane 1 from North Esk is Corin Buck. In lane 2, another North Esk sculler of Lachlan Tonelly. In lane 3 from Western Australia Rowing Club is Jacob Lundberg. In lane 4 from Tasmania University is Oliver Shearing. In lane 5 from Essendon is Tyler Fitzpatrick. In lane 6, another Western Australian Rowing Club sculler there, Jasper Marshall. Lane 7 from Commercial is William Danglish. And in lane 8 from Black Mountain is Oliver Manning.
How many semi-finals we're going to have today without any New South Wales or Victorian athletes in it? It's certainly not something we see or one Victorian, rather.
Sorry, Tyler Fitzpatrick there from Essendon. Okay, no.
Apologies there.
Hold your horses. We do have someone flying the Victoria flag there. It is the young gun from the West.
And he's right up there in contention for the lead. He's currently running in second. Tasmania University's Oliver Shearing. It is a local out in front here in the first semi-final of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. Once again, top 4 through to the A final, the remainder to the B final. West Australian Rowing Club's Jacob Lundberg, you can see there in the red colours, currently just running third, but only narrowly. And then on the far side of the course, in the yellow shell, is William Dalglish of Commercial Rowing Club. So could battle for third and fourth here. Could battle for first and second, as we were talking about him. Essendon's Tyler Fitzpatrick there, just moving into the lead, about half a length clear, and looking very in control of the race. And he won his heat by 10 seconds. He was the fastest qualifier through to this event. So wouldn't surprise me if he's just trying to spend as little energy as possible in this one and do as little as he can to secure himself a win and rest up and recover ahead of tomorrow's final in the under-21 lightweight single.
I wonder if the Tassie University sculler Oliver there and Essendon will do what we saw with the girls and just play a bit of cat and mouse across the line. Who can expend the least amount of energy but also display that they are the strongest sculler?
There's some games here, because I'm looking at Oliver Shearing there in the red colours of Tasmania University, and he's, that'd be what, 28 maybe that he's rating there.
Very comfortable.
Very, very comfortable, and certainly there's some games being played. Why spend all the energy if you don't have to? You're going to be through to the final anyway. But
just don't want to do enough to scare the competition or, put a bit of doubt in their mind.
Exactly. You don't want them to know what you've got in reserve. At the same time, maybe you want that centre lane. It does sort of work outwards. So the 2 centre lanes will be the 2 winners from the heats, and then it will work outwards from that. So it does put you a couple of lanes further out if you are in second, or then obviously third as well. You'd be right on the extremities of the course, even if you are times don't matter between the 2 heats. There we go. He's turned up the wick here, and he's just going to dispatch with the competition is Essendon's Tyler Fitzpatrick. Oliver Shearing from Tasmania University, he's not responding. He's not having a bar of it. And then the Essendon Skulls just brought it back down. Just a little 10-stroke burst there. He's had a look across, has the Tasmanian, and maybe
definitely baited
a little bit there. They're playing some games. There's some. I think they're listening to us here. Keep an eye out for Commercial sculler on the far side of the course there as well. William Dalglish, who he hasn't played any of these games, and I think he's actually brought himself right into the hunt, and he might even pinch second place here. So Tyler Fitzpatrick playing games all the way down the course in the Essendon colours, the red and black, and he will take the win, and then the Tasmanian will just hang on. It'll be Tasmania University Boat Club's Oliver Shearing for second, and then Commercial's William Dalglish, West Australian Rowing Club's Jacob Lundberg, and then back to yet another Tasmanian here in lane 2, which is Lachlan Tonelly. Black Mountain's Oliver Manning, and the second of the North Esk Scullers, Corin Buck, to round out this first semi-final. There's some chat and some laughter being shared there between the competitors. They know that they were having a bit of fun there in the closing strokes of that one, Ant.
Love a bit of cheeky rowing. All right, race semi-final number 2 of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. In lane 1 from Pembroke School is Max van der Melfgraaf. In lane 2 from North Esk is Andrew Kingston. In lane 3 from Toowong is Thomas White. In lane 4 from Geelong College is Oliver Arden. In lane 5 from Canberra is Garvin Hayes. In lane 6 from Hawthorn is Adam Chang. In lane 7 from Mossman is Julian Lemaitre. And in lane 8 from Commercial is Alex Cook.
A little bit tighter affair in this second semi-final. Looks like we've got 6 scullers up in contention for, well, we've got 3 that have broken clear and 3 that are in contention for that last qualifying spot. So the 3 who are currently leading this race, over in lane 7, it was Julian Lemaitre from Mossman Rowing Club, but I think it has maybe just become Garvin Hayes there from Canberra Rowing Club. They'll know each other very well because Julian, despite rowing for Mossman, I think actually spends a bit of time down the ACT, may have just moved down there for uni, and does do a little bit of training down there on Lake Burley. Griffin, Thomas White from Toowong there on the near side of the screen in that leading 3, maybe just running second now. But then we've got a battle for the last qualification spot. Oliver Arden from Geelong College, so a school-aged athlete up in this under-21 lightweight single semi-final. Alex Cook from Commercial on the far side of the course, who may have just dropped back to 6th. So the battle right now for the 4th qualification spot is between Oliver Arden from Geelong College and Hawthorn's Adam Chang there for that last spot in in the A final. We were just talking about Oliver Arden before, weren't we, Ant? That a good bit of lightweight heritage in his family.
The younger brother, and I dare say he wouldn't love being referred to as the younger brother of Charlie Arden, but Charlie Arden, of course, won the Penrith Cup event back in WA and has gone on to do some great things in America representing Harvard.
Yeah, rode for Harvard, won the IRAs. I think it was an undefeated season for the Harvard Lightweight 8 last year, and then went over to the Henley Royal Regatta and became the first lightweight crew to win the University 8s, the Temple Challenge Cup at Henley since 2009, I think it was, and the first Harvard lightweight crew to ever do it. So, and they were, having seen them with my own eyes, they were an unreal crew, that Harvard crew. It was very, very impressive to see a lightweight crew win at Henley, but may have passed on some lessons to his younger brother. He came up and rode at the New South Wales Championships. I thought he looked great in the early rounds of racing, but it's a busy, busy weekend, and I think maybe just missed out on a spot in the final of, I'm not sure if it was this event or it was the under-19 single, but he rode really, really nicely and looked a tough competitor. So, but this race for that last qualification spot, Ant, do you think that's close. Just started to bring those scullers into contention with our top 3?
Absolutely. Just looking at the margin even there between the New South Wales, the Mossman sculler and the Toowong sculler, that's, anything can sort of happen. I don't think it's as comfortable as the first semi-final. Certainly
not. I mean, Garvin Hayes there, he's got the look back on the field. He's actually just had a look over to try and see where everyone is. Look at young Oliver Arden there, absolutely throwing everything at it. And there's Toowong's Thomas White, who is starting to have a look over, and he is seeing that race for the last qualification spot encroach on what was, at one stage, a very comfortable spot in the top 3. So could this battle for the last spot have caught some people napping? Julian Lemaitre on the far side of the course, he's been sucked back into that battle. We're going to have 4 crews going for 3 qualification spots here. Garvin Hayes, he's done enough. Here comes Oliver Arden. I think he's the fastest moving boat on the course here. A response from the Toowong sculler, Thomas White, on the far left of your picture, and a response from Lemaitre from Mossman over on the far side of the course. Garvin Hayes won't have to do anything, and it is the Hawthorn sculler there, Adam Chang, who looks in danger of missing out here. And in fact, here comes the Geelong College sculler. He is absolutely
He's mowing down
coming
that
home
field
like a freight train here in the shadow of the post. He might get it. It might be the Toowong sculler. It's going to be Toowong or Geelong.
Oh my God, going from 5th to 1st.
5th to 1st. That is Oliver Arden there with the win in the second semi-final. Thomas White from Toowong in 2nd. Garvin Hayes from Canberra in 3rd. And Mossman Rowing Club's Julian Lemaitre just in 4th. And Hawthorn's Adam Chang misses out on the A final there. That is a textbook example of it's not over till it's over, isn't it? Because
absolutely
at the
not.
1,000-metre mark, I reckon that leading 3 thought they were home and hosed. But that race for the last qualification spot just snuck up on them and made it really difficult in the end.
Oh my goodness. And as you said before, he is young. He's still at school.
still at school, and he's just mixed it with the best under-21 lightweight scullers in the country. So 7:37.2. I'm just going to, having a few things happen on our timing screen here, so I'm just trying to see, compare it to the time in the previous race, which probably doesn't mean a whole lot because we saw the games that were being played in that first semi-final. So it's a little bit quicker than the first semi-final, and similar sort of times to the 1,000-metre mark. So I think we're in for a pretty good final here in the under-21 lightweight men's single scull tomorrow morning.
I dare say Oliver might be a future pick for that Penrith Cup boat, and perhaps Harvard might have their eye on him as well.
Yeah. Well, it certainly would save on some airfares to just, family go over and visit in Harvard rather than bring two people back. So
2-for-1 deal.
Yeah, a little bit to go as the rain starts falling here on Lake Barrington. A slight delay in racing ahead of we're actually... Oh, it's actually not even a delay in racing because this was the scheduled break that was in the program. We actually get a morning tea break this morning. There was a short break in the program, so it is 10:45. We're due to get underway with the semi-finals of the under-17 women's double scull.
For those watching at home, our racing will recommence at 10:45. Racing will commence at 10:45.
For those who are here around the grounds, there is a white Toyota in the car park, number plate M22CU, Tasmania plates. You left your lights on, and we're not super close to a major city, and it might be pretty hard to get the NRMA or the equivalent down here. So it's number plate white Toyota M22CU with your lights on in the car park. A few little other announcements. If you're here around the grounds, make sure you visit the Concept 2 tent in the boat park area. Free oar servicing is on offer throughout the regatta. Free oar servicing available at the Concept 2 tent throughout the entire regatta. And then this afternoon, later on this morning, so we're back underway in about 10 minutes' time, but at 11:30 a.m. we'll have Australian team representatives Jackson Free and Catherine Kahn stepping up here in the commentary box at about 11:30. Not together because it is very tight and squishy up here in the commentary box, but for some big humans. But they'll be up here doing some co-commentary and having a bit of a chat and telling us about it. And a little bit of a reminder as well for those around the course, if you have dogs here, they need to be on leads here at the beautiful Lake Barrington. So underway very shortly, 9 minutes to go, and we'll have some more racing for you in the semi-final of the under-17 women's double scull. and another 2 minutes, but we do have some crews down on the fingers and getting attached, and officials doing their best to get them ready for racing. A couple of last crews crossing over the course, which is that is how you get down to the warm-up area behind the start line there here at Lake Barrington, and I'm sure these girls will be pretty raring to go. Just a light bit of rain currently, and from up here in the finish tower, I can't quite see it there at the start line, but from up here in the finish tower, the sun is just peeking through the rain and that low-flying fog and clouds. We had the Jurassic Park theme song playing in the car on the way down the hill this morning because the stewards convinced everything looks just so prehistoric amongst the fog. Down here at Lake Barrington is certainly picturesque, isn't it?
That's actually quite funny because we play the Good, the Bad and the Ugly theme song as we come down the hill, and we've got it perfectly timed now. Anyway, or the other one is Ecstasy of Gold, which is of course from the same spaghetti western. But anyway, Stuart and I, great minds think alike.
I played it, not Stuart. Stuart doesn't normally let me touch the radio. He doesn't let anyone touch touch his music choices in the car. But with just under a minute to go, and first semi-final of the under-17 women's double scull coming right up. Looks like we've got just about everyone ready at the start line.
Yes, and that's a great shot there. So in lane 1, we have a Tasmania University composite with Swan River, Zoe Beer and Camilla Morgan. In lane 2, we have an Essendon Corio Bay composite, Sky Quirk there and Emma Stevenson. In lane 3 from North Esk is a Gabriella Tonnelly and Eleanor Piash. In lane 4 from the University of Queensland is Allegra Cavalucci and Coco Kent. In lane 5, a composite from the University of Queensland and Marilamba of Isla Dury and Isabel Patterson. In lane 6, a Black Mountain composite with Mossman, Heidi Heap and Ava Rathel. And in lane 7, Loretto Marriotteville with Ruby Kernahan and Eugenie Anderson. In lane 8, a St. Patrick's Townsville composite with Townsville Grammar, Josie Broad and Charlie Skinner. So a fair few composites sitting up there on the line, Chris.
Yeah, it's interesting, this under-17 category, how we do see, it's the first time that these athletes have the chance to, we have athletes from a lot of smaller clubs, and coaches work the phone books pretty hard to get these composites together, and then we'll see them in the quads as well. I think from this afternoon we'll see the under-17 coxed quads, which is always a fascinating event because we see some of these heavy hitters emerge onto the scene for the first time at the Australian Rowing Championships, and then we're trying to pick the form based on the small boats and the results of the singles and the double sculls, and then see how it translates into the quads, and a lot of them are scratch combinations, so it really depends on how they approach themselves and handle themselves throughout the week, and it's just, I find it so interesting. In the 17 category, it's great to follow.
Oh, it's good to see some of these names like Sky Quirk and Allegra Cavalucci there, like that we saw at New South Wales State Champs, and of course at their respective states in their single sculls. So now they're off.
Yeah, we get a little bit of form from the state championships, and in this double scull semi-final, we get a little bit of form out of the single scull semi-finals that a lot of these girls were a part of just a couple of hours ago. The opening couple of races on the day's program was the two under-17 women's single scull semi-finals, and it was Ayla Drury from Murwillumbah and Isabel Pattinson of University of Queensland who won those two semi-finals, and they've teamed up in the combination in lane 5, the composite of University of Queensland and Murwillumbah, and I would say would be short price favourites to do pretty well in this race and book themselves another spot in an A final in the under-17 category.
And the progression here is, of course, first four will go through to that final. Thanks. First four will go through to that final, and the rest will be eliminated.
So first four through to the final, and we've kind of seen almost every race that we've had today so far. We've seen a race for that last qualification spot into the final, and I think even at the early stages of this one, that's looking like it's how it's going to shape up. We've got a few crews who have broken free, but not quite 4 crews who have managed to break free in the early stages of this race. Are we surprised to see Isla Drury and Isabel Pattinson from Mooloolaba and University of Queensland breaking free there in the early stages of this race? Through the 500 metre mark they go. And the Black Mountain Mossman combination in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all within a boat length and a half of each other. I think we're in for another cracker here. And
very close. Very close.
The Black Mountain Mossman combination there. Heidi Heap from Mossman, Ava Rathel from Black Mountain, who also both did very well earlier on this morning. So they were second and third in the first heat of the single scull this morning.
I find that scratch doubles are a lot easier to sort of get up and running than your scratch quads or even your pairs, Chris.
So much easier than a scratch pair. Gee, I've rode pairs for 6 months that still feel like scratch pairs, and
doubles are one of those things you can sort of just whack 2 people in together and do a little bit of kilometres here at the Nationals and get them up and running and underway.
Particularly in the sculling boat, if you've got a coach that's pretty switched on, you can just fiddle with a few things on the boat and maybe don't have to do too much coaching, just row together and we'll make the boat fit these 2 rowing styles and make it work as efficiently as possible. So this is going to be a nail-biting one here in the under-17 women's double scull, as the single sculls were earlier on today, and we'll have a repeat of it shortly after with the under-17 men's double scull just after that, and so the under-19s following that. So a busy morning of racing for these junior athletes, and it just seems like the junior athletes just end up with a lot more racing on their plate here at the National Championships than anyone else, isn't it?
I can't even remember at what point when I started to get old in my racing that the program started to back off, because there is a distinctive, you sort of go from having a really busy program where you're trying to do as many races as possible to, you need days off, you need rest time, you need recovery time. I don't know if it's just a consequence of getting old and the body not recovering quite as quick as some of these young guns out there, or if it's a strategic thing or just a bit more research coming into it.
There goes Isla Drury and Isabel Pattinson, Heidi Heap and Ava Rathel of Mossman and Black Mountain there in second place, and then North Esk's Gabriella Tonnelly and Eleanor Peach in third. Those 3 crews maybe starting to move themselves away from any danger of a race for the last qualification spot, and still wouldn't call it all done for those top 3 yet, but then Loretta Marriotteville's Ruby Kernahan and Eugenie Anderson certainly not clear of any danger presented by the University of Queensland's Allegra Cavalucci and Coco Kent, and they're as well not clear of the Essendon Corio Bay composite there of Sky Quirk and Emma Stevenson. Josie Broad and Charlie Skinner from Sir Pat's Townsville and Townsville, they're a little way off the pace at the moment, don't look too likely to be qualifying through to the final of this one, as Zoe Beer and Camellia Morgan from Tasmania University and Swan River Rowing Clubs. No B final in the double scull.
No. So the girls, unfortunately, that come 5th and onwards will be eliminated in this. So
we don't complain too much in the commentary box, because it does mean that the races are on 10-minute intervals on Friday morning, and means that we can bring some gorgeous coverage and give the presentations the coverage that they deserve in on Friday morning's racing. We can see, so on the right-hand side of your picture there is Isla Drury and Isabel Pattinson. Isabel Pattinson in the stroke seat in the UQ colours, Isla Drury from the Mooloolaba in the bow seat. And they're just having the opportunity to really bring the rate down a good amount of length in and enjoy a nice cruisy road down the course. Heidi Heap and Ava Rathel, Black Mountain and Mossman. Mossman Sculler in the stroke seat there. Second crew from the right-hand side of your picture. Into second place at the moment, and what a commanding lead that is for Isla Drury and Isabel Pattinson in this first semi-final, the under-17 women's double scull, and I suspect it will be later on in the proceedings that, or further, maybe a little bit further down the pack, that we start to see things really hotting up here. So Heap and Rathel in second there, North Esk's Tonnelly and Peach in third, and almost a length clear of Kernahan and Anderson from Loretto Marriotteville. But then the University of Queensland, Cavalucci and Kent knocking on the door of an A final berth. So are Quirk and Stevenson, the Victorian composite of Essendon and Corio Bay rowing clubs. So 3 crews here could be a chance at a finals berth in the under-17 women's double scull on Friday morning. A day off in racing here in the double sculls. They don't have their finals until Friday. So this You know, there's no reason not to spend all the energy, particularly if you're not in the finals of the single tomorrow.
Oh,
And if this is
absolutely.
your event that's left, they're going to be throwing everything at it here in the last 325 metres of the course that we're in at the moment to try and secure themselves a berth in the final. So on the near side of the course, in lane 2 there is the Essendon Cryo Bay crew, who were 6th and are right up in it. To their left, the second crew sort of in on lane 3, North Esk, were still in danger at the 1500 metre mark and are certainly in danger now of the University of Queensland in lane 4, who are knocking on the door. And then on the far side with the fluoro caps on is the crew in lane 7 from Loretto Marriotteville, who are also knocking on the door of it. So at the moment, I think it is still the crew from North Esk who have responded. Drury and Patterson, they haven't needed to respond. They've responded by taking the rate down even lower in the closing strokes of this race. Rathel and Heap, they've just seen a little bit of danger behind them and chosen to move themselves out of that scuffle for the last qualification spot. North Esk looking good in 3rd. Loretto Marriotteville and the University of Queensland battling it out for that last qualification spot. The Corio Bay Essendon composite, I don't think they're in it for the final here. Drury and Patterson across the line first. Heap and Rathel, they'll run second. North Esk, the locals, they're going to run in 3rd place. 4th, is it going to go to UQ? Is it going to go to Loretto Marriotteville? Come right down to the line. The University of Queensland will book their spot in the final. Loretto Marriotteville will just miss out in the very last stroke here of this first semi-final, the under-17 women's double scull. Essendon and Corio Bay will run in 6th place. They were right in it till the very closing strokes as well. Over on the far side there is... Over on the far side there, the crew from St Pat's, Townsville and Townsville Grammar, and then Tasmania University and Swan River Rowing Club in lane 1. We'll round out our field in this first of 2 semi-finals.
Just on screen there, those girls from the Loretto Marriotteville, just you can see that they did everything absolutely possible, and a beautiful display of sportsmanship as they sort of give each other a high five.
Yeah, they looked absolutely gutted by that one. And it shows that the semi-finals racing, I remember the first semi-finals I rode here at the Nationals, and I got smoked because I just didn't realise how hot it was going to be. I remember who beat me too. It was Oscar McGuinness, the under-21 lightweight singles in 2017. And I remember watching him coming for me and just going, oh, I didn't realise this was going to be this spicy. The semi-finals all to play for, Ant. Second semi-final coming up next.
In lane 1, sorry, 1 second. Sorry, guys. In lane 1 from Unley High, we have Maya Lassou and Lily O'Neill. In lane 2, an Unley High composite with Adelaide High School of Ada Dachich and Rachel Luscombe. In lane 3 from the Armidale School, a composite with Glebe is Zoe Leisha and Matilda Coddington. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar is Camilla Griffin and Chloe Owen. In lane 5, we have a St Patrick's Townsville composite with the Cathedral School of Zoe Webster and Holly Wilkie. In lane 6 from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, we have Saskia Smith and Lucinda Staley. In lane 7 from Swan River is Kaylin Marshall and Alicia Garvey. And in lane 8 from Leichhardt, we have the composite with the Walford Anglican School of Amara Davis and Sophie Moore. So another few composites in this semi-final number 2. Again, first 4 through to the A final, or the final, sorry, with the rest eliminated.
Yeah, the sole final with, as we mentioned earlier, no B final there. They're through the 1500 metre mark. Canberra Girls Grammar, Camilla Griffin and Chloe Owen. That program building year on year and leading this race very comfortably. Zoe Webster and Holly Wilkie, St Pat's Townsville and Cathedral, the North Queenslanders there running in second, and it said 2.5 seconds, but it was still fairly tight back to Schmidt and Staley from Brisbane and GPS, and then the Unley High and Adelaide composite of Dedich and Luscombe. Some way back there to the Armidale Schools, Leisha and Coddington. Now, Matilda Coddington had a cracking race in the single scull this morning. Came from 5th to 2nd, I think it was, in the second semi-final of the single scull. Whether that's taken a bit out of the legs or whether she's just racing for that. That could be the race plan. Come home with a wet sail. We could see, and what I think is fantastic about that Glebe and Armidale School combination. Armidale School are known for those bright yellow bucket hats, and Zoe Leisha from Glebe. Glebe are not known for bright yellow bucket hats. Great club, but not known for bright yellow bucket hats, Ant. But we can see both of them wearing those bright fluoro green bucket hats. Very easy to pick, and if they are going to come from the next postcode there for a big sprint finish, we'll be able to see them coming a mile away. But at the moment, it is the crew in the centre of the course there from Canberra Girls Grammar, who we're seeing on the screen there, of Camilla Griffin and Chloe Owen, who are leading this race quite comfortably and beautifully in sync too. That double scull, you can tell they've spent most of the season together. That's the Brisbane and GPS combination there over on Station 6. Saskia Schmidt and Lucinda Staley, who are looking to best the North Queenslanders there in lane 5 of St Pat's Townsville and Cathedral Grammar, Webster and Wilkie. I think our top 4 are looking fairly well safe unless Brisbane and GPS don't get a wriggle on. I don't think Armidale and Glebe are going to be able to challenge here for a spot in the top 4. It is going to be Canberra Girls Grammar from the North Queenslanders on the near side here in lane 2, the only high composite with Adelaide High, Dedich and Luscombe. Joanne Malcolm and Mitch Parker, the coaches there, they'll just sneak into the top 4. Brisbane and GPS responding now. So Canberra Girls Grammar over the North Queenslanders, Brisbane and GPS for 3rd, just by less than half a canvas over the Adelaide and Unley composite there. The bright green bucket hats of the Armidale School and Glebe composite will run 5th, and will miss out on the final of the under-17 women's double scull. Leichhardt and Walford on the far side of the course, and then Unley High in lane 7. And then now our last crew over on the far side from Swan River Rowing Club will round out this second semi-final of the under-17 women's double scull.
All right, moving on to the under-17 men's double scull, we have semi-final number 1. In lane 1, we have a Rockhampton Grammar composite with Bundaberg of Max Lee and Archie Becker. In lane 2, we have the Cranbrook composite with Mossman, Banjo Kirkham and Tate Leggett. In lane 3 from Hawthorn, we have Luca Mikas and Angus Liu. In lane 4 from Leichhardt is Soren Anderson and Luca Wilson. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar is Jackson Mikau and Edwin Grimmond. In lane 6 from St Virgil's is Finn McCamey and Hamish Godfrey. In lane 7, a University of Queensland composite with Surfers Paradise of Marcus Fox and Alexander Watt. And then in lane 8 there from Bundaberg, Yaden Van Bruin and Stanley Marsh.
Thank you, Ant. And this one looking like a cracking race for the last shift of our hour here on the commentary this morning. I think this should be the last one. Stuart John has appeared at the door, ready to take over for the under-19 doubles later on. At the moment, they're coming through the 1,500 metre mark now, and the crew there, 3rd from the far side of the course, the Barwon composite, Jasper Jones and Cooper McLeod. Barwon and Albert Park College, I believe. No, St Virgil's there, first through there. I'm looking at the wrong semi-final.
Had me scared for a second then that I'd missed Barwon.
Enemy and Hamish Godfrey from St Virgil's leading by 2 seconds over Leichhardt Rowing Club's Soren Anderson and Luca Wilson. And then back to, very narrowly back to Canberra Grammar's Jackson Michaud and Edvin Grumland, Max Lee and Archie Becker from Rockhampton and Bundaberg. Some way off there, but then we've got 3 crews in the battle for that last qualification spot. Hawthorn's Luca Mikas and Angus Liu. Then Cranbrook and Mossman's Banjo Kirkham from Mossman, Tate Leggett from Cranbrook, Marcus Fox and Alexander Watt from University of Queensland and Surfers Paradise. All of those crews still in the hunt. We've got 7 crews who could make the final. Our top 3 look relatively safe here as the rain intensifies on the waters of Lake Barrington here. It is still
a lot closer than those girls' heats. These boys really, really going for it. There's no breaks here.
Yeah, absolutely. They are throwing everything at it here. Have a look at the crew on the near side of the course in lane 1. Rockhampton Grammar and Bundaberg, Archie Becker and Max Lee there on the near side, really turning up the wick here in the closing strokes. Hawthorn watching or looking to make sure this last spot in the final from the semis does not slip from their grasp here. Our top 3 are still absolutely throwing everything at it. They are just going blow for blow, throwing haymakers here in the rain on the waters of Lake Burley Griffith. It's still St Virgil's from Canberra Grammar, from Leichhardt Rowing Club. I think St Virgil's are just going to hold on. They've all launched a sprint and they've all responded, so they're all moving together together as one to the finish line. St Virgil's from Canberra Grammar, from Leichhardt are 1, 2, 3. But who's going to make it through to the final? A crab from the Surfers Paradise UQ crew on the far side of the course. It will be the crew in lane 1 from Rockhampton Grammar and Bundaberg who take that last spot in the final. Hawthorn, well, 5th place, will miss out, as will Rockhampton, Surfers Paradise and University of Queensland. And then the Mossman and Cranbrook composite crew, as the rain really starts to belt down here in the closing strokes of that race. Really made things feel extra dramatic, didn't it, Ant?
Oh, yeah. And you can just see, how tired some of those boys are. They really gave it their all. So well done to those guys. Moving on to semi-final number 2 of this event, the Under-17 men's double scull. In lane 1, we have Adelaide High, Kobe Keane and Andreas Belfry. In lane 2 from St Augustine's, we have Oliver Kennedy and Daniel Corrigan. In lane 3 from the Southport School, we have Edward Milligan. In lane 4 from Marist College is Cooper Clark and Yona McLaughlin. In lane 5 from St Peter's College is Will Miller and Archie Buick. In lane 6, we have the Barwon Composite with Albert Park College of Jasper Jones and Cooper McLeod. In lane 7 from Unley High is Roman Misuve and Martin DeBrief. In lane 8 from Radford College is Lewis Hayward and Jay Irwin.
So at least for these gentlemen, the rain started around the start of their race, and it's not an unwelcome surprise halfway through the race. It's been sprinkling on and off all morning here at Lake Barrington. That's why we don't have the drone up in the air for those of you joining us here at home. But it has just really intensified over the last couple of minutes or so. Marist College currently leading this race. Cooper Clark and Jonah McLaughlin by a couple of seconds from Will Miller and Archie Buick from St Peter's College down in South Australia. Very similar colours, but stripes going in different stripes going the same direction, but the blue stripes there, very similar colours next to each other in lanes 4 and 5. Southport School, Milligan and Hugh running in 3rd. Jasper Jones and Cooper McLeod from Barwon and Albert Park College there in 4th. And Kennedy and Corrigan from St Augustine's, Hayward and Irwin from Radford. So 3 crews once again, 4th, 5th and 6th, separated by, I think we can pull out Razor's Pashmina to throw across 4th, 5th and 6th place as these crews come barrelling down towards the 1,500 metre mark. Still a long way to row, Ant, and as they quest for a spot in the final, the Under-17 men's double.
It is, and Jasper Jones there, Cooper McLeod, obviously from Victoria, have done a number of things in their sculls, but they're a little bit younger, is my understanding, than these boys, even though they're in the Under-17. So good to see these guys teaming up to take on this event.
Of course, the Under-17 is the first category, or the youngest age category, that we have here at the Australian Rowing Championships. So occasionally we do get some athletes turning up a couple of years early, just eager to get going. I know Cormac Kennedy Leverett won his first Under-17 single scull championship, I think, at the age of 15. So
oh, wow.
I think he won it 3 times. So the Under-17s, at least twice.
Had 3 cracks at it.
Yeah. 3 cracks at it. Don't make it sound like it took 3 goes to win it.
No. But 3 cracks at it.
So St Peter's College and Marist College, they're having a few cracks at each other here. St Peter's starting to show a bit of speed in the championship quarter of this race. The rain really intensifying now. We can hardly see down to the start line from our view here in the finish tower. Will Miller and Archer Buick from St Peter's College there starting to move up into the lead. Cooper Clark and Jonah McLaughlin, coached by Lyle McCarthy, Olympic gold medal winning coach of Kim Brennan in the single scull. Stuart and I saw him this morning, and so there's no expectations for these boys. We don't want to have any preconceived ideas, but we've seen them in the early stages of racing. This Marist College program going from strength to strength after winning their first big boat national title in the quad last year. Every bit the chance of going back-to-back this year, and a strong Under-17 group headed up by Cooper Clark and Jonah McLaughlin at the moment, who have struck back in the last 250 metres, I think, and or they're at least starting to, and put some pressure back on St Peter's College. It is very, very close for the last spot on in the A final. St Augustine's. Then next to them is the Southport School, and then over on the other side of the battle from Marist and St Peter's is the Barwon Composite with Albert Park College. So Albert Park College, Southport School and St Augustine's all looking for a spot in the final here, and I think the Victorians look like they're the ones that are going to miss out here. And I'm sorry to say to my Victorian friend in the commentary box, here come Marist College. They've responded. St Peter's stole a bit of a march to them on the third 500 and took the lead, but Marist are not having any of that, and in fact they're going to go and win it by almost a boat length here. Cooper Clark and Jonah McLaughlin in lane 4. They will take the win here in this second semi-final, the under-17 men's double from St Peter's College. I think some more games being played there. And Southport and St Augustine's stroke for stroke. Southport take third, St Augustine's fourth. Those four crews through to the semi-final, and quite, wouldn't say easily, but by some margin in the end over the Barwon Albert Park composite crew who were in it for so much of that race. And then here in lane 1 is Adelaide High, Kobe Keane and Andreas Belfari. Southport School, or Radford College rather, over on the far side, and then Unley High in lane 7 to round out this second semi-final of the under-17 men's double scull. Moving up an age category, Ant, but certainly unrelenting like the rain, although the rain may be just starting to ease
off a little bit.
Slightly. Let's not say it's going to go away. I think it's going to be wet for a couple of days yet here at the Australian Rowing Championships, but we'll do nothing to dampen the spirits of the under-19 women's double scull, who are coming down the course as we speak.
In lane 1, we have the Newcastle composite with Mossman, Catherine Walsh and Roxana Brown. In lane 2 from Redlands is Alana Winder and Isabel Campbell. In lane 3 from UTS Haberfield is Isabella Henderson and Charlotte Olivier. In lane 4 we have a St Patrick's Townsville composite, Lily Lucas and Georgia Cresswell. In lane 5 from Gippy Grammar is Rio Smith and Lily Canfield. In lane 6 from Fremantle is Letitia Yanere and Briar Froud. In lane 7 from Sydney Uni is Emily Barrett and Sophie Jones. And then in lane 8 we have from Scotch Oakburn, Sophie Christie and Olivia McLeod. And I'm going to hand over to Stu and Richard now. Please call Gippy Grammar well for me, Richard.
Well, we can call Gippsland Grammar well because they are leading through the 1,000 metres. That is the crew of Rio Smith and Lily Canfield ahead of St Patrick's Townsville's Georgia Cresswell and Fremantle's Lily Lucas. UTS Haberfield in third place. That's Isabella Henderson and Charlotte Olivier, and then Emily Barrett, Sophie Jones. So that's our 1, 2, 3 and 4. Top 4 going through to the finals. Redlands sitting in 5th place. They're just under 2 seconds behind. And then Fremantle, Newcastle, Mossman Composite, and then Scotch Oakburn sitting in 8th place. So plenty to play for. The rain looking like it's just easing off a little bit now and making it just that little bit easier for the rowers out on the water. Conditions other than the rain have been absolutely perfect here on day 3 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. We've seen the water's been nice and flat. There's maybe been the hint of a breeze one way or the t'other, and it's meant that our rowers have really had the opportunity to be able to get out, to put their sprints on and to make sure that they really, there's really been some fantastic racing that's gone on right the way throughout the day. Looking down the course, it is Gippsland Grammar. You can see on the centre of the screen who have the lead, Fremantle Rowing Club, off to their left-hand side. So they've got plenty of work to do if they are to get into that top 4 and make it through to the semi-finals. We're coming up towards the 1,500 metre timing point now. It will be Gippsland Grammar, this crew coached by Nick Bartlett, who himself, former Australian representative in the PR3 men's pairs at the World Cup Lucerne back in 2024. So Gippsland Grammar with that lead, and then 3 boats across the top. We've got UTS, St Patrick's, Townsville and Fremantle Composite. And then Sydney University sitting in 4th. Redlands are only half a second back though. They've made up that ground over the third 500 metres. Fremantle back in 6th place, 3 seconds back. And then it is Newcastle Mossman and Scotch Oakburn.
Under instructions here from out to Cosmo Stewart to make sure we call the Victorians home here as we try and keep up the interstate ratio correctly here in the commentary box. And Lizzie Chapman standing alongside, who can't wait to grab the next headset with a sky blue shirt on once again. But yeah, Rio Smith and Lily Canfield, a strong crew from Gippsland Grammar School, half of the Division 1 quad. Rio Smith actually from Geelong. She attended school in Geelong until last year and has moved across to Gippsland Grammar and made a very, very good quad scull even stronger this year.
That's a heck of a move from Geelong over to Gippsland. So one side of Victoria to the other. I think if they'd come from Mildura, it would have been about the only way it could have been.
Yeah, it's a long commute each day, but no, she's boarding at Gippsland Grammar School now is Rio Smith. But of course, many of the schoolgirls regattas are held back on her old home course on the Barwon River as well. So she's quite familiar now with both locations. And you and I are both looking forward to that quad scull race, I think, coming up later in the week when Canberra Girls Grammar and the like will take on Gippsland Grammar School.
Yeah, this Gippsland Grammar crew, Smith and Canfield, still holding on to that lead, and it is now getting very, very tight in behind them. So we've got Sydney University over in lane number 7. We've got Fremantle in lane number 6. We've got St Patrick's and Fremantle Composite in lane 4, UTS lane 3, and Redlands in lane number 2, all going for a couple of spots here in the final of the Under-19 Women's Double Sculls. All we can tell you with any kind of certainty is that Gippsland Grammar will make it through. Here come Freo, the St Patrick's Fremantle Composite in there as well, as is UTS. Sydney University just dropping off the pace. It's a win for Gippsland Grammar, second to Fremantle Rowing Club. Third and fourth will just be the crews there from St Patrick's, Townsville, Fremantle and UTS Haberfield. Redlands missing out by just half a second. It was a great sprint from them. They were many seconds down at the 1,000 metres, able to go through and just miss out on that qualification spot. You can see a few of the rowers there just taking some very deep breaths in that amazing race down towards the line. Sydney University finishing in 6th place, Newcastle Mossman Composite in 7th, and Scotch Oakburn back in 8th spot. So Gippsland Grammar, Fremantle, St Patrick's and Fremantle, and UTS Haberfield, our 4 qualifiers.
Look at the margins there too, Stuart. 3.19 seconds to Gippsland Grammar School, but behind them 0.8, 3.55 and 0.51 the next 3 crews. So fantastically close racing in semi number 1, the Under-19 Women's Double Scull. Semi 2 on the course here now as well. Centenary Maroochy River in lane number 1, Genesis Christian College in lane 2, Perth College in 3, University of Queensland in 4, Mossman Rowing Club lanes 5 and 6, Bradford College in lane 7, and Commercial in lane number 8. And I will hand over to Lizzie Chapman, who'll join you for the next 30 minutes or so, Stuart, and then some athlete guests also coming in at 11:30.
So in heat number 2, it is Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. They are a very strong crew there, leading out Lottie Ravenstein and Frida Kirkham. So it's a Mossman 1 and 2. Genesis Christian College from the north of Brisbane. They are sitting in 3rd place, and then Commercial Rowing Club in 4th, only a second ahead of the University of Queensland in 5th, Perth College in 6th, and Bradford College and the Centenary Maroochy Composite in 8th spot. So plenty to play for here in semi-final number 2 of the Under-19 Women's Double Sculls. And it is the 2 Mossman crews in the middle of the course. They'll form a very quick Under-19 quad later on in the regatta as Lizzie Chapman joins me in the commentary box. She just grabs the seam.
Mate, I can't see anything. There's just so much rain out there. Visibility is very poor.
I did see Ben Homer having some issues with contact lenses earlier, so it's surprised mine haven't gone yet.
Exactly, mine are fine, but I need my glasses over the top of them. So, so we have Mossman. And of course, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, gold and silver medalists in the Under-19 single scull at the New South Wales Championships, and gold medalists in the double. And here they are pairing up again with the younger Lottie Ravenstein and Frida Kirkham doing battle with them.
And we've really seen that resurgence of Mossman Rowing Club in the last couple of years, haven't we? With Alfie Young going across there.
I don't think it was Alfie. I think it started off with Tom Schramko and Rowena Meredith sort of grabbing the reins of the juniors and really getting going with that. And I've got to say, Elise Coates' dad, Ian, is a driving force behind that too. And all the Mossman oldies who are around there who just love seeing the juniors be successful. But Alfie moving across there this season to be head coach has put the cherry on the icing, I would say. And wonderful there, and obviously he's got really good talent to work with these 4 athletes and so many really good young men as well. Good young women's squad too. So they're 1st and 2nd at the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, and sitting nicely there, and we're going to keep an eye out on that battle for 4th place. So Mossman, Stevens and Coates ahead of Mossman, Ravenstein and Kirkham. Kutz and Miller-Croft from Genesis Christian College sitting in 3rd place, and then Maggie Stafford and Olivia Newen from Commercial Rowing Club. Talking about clubs that have had a resurgence. Commercial with their junior program under Jacinta Edmonds.
Yes, awesome.
In the last couple of years. Now they are less than a second ahead of University of Queensland, Amelia Moore and Jessica Carroll, than it is back Perth College, Bradford College and the Centenary Maroochy Composite. So just having a look there on the screen for our crew there of Stevens and Coates. Mossman Rowing Club out in front. Commercial now, they've started to put a little bit of a sprint on because the Genesis Christian College crew in lane number 2. So they are scattered right the ways across the course. It looks like our top 4 crews, though, have started to split out a little bit. Genesis Christian and Commercial just starting to put a sprint on, and unfortunately the University of Queensland lane 4 just dropping off the pace a little bit over that last 250 metres or so. It is going to be the crews from the northern edge of Sydney. Mossman Rowing Club, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. They've kept themselves about a boat length ahead of the crew of Lottie Ravenstein and Frida Kirkham, and that's the way it's going to stay. It is Mossman 1, Mossman 2, and they'll be very hard to beat. Commercial Rowing Club in lane number 8 will finish in 4th place ahead of Genesis Christian in lane number 2, in Commercial in 3rd, Genesis Christian back in 4th place. University of Queensland, they'll finish in 5th place. That's Amelia Moore and Jessica Carroll. They'll finish ahead of Perth College, Stella Barton and Evelyn James in 6th, who in turn are ahead of Radford College, Gigi Hickey and Lucy Mihailovic in 7th, and then Jamila Milu-Hines of Marucci River Rowing Club and Scarlett Hall of Centenary back in 8th.
And the winning time for the Mossman crew of Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates was 7:48.45, so just a smidge faster than 1 second faster than Rio Smith and Lily Canfield in the first semi-final. Progressing through to the final, Mossman in 3rd, Commercial, 4th, Genesis Christian from lane 2, and the remainder will go. Are eliminated now from the event. We move now to the under-19 men's semi-finals. First 4 through to the final. In lane 1 from the University of WA, Dylan Capewell and Cooper Wood, coached by Roland Warren. In lane 2, Cohen Cook and Obi Vardy from Gippsland Grammar, coached by Brendan Scott. In lane 3, Corio Bay Rowing Club, Taj Bailey and Zander Bailey, coached by Jeff Watt, the birthday boy double. In lane 4 from Torrens Rowing Club, Sebastian Willis Hell and Hugh Hall-Craggs, coached by Emma Hall-Craggs. In lane 5 from North Esk Rowing Club, Nate Bristol and Isaac Peach, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 6 from Genesis Christian College, Stefan Vandermeer and James Gordon, coached by Ray Smith. In lane 7, a composite of Edward Murrich from Swan River Rowing Club and Beau Furlong from Tamar, coached by Andrew Hull, Neville Kempton and David Murrich. And in lane 8 from Sydney University Boat Club, Angus McInnes and Lockie Tyndall, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley.
And through the 1,000 metres, it was a happy birthday for Taj and Xander Bailey from Corio Bay Rowing Club. They're ahead of Angus McGuinness and Lockie Tyndall from Sydney University. Tamar Swan River in 3rd and in 4th. We can see our leading crews now coming up towards the 1,500 metre timing point. It still looks like it's the twins from Corio Bay who have the lead as they just come across that 1,500 metre timing point now. A bit over a boat length between 1st and 2nd, so it's the Baileys in 1st. Tamar Swan River have moved up into 2nd place ahead of Sydney University in 3rd. North Esk a 2nd behind them. Gippsland Grammar 0.39 of a 2nd in behind them. Then Genesis Christian College, the University of Western Australia, and then back to the crew from Torrens Rowing Club, who just a little ways off the pace there in lane number 4. So another cracking finish coming up here, Lizzie. We've had some absolute belters so far here this morning.
We certainly have.
The semi-final racing has just been on point.
Hasn't it? And some really good crews. So in here with under-19 men's double sculls, we've got a mixture of schools, clubs and university clubs. So certainly that Sydney University crew of Angus McInnes, he's from Redlands School, and Lockie Tyndall is from the King's School Parramatta, and combining together under the under-19, under-21 men's squad that's being led by Simon Huxley, also coached by Rob Black there at Sydney Uni, and Julian Huxley, who's the lead coach at the King's School Parramatta, is the co-coach of this double. But there's no doubt about this Corio Bay. They do have a knack of finding brothers who do doubles well together, don't they?
They do. And they are out in front at the moment, although they are under a little bit of pressure here from the crews on the far side of the course. So that's Tamar Swan River and then Sydney University as well. So they're our 1, 2 and 3 crew in the middle of the course. That is the one from, it looks to be the North Esk crew of Bristol and Peach, moving up into 4th place. So they're sitting in that qualification position. They'll need to push ahead of Gippsland Grammar in the final stages, But it's going to be a very happy birthday to the twins from Corio Bay. Taj and Xander Bailey take the win in the semi-final ahead of the crew from Tamar and Swan River in second place. Third place going to Sydney University. North Esk will finish in fourth. They'll all go through to tomorrow's final. Sitting in behind them, just a couple of seconds back, were the crew from Gippsland Grammar, who in turn finished a few seconds ahead of the University of Western Australia, with Genesis Christian College in 7th and Torrens Rowing Club back in 8th.
The provisional time for our birthday boys taking out the first semi-final of the under-19 men's double scull was 7 minutes 3 seconds. And as Stuart just said, less than 2 seconds between each of the following 3 crews: Tamar, Swan River, Sydney University and North Esk going through to the A final. The remainder of the crews now dropping out of the event. In the second semi-final of the under-19 men's double scull, we have Gippsland Grammar in lane 1, Stuart Ray and Lachlan Harrison. Manning Valley Anglican College in lane 2, Oliver Sampson and Hayden McPhellamy. Radford College in lane 3, Darcy Barlow and Lincoln Uren. Mossman in lane 4, Leighton Skoman and Ewan Humphreys. Brisbane Grammar and the Southport School in lane 5, Leonardo Hughes and Oliver Kent. In lane 6, St Augustine's College and Fremantle Composite of Sam Bridell and Rory Parker. From North Esk Rowing Club, Sam Detmer and Jasper Twitchett. And in lane 8 from Radford College, Kieran Brennan and Benjamin Beswick.
Now we do have a very interesting race going on here. So the Brisbane Grammar and Southport School crew that is Leonardo Hughes from the Southport School, Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School. They were the New South Wales champions earlier on this year, last month. Now, the Mossman crew of Leighton Showman and Ewan Humphreys finished second in that, so they won the silver medal. They're sitting in third place at the moment. In between them in this race is the St Augustine's and Fremantle composite of Rory Parker and Samuel Bridell. So that's an interesting one there. So Rory Parker, we've already seen him do well in the under-19 men's single sculls and now doing quite well here, sitting in second place through the 1,000 metres. Fourth place is North Esk, and they're sitting ahead of Manning Valley Anglican from Taree, I believe, and then the 2 crews from Radford College, and then Gippsland Grammar in 8th place. So plenty of regional representation we've got here, Lizzie. We've obviously got Brisbane, we've got Mossman represented, but North Esk Rowing Club over in Launceston, Taree represented, Gippsland Grammar from Sales. So again, that breadth of Australian rowing that we've got in those regional areas being represented as the rain just starts to come down a little bit heavier again here at Lake Barrington.
Oh, the joys of being a rowing coach in weather like this. Or a rower, but at least the rowers get to come in and get dry.
It's the coxswains. The coxing in this would not be...
I was soaking yesterday. I was very glad I had a complete change of waterproof sand clothes after coxing in a training session. However, I always think when you get rain like this and cloud this low, the water just gets flatter and flatter. So with a bit of luck, we'll just have really great conditions for the rest of the day.
We're having a really great race here for the top 3. It is Leonardo Hughes and Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar and the Southport School. They are leading, but only by a second over Samuel Bridell and Rory Parker of Fremantle and St Augustine's. Leighton Showman and Ewan Humphreys, they're 0.6 of a second back in third place. North Esk, Sam Detmer and Jasper Twitchett, they're sitting in fourth place. They're a little ways back in fourth. In behind them, though, are Radford College's Kieran Brennan and Benjamin Beswick. Then we've got Oliver Sampson and Hayden McFinelli in 6th place, and then Radford College, Darcy Barlow, Lincoln Uren in 7th, and Stuart Ray and Lachlan Harrison from Gippsland Grammar back in 8th spot. So I reckon this race for 4th place is going to be on Radford College. They like to have a bit of a sprint. You can see them up on the screen there next to North Esk. Are they going to be able to go in and take a spot in the final in the men's under-19 double sculls? We're looking on board now with the Southport School. That is Leonardo Hughes in the bow seat and Brisbane Grammar's Oliver Kent in the stroke seat. Off to their left and right, you've got Mossman, Showman and Humphreys. And then off on the screen at the moment is the St Augustine's sculler, Rory Parker in the stroke seat in the green zooty. Samuel Bradell from Fremantle Rowing Club in the light blue zooty coming up towards the line. This is going to be fascinating. Who's going to get the middle line? It's Mossman, it's TSS and BGS, and then Fremantle and St Augustine's. Mossman with a great finish towards the end. They're going to go through and take the win in the semi-final ahead of that Brisbane Grammar TSS composite, with St Augustine's and Fremantle finishing in third place. Now, who's got fourth? North Esk were under pressure from Radford College. Radford have tried to push right the ways towards the end, but it is going to be the locals, Sam Detmer and Jasper Twitchett from North Esk Rowing Club, finishing ahead of Kieran Brennan and Benjamin Beswick from Radford College. Manning Valley Anglican, Oliver Sampson and Hayden McFinelli finishing in sixth place. And then back to Radford College's Darcy Barlow and Lincoln Uren in seventh, and Stuart Ray and Lachlan Harrison from Gibson Grammar in eighth.
And a nice fast time there for Mossman in that sprint finish. They finished in a provisional time of 6 minutes 58.85. So that's some 5 seconds faster than the previous semi-final. Just 0.9 of a second between them and the Brisbane Grammar and Southport School composite, and another 0.8 between them and the St Augustine's Fremantle composite. So those three plus the North Esk crew of Detmer and Twitchett will progress through to the A final, and the rest can go and put their boats back on their rack. So we're moving now from 2 people to 4 people. We've got the under-19 women's coxless 4 repercharge in progress. Repercharge number 1 with Pembroke School and Toowong Composite in lane 3. Zoe Ball, Matilda Dammers, Evie Barras and Mia Chapman. In lane 4 from Scotch Oakburn College, Harriet Woolley, Madison Marshall, Ailish Barron and Isabella Wilson. In lane 5 from Surfers Paradise and the University of WA, Sophie Fitzgerald, Elena Frank, Jackson Phil and Maddie McLaughlin. In lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville, Gemma Lorna, Bronte Pryor, Isla Allgrove and Ava Waters. And in lane 7 from Mersey, Eloise Fieldwick, Rose Lodge, Molly Clemens and Matilda Spalding.
And it is the locals from Scotch Oakburn who have the lead through the 1,000 metres. They're sitting ahead of Surfers Paradise, University of Western Australia composite in second place. Mersey Rowing Club sitting in third, and then back to the Pembroke and Toowong composite in fourth place. It's top 4 to go through to the final, so what you don't want to do is to finish right at the back there. So it does look like the crew from Loretto Marriotteville are just a ways off the pace. So they are sitting back in 5th spot. So this is the sole repercharge in the under-19 women's coxless 4s. So as we're coming into the final stages now here at in the under-19 women's coxless 4s, I am joined in the commentary box. It's definitely not Lizzie Chapman off to my left-hand side. It is Australian representative and 8-time Queensland single scull champion Jackson Free. Good morning to you, Jackson. You're happy to be out of the rain
Yes,
here.
absolutely, Stu. It's a lot drier in here than out there. But no, really excited. So, yeah.
I think we're in Inception there because we're seeing footage of ourselves, looking at ourselves. So it is fantastic. It's great to be out here. I mean, the conditions here, it is a little bit wet, but it does mean that the water's nice and flat. And we've seen some great sprints. You up against Marcus Delamata earlier on today.
Yeah. So this flat water just really sets it up a really good race. Obviously, I told Del I couldn't show him all my tricks today. I had to save some for tomorrow. But no, really exciting race for tomorrow. And yeah, it's going to be good.
And we're just seeing through the 1500, Scotch Oakburn leading out Surfers Paradise, University of Western Australia, Mersey Rowing Club sitting in third, and then Pembroke School Toowong Composite in fourth place. So we are a little ways back then to the crew from Loreto Marriotteville as they come into the last 250 metres. And I guess this is something of a homecoming, particularly for the Free family. So your grandfather was from Tasmania, so it's even though you're all based up in Queensland now, it's yeah, you get to come back to the ancestral homelands.
Yeah, absolutely. I've always, called Tassie a second home for me. So no, it's really exciting when we get to race, on such a beautiful lake. Such world class. So it's very exciting racing. So,
as we're just seeing our crews coming up towards the finish line now, it's still Scotch Oakburn who have the lead at the moment. So this is Harriet Woolley, Madison Marshall, Ailish Barron, Isabella Wilson, coached by Abby Butcher, Zara Burgess and Brendan Long. They are not letting up on this rate, are they? They're just really pushing right the ways through to the end. So looking forward to seeing them in the final coming up. I believe that will be one of the finals that we have on tomorrow. The Surfers Paradise University of WA composite in lane number that are next to them are sitting in second place. So that will set themselves up nicely. Again, with the, as we just see Scotch Oakburn cross over the line, Surfers Paradise having a bit of an issue with the car and the trailer on the way back from New South Wales titles. It's been great to see the support coming through as we just see Mersey Rowing Club coming across in third place, and then fourth place the Pembroke Toowong Composite all through to the final, and then our crew from Loreto Marriotteville in South Australia in fifth place. For yourself this year, Jackson, it was the eighth consecutive Queensland seventh consecutive.
Yeah,
so you've got to get next year, because we all know how much Queenslanders love 8 in a row.
Oh, we do. We love 8 in a row in any sport we do. But no, I think for myself, the record that I'm trying to beat is Uncle Duncan's. All up, he got about 12. So I've got a few more to go. But yeah, it's to race up there in Queensland and Lake Warralong. It's still one of my favourite courses. Just because I've rode there from such a young age, so it's always a blast to race up there, which is really good.
Our crews on the water now are the under-19 women's coxed fours. This is the repercharge, top 2 through to the final. Lane 2 from we have Perth College. Lane 3 Mercantile Rowing Club. Lane 4 Scotch Oakburn College. Lane 5 Scotch College Adelaide. Lane 6 Furbank Grammar, and lane 7 it is a Walford Anglican Pembroke School composite. So through the 1,000 metres, it is Furbank Grammar leading out Scotch Oakburn, Scotch College Adelaide in third place. So it's only top 2 to go through to the final. So Scotch College Adelaide with it all to do. Mercantile sitting in fourth place. And then we go a little bit further back then to our last few crews. So that will be the crews there from Perth College, Walford Anglican and Pembroke Composites in there as well. And I think we've just got the one more crew to go across, Perth College in there. So we just see Perth College crossing over the 1,000 metre timing point. For yourself, 2025, obviously a special year. It was your first time in the Australian senior team. World Championships in Shanghai were, you're from Queensland. Heat and humidity is not unfamiliar to those of us from north of the Tweed, but that was next level in Shanghai.
Yes. No, going into Shanghai, I, was thinking, I've got the background of being a Queenslander, so I think I overlooked it a little bit on my behalf. But yeah, Shanghai did definitely have some hot weather and some very humid days. But with the team that we've got, we handled it quite well, I found. So we were very well supported, which was very good.
And how did you feel about that initial season? It was obviously a new boat. We didn't have the quad at the Paris Olympics.
Yeah.
So it's a new sculling team.
It is. It really felt like a restart in a way. So it was a lot of fresh faces, including myself. So it was, you could say, like a rebuild stage. So it's exciting for the next couple of years leading into LA and Brisbane from onwards. So really excited to see what we have as a whole, as a squad. So yeah.
We're just seeing our leading crews in this under-19 women's coxed 4 coming up to the 1,500 metres. So again, it is Furbank Grammar leading out Scotch Oakburn, and then we have a bit of a gap back to our third place crew. So that's Scotch College Adelaide. And then coming back a little bit further again, we've got the crew there from Mercantile Rowing Club. And then our final couple of crews will have the Walford Anglican Composite, Pembroke Composite and Perth College sitting in behind them. So only the top two to go through, Furbank Grammar and Scotch Oakburn looking comfortably out in front. Today you had the single sculls, you up against Marcus Delamata in the semi-final. It was a great race right to the line. Set yourself up nicely?
Yeah, no, I always knew it was going to be a tough race. Always racing Della, it's always good fun. But yeah, and even Hamish Danks was in there as well, so it was a few of us, really pushing to the line. But yeah, it's like I said, it's going to be a really exciting race tomorrow. I think a lot of us have something up our sleeves, so it's going to be fun to watch that last 500 tomorrow.
And then you've got Cormac Kennedy Leverett, who's the Queenslander rowing for Sydney, based in Canberra.
Yes.
That won the first semi-final.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, so
very quick in a scull at the moment.
Yes, Cormac's moving his boat very well. And yes, I could say I'm very happy to have him in my bow seat of the double. But yeah, we've rowed the double for a long time now. It's worked out. I think it's our 12th year rowing. 12 years ago we first jumped in the boat together. So it's good to have a reunion row.
So our leading crew's just coming across the line now. It's Furbank Grammar in lane number 6, sitting about a boat length ahead of Scotch Oakburn, Jackson.
Yes, very close race. Half a boat length in front. Good finish.
So Scotch Oakburn really pushing right into the line there. Scotch College Adelaide will finish in 3rd place. They'll unfortunately miss out on that spot in the final. Coming in behind them, we've got Mercantile in 4th place in lane number 3. And then our final couple of crews to come up to the line will be Perth College in lane 2 and the Walford Anglican Pembroke School Composite over in lane number 5. So you can just see there the deep breaths at the end of the line, particularly, I guess, what do you do in the single scull to keep yourself focused? Because I know my mind just drifts off into the never and never get it back.
Yeah. Well, usually before a race, we have a couple of pointers that we want to just concentrate through the race. And for myself, it's just rowing long and rowing strong. So using my attributes that I've got. So they're kind of the things that I think about during the race. And then every now and then I look out and see where I'm at and go back. Look back down to the end of the course and back in the hole really. But yeah, it's always good fun.
As we just see Perth College cross over the line. That was the first repercharge of the under-19 women's coxed 4s. Our second repercharge is on the course. So Brisbane and GPS, Fremantle Composite in lane number 2, Canberra Girls Grammar lane 3, Queenwood in lane 4, Walford Anglican in lane 5, lane 6, the Friends School down in here in Tasmania, and Seymour College in lane number 7. So almost every state and territory representative, just no Victorian representatives in there. But it is the crew from Walford Anglican that are leading, Jackson.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got Walford Anglican first at the moment and Queenwood second. So it's an exciting race coming up the course. I believe coming through the 750 to go.
Yeah, and Canberra Girls Grammar just sitting a second back in 3rd place. So with the top 2 to go through, we'll get a bit of an idea as they come into that 1500 metre timing point as to whether or not Canberra Girls Grammar have started to make up that little bit of ground as they're coming into those final stages. Now, Jackson, as well for you, we've got to talk about it. Sunday, Interstate Regatta. Queensland have never been closer to a top 2 finish than what they were here last year.
Yes, that's right.
So is this year, it's 87 years since Queensland won the King's Cup, 87 years since they finished in the top 2. 87's unlucky in cricket. Is it going to be unlucky in rowing?
I hope it's a lucky one coming Sunday. No, we're all really excited to have a really good crack on Sunday. Even the talk from other crews, we're a danger to the others. So, it gives us a good opportunity to really put our best foot forward and, like I said, break that drought and see what happens.
Looking on the course, Walford Anglican still with the lead. Canberra Girls Grammar have moved up into second place, and I can just about hear the scream from Kaz Pipers down on the down at the spectator area. Queenwood are sitting in third place, just a second and a half behind them, but the girls in the green, the Badamine Green Machine, sitting nicely there. You can see them with the green zooties and the bright green hair ties in there, sitting ahead at Queenwood, Friends School, Brisbane and GPS, Fremantle Composite, and then Seymour College back in sixth place. So has there been a decision between yourself and Cormac as to who the President's Cup sculler will be?
Yes. So Cormac and I obviously live together in Canberra, and we always have this conversation around the dinner table each night. And then I think we came to the decision that we would just. So we raced ACT Champs last weekend, and we made the decision being like, well, whoever wins that gets the President. So Cormac raced very well last weekend, so he was happy to get that role, and I was happy to sit in the KC. The 8 being a little bit faster than the single.
As we're just seeing the run towards the line here, it is the girls there in lane number, the girls in lane number 5, so that is Walford Anglican, who's still holding on to that lead. So they were the ones with the green zooties, my apologies there before, with the bright green hair ties. They're sitting ahead of Canberra Grammar School in second place. So Walford Anglican and Canberra Girls Grammar will go through to the final of the under-19 women's coxed fours. Third place will be the crew from Queenwood. They just miss out on that progression through to the final. Coming through in fourth place, it will be the crew from the Friends School in Tasmania. So they'll be in the red zooties, just crossing the line now. On the far side of the screen, Seymour College from South Australia having a nice little battle between Brisbane and GPS and a Fremantle Composite, and it will be the Queensland WA combination who finish just ahead of Seymour College back in fifth place. Jackson, thank you very much for your time coming up to the commentary box.
Thank you, Stu.
Good luck for tomorrow. We've got obviously the Open Men's Single Sculls tomorrow. That's going to be a cracking. I cannot wait for that race, and I cannot wait to see you guys out Interstate Pride on the line on Sunday. So good luck for that.
Stu. Thank you for having me, and real excited for the racing ahead.
Thanks to Jackson Free from the Australian rowing team joining us here in the commentary box, as we've just got a slight break in the program. Our next race will be coming up shortly. As you can see them on the line, it is the repercharge of the under-19 men's coxed four. So in lane number 2 from Sydney University, we have Harrison Howard, Jack Lamson, Addison Stamberg, Lockie Rogers, Jonathan Yates. In lane 3 from Norwood International High and Adelaide High School, Aidan Foran, Austin Battams, Ethan Carlson, Rowan Vanderberg and Grace Battams. Lane 4 from Christian Brothers, Memphis Costanzo, Lucas Parapani, Alex Evans, Hugo Frinsdorf, Luke Bullock. Lane 5 from Prince Alfred College, William Garnett, Ollie Dennis, Maxwell Kammer, Dougal McLaughlin, Charlie Yelland. In lane 6 from Sydney Grammar School, Harry Snow, James Wagner, Kai Holland, Harry Lee and Jasper Fifield. In lane 7 from the Friends School, we have Sam Burgess, Lachlan Klein, Will Linnett, Griff Bendich and Emma Hill. And then in lane 8 from the Pembroke School in South Australia, we have Jed Watson, Angus Hutton, Hugo Hopridge, Luke Jones, Dora Rossi. Fideli is the coxswain. And our crews, you can see they're poised, ready to go. The top 2 will go through to the semi-final, and we are now underway. So we're underway. We've got a scratching in lane number 2 from Sydney University, but it's a great view there. Norwood International and Adelaide High School in lane 3, Christian Brothers lane 4, Prince Alfred College lane 5, Sydney Grammar lane 6, Friends School lane 7 and Pembroke School lane 8. And racing underway in the men's under-19 quad, in the men's under-19 coxed fours. It's an ANU takeover here in the commentary box. I am joined by Australian beach sprint representative Catherine Kahn, who is also of the ANU Boat Club. Catherine, welcome to the commentary box. Great to have you here, and some great racing this morning. You've made it through to the A final of the women's single sculls.
Thanks, Stu.
A tight race out there. You're up against Tara Rigney, who's stepped away from the National Training Centre and is still blisteringly fast.
Yeah, there's some great competition out there, and it'll be a red hot A final tomorrow, so I'm excited to get out there and give it another crack.
As we're just looking at the racing on the course, Christian Brothers leading out Prince Alfred College, so South Australia 1 and 2, Sydney Grammar, Friends School, Norwood International, Adelaide High and the Pembroke School, our leading crew. So you can see there lane number 4, the Purple Zooties of Christian Brothers College ahead of Prince Alfred College in behind them, and Sydney Grammar is in there as well. So 2025, you made your Australian debut in the beach sprints. Now, Canberra's not really well known for its beaches. There is Yarralumla Beach. I'm not sure that counts. But tell us about your journey into the beach sprint teams.
Yeah, for sure. So last year I missed out on the flatwater team and sort of was looking at what I was going to do with the rest of my year. And we had sort of a come and try day down in Canberra, which I wasn't too keen on going to, but I showed up to, and I got in that boat and I actually had a really great time. And I thought, okay, well, I'll give it a crack. Went to trials, and sort of that was that. And off I went into the team, and off we went to Turkey.
As we're just seeing through the 1,000-metre timing point, Christian Brothers still leading Prince Alfred College. It's a second back to Sydney Grammar, and we saw in that first, in the women's under-19 repercharge, that you can make up a second quite nicely. Canberra Girls Grammar managing to row through Queenwood in that one. Friends School sitting in 4th place, Norwood International, Adelaide High in 5th, in the Pembroke School back in 6th place. So you made your way to the Australian team. I think it was you and
Blake were in the double, yeah.
Fremantle, so Canberra and WA, not
yes.
your normal combination. Now, with the beach sprints, they are run very, very differently to flat water rowing. And one of the big differences, isn't it, is that the boats are pooled. It's a shared boat system. So you only get to see your boat for the first time a couple of minutes beforehand, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. So there's a bit of a sense of community in that everyone sort of uses the same pool of boats. So there might be, say, 6 boats available for the race and maybe 30 countries entered. So you sort of have 8 minutes before your race where you get access to the boat and you're able to go in and make those changes and set it up. So it's a pretty high pressure situation in there, but it makes it lots of fun.
As we're just seeing our crews coming into the 1,500 metre timing point, it is still the crew there from Christian Brothers College in South Australia, holding on just under a boat length lead ahead of Prince Alfred College, and now they're just starting to pull away from Sydney Grammar School in 3rd place. A nice battle going on for 4th and 5th. That's Norwood International and Adelaide High sitting less than a second ahead of the Friends School back in 5th place. And then we are back then to the Pembroke School over in lane number 8 in 6th place. You can see them at the back of the screen. So Christian Brothers College in the purple zooties on the right hand side, Prince Alfred College in the red with the white stripes in the middle of the screen. So they're our 2 leading crews, and you can see the coxswains looking at each, almost yelling at each other as they go through. And I think one of the really interesting things, so you were in the mixed double scull, so it's predominantly mixed events in the crew boats, and for the sprint to and from the beach, it has to be one of each gender that runs down.
Yeah, so running up and down the beach, you have to have one from each gender, and in the double, it'll be the stroke seat that runs down and the bow seat that runs back up. So different countries have different strategies, whether you're better to have the female or the male at the start or at the end. And same with the coxed quad. The cox generally does the run down, and then if it's a male or female cox, the other gender in the bow, and then they'll do the run back up.
As we're just seeing our rowers coming down towards the finish. It is going to be a start-to-finish win here for the crew from Christians Brothers College. So that's Memphis Costanzo, Lucas Barapani, Alex Evans, Hugo Frinsdorf and Luke Bullock. They'll finish a little bit over a boat length ahead of Prince Alfred College's William Garnett, Ollie Dennis, Maxwell Kammer, Dougal McLaughlin and Charlie Yellen. They'll go through to the final. Just missing out will be Sydney Grammar in lane number 6. They'll finish ahead of the crew from Adelaide and Norwood International High. In behind them, we've then got the crew from the Friends School in 5th place, and the Pembroke School from South Australia will finish back in 6th. As we move on to the second repercharge of the under-19 men's Cox Falls, Launceston Grammar in lane 1, Unley High in lane 2, St Peter's College in lane 3 and 4, St Joseph's College in lane 5, the Friends School in lane 6, Unley High in lane 7 and Scotch Oakburn in lane number 8. St Joseph's leading St Peter's in for the battle for the top 2 spots, but Friends School sitting in 3rd, less than a second back in there. So I guess one of the things for you coming from the flat water rowing, you had to really work on your sprint work, didn't you? Because you, in the double, both of you have got to do the run.
Yes, so I guess traditionally I wouldn't call myself a runner, so my growth on the land sprinting was pretty exponential. And then add in the sand as well. I don't know if anyone's been sand running, but it's pretty tough. So yeah, you're not just sprinting in the boat, you're sprinting on the land. So there's, yeah, quite a lot to it actually.
As we're just seeing St Joseph's holding on to that lead in lane number 5. And then the Friends School have moved up into 2nd. St Peter's are now in 3rd place. So that's the crew in lane number 3. They are a second behind. It's only the top 2 going through to the final. Then we have Scotch Oakburn, Unley High in lane 7, Launceston Grammar in lane 1, Unley High in lane number 2, and then the second St Peter's crew in lane number 4, looking like they might just be out of this race. So St Joseph's and Friends, our 2 leading rowers there. So the actual experience at the beach sprints, because again, we talk about it being very different to the flat water. You've got DJs there, you've got grandstands both sides, and you can see the entire race from the grandstands.
Yeah, you sure can. Yeah, you're on the start line, and I remember very clearly I was on the start line and they were playing the Macarena. So that was pretty funny. But yeah, there's a lot of noise. There's a big crowd either side. There's a lot going on, so you sort of have to put your blinkers on and stay in your lane and stay focused. But yeah, it's an added challenge, which is pretty cool and unique compared to being out here on a 2,000 metre course.
And with the beach sprints being part of the 2028 Olympics, I guess there's that real carrot at the end, isn't there, to go in and to do this? Yeah,
well, it's pretty exciting. There's 3 medals up for grabs. So we'll see how we go over the next few years. It's very exciting, and hopefully we can get some more people involved and keep that team ticking along.
As we're just seeing our crews coming up now to the 1,500 metre timing point, and our leading crew from St Joseph's, they've well and truly stretched that out. But let's keep an eye out on the battle for second place, because the Friends School are less than a second ahead of St Peter's College. Scotch Oakburn are 2.5 back in 4th place, so they're not entirely out of the running either. Unley High in lane 7 in 5th, Launceston Grammar in lane 1 in 6th place, Unley High then in lane 2 back in 7th spot. And you can see this view from the screen here, Catherine. The drone footage makes an absolute difference, and it did at the beach springs.
Yeah.
As well. But this is great rowing going.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a tight race.
So we can see St Joseph's in that pink. I think it's a certain shade of pink that I cannot remember.
Oh, I would say that's probably a magenta, Stu.
Magenta?
Yeah,
okay,
I think
we'll go with the magenta. I'm sure somebody will send me a text message very soon with the correct colour there. But St Peter's College in the blue and white stripes. The Friends School over in lane number 6. So it's going to come down to a hot sprint, and then a couple of lanes across from the Friends School. We've got Scotch Oakburn in lane number 8, also deciding they would very much like to go through to the final. St Joseph's are looking like they've got the spot in the semi-final. Sorry, it's top 2 through to the semi-final, and then it's between Scotch Oakburn, Friends and St Peter's College. Who's going to take that second spot? St Joseph's holding on to that lead. You can see them now. It's 3 abreast. It's St Peter's, Friends, Scotch Oakburn, can the South Australians get past the two local crews? It's going to come right down towards the line here. St Joseph's have the lead. St Peter's just getting their bow ball out in front ahead of Friends and Scotch Oakburn. It is going to be St Joseph's ahead of St Peter's. Scotch Oakburn back in third place. The Friends School back in fourth spot. It was only a second between second and third. The Friends School 0.37 of a second back. Unley High finishing in fifth place in lane number 7. Launceston Grammar in lane number 1, and then Unley High in 7th place. That's a cracking
That
race.
was a great race.
As we go back down, if you want to read out for the under-21 men's coxed fours, the crews.
All right, in the under-21s men's coxed fours, we have lane 1, Rockhampton Fitzroy Composite, lane 2, the University of Queensland, lane 3, Sydney University, lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, lane 5, Adelaide University Composite, and lane 6, the Swan River Composite.
So just having a look on the screen at the moment, and that's lovely chevron shape. And it's probably a little bit unsurprising to see Sydney Rowing Club in a sweep boat out in front at the moment. So looking nice out in front there. Sydney University, University of Queensland, Adelaide University and Swan River Composite, all with a shot again. So some really tight racing. When you're racing the beach sprints, because you don't have this side-by-side view that I guess we do here, how do you keep an eye out for where exactly you are compared to the other crew?
So I guess in beach sprints, there's sort of 2 phases of the competition. So you start out with a time trial. So obviously you're going off one by one about a minute apart. So you don't really have any idea where your competition is. And then the top 16 will make it through to the knockout round. And that's where you go head to head. So I guess you get a pretty good gauge of who's getting down the beach and to the boat first. That's a good first marker. And then once you've done the slaloming through all the buoys, I guess each buoy you can kind of see where the other boat is. And then at the 180-degree turn, before you come sprinting back in, sort of whoever's at that buoy first is a pretty good indicator of where you're at in the race.
And to get around that buoy at the 250 metres, because it is a full 180-degree turn.
Yeah.
We saw some really interesting technique. There are a couple of crews and rowers, I think Emma Twigg was one of them, that use the oar on the buoy as a handbrake.
Yeah.
To get right around.
Yeah, so I think, everyone seems to have a slightly different technique. But I guess there's 2 main ones. You either sort of go out wide and then come in tight to the buoy, or you go in tight to the buoy and then come out a bit wider. But you're going in obviously at sprint pace, maybe at 44, 46 strokes per minute. And then these boats are pretty heavy, so you've got to check them really quickly and jam it in there.
Sydney Rowing Club holding on to that lead here in the repercharge of the under-21 men's coxed fours. And then with the top 4 going through to the final, it is nice and even between the rest of our crew. So we've got the Swan River Fremantle West Australian Composite in 2nd place, Adelaide University in 3rd place, and then the University of Queensland back in 4th. Sydney University, again, not out of the running. They're in 5th place. You can see them there just off towards the back of the screen, half a boat length down. So if they are going to make that sprint through to the end, they will need to start putting the pressure on. And then the other thing about the beach sprints as well is that when you're doing the slalom out, you've got a coach pointing where to go.
Yep. So you've got your coach or your boat handler standing on the beach with their arms in the air, and sort of like clock hands. They'll have far to the right or a little bit to the right. So you're sort of doing your steering based off their judgment. So there's a lot of trust and a lot of practice involved there.
As we're seeing our crews coming into the last 250 metres. Sydney Rowing Club holding on to that lead off to their left-hand side. We've got the Adelaide University Composite. We're just on board there with the boys from Sydney Rowing Club. That's Tommy Poulton, Toby Smith, Ollie Harvey, Toby Denton and Moira Geraghty. And then off to their left-hand side, the West Australians getting just past the South Australians potentially. The push is coming on here. University of Queensland sitting nicely in 4th spot. They look like they're going to go through to the final. Sydney Rowing Club definitely will They'll take the win in the repercharge. It will be the West Australians by half a canvas over the South Australians. University of Queensland finishing in 4th. Sydney University back in 5th place, unfortunately missing out on that spot in the final, as will the crew from Rockhampton, Fitzroy and Maroochy River. As we get back down towards the start, it's the under-23 women's double sculls.
All right, in the under-23 double sculls, in lane 1, we've got the ANU composite, lane 2, North Esk composite, lane 3, UTS Haberfield, lane 4, Surfers Paradise, lane 5, Adelaide University composite, lane 6, Tamar composite, and lane 7, the Mercantile composite.
So our leading crew through the 500 was the Merck's Sydney composite of Liesl Page and Georgia Campbell, sitting ahead of Sarah Burke and Carolyn McNally of Adelaide Uni and the University of Queensland. Surfers Paradise in 3rd, Tamar Swan River in 4th, ANU Banks in 5th, and North Esk and Mersey in 6th. Top 4 to make it through to the final, so our top 4 looking reasonably well settled at the moment. And then Catherine, before we let you go, we spoke to Jackson about the interstate. Now for yourself, you rode for the ACT in the Nell Slatter last year in the Sculls, finishing 4th in that one. You've been selected again for the singles, but then the Queen's Cup, and it's the second Queen's Cup since 2013 for the ACT. It's 30 years of the ACT officially rowing in the interstate, and it's the first time in 13 years that we've had the Kings and Queens Cups together. So how much, as an ACT girl, does that mean to you to get them both out there?
Oh, it's really exciting, Stu. I think especially for the Queen's Cup. So I was part of that crew back in Perth when we had the first Queen's Cup in 10 years. So it's really exciting to be able to get another 8 out there. And we've got some great women coming through, a few juniors, a few under-23s, a few under-21s. So it's really exciting to be able to build that up in the ACT. So hopefully this will be our first year of many in the Queen's Cup. So
it would be fantastic to see the 8s rowing out for the ACT again. It's going to be great to see you guys on Sunday and then again over the next few years. Really looking forward to seeing those crews out there. Catherine Kahn, Australian Beach Sprint representative, ACT representative, and of course we can't forget the Australian National University, because that's the most important.
You're so right, Stu.
It's an ANU takeover here in the commentary box. Catherine Kahn, thank you very much for joining us here in the commentary tower.
Thanks, Stu.
So Catherine Kahn there from the Australian Beach Sprint rowing team, joining us here in the Combox. So out on the course, it is Sarah Burke and Carolyn McNally sitting in first place, and then Surfers Paradise, Gemma Jansen Van Buren and Courtney Davis in second. Liesl Page, Georgia Campbell just dropping off the pace a little bit through the second 500 metres. They're in third, and then Isabella Edinger and Ashley Cherry from Tamar and Swan River back in fourth place. ANU and Banks, Matilda Shard and Brooklyn Leslie in fifth. North Esk and Mersey, Millie Filand and Emily Hepburn back in sixth place. So they are our crews at the moment. You can see them on the screen there, and that Adelaide Uni and University of Queensland crew looking nice out in front there. So that is the crew there in lane number 5. Carolyn McNally, she is the South Australian Open Women's Single Scull Champion. Then we've got, you can see there, the two crews, they're just ahead of Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Gemma Jansen Van Buren and Courtney Davis, coached by Gus Rodero. Over on the left-hand side, we've got Isabella Enninger and Ashley Cherry of Tamar Rowing Club. And then Mercantile in Sydney, Liesl Page and Georgia Campbell. So our crews now, that ability to just drop that rating right the ways down. They have opened up a bit of a gap. The next crew in behind them are Matilda Chard of Banks and Brooklyn Leslie of ANU. As we're just looking at our view from the drone footage, and you can see there some lovely double scull rowing from Sarah Burke and Carolyn McNally. So Adelaide University and the University of Queensland holding on to that lead. You just see there with the top four going through to the final here in the under-23 women's double sculls. But all of our leading crews now just taking the opportunity to wind it down a bit, get a bit of relaxation, a bit of a breather. It's a bit of a breather for our Australian athletes. Our thanks to Jackson Free and Catherine Kahn, as I'm joined back in the commentary box by Richard Dorstein, who himself was having a bit of a breather.
Indeed, I feel like I'm batting after Bradman here, but Stuart, a tough act to follow. A couple of national athletes in the commentary box, but great to hear from both Catherine and Jackson over the past half an hour or so, and hear their commentary skills being refined as well.
Look, you know, we've got the next few. We've got Ant that's come in, and we might have a few other athletes coming in.
Yes, no, always looking for the next generation of rowing commentators. So great.
We are not the next generation.
Unfortunately, no, I don't think we fit in that category anymore. But we live in hope. Got a few years to go anyway.
Yeah, a few before we get up to Ray's.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Who's just rung in. I think he's watching, actually. Hello to Ray Abbott back in Brisbane as we see the end of this race here in the under-23 women's doubles scull. The first repercharge comes across the line, and Adelaide University, Queensland University composite crew of Sarah Bork and Carolyn McNally are our race winners. The red there of the Surfers Paradise Rowing Club in second, Gemma Jansen-Van Vuren and Courtney Davis, and then Mercantile Sydney in third, Lisa Page and Georgia Campbell. Fourth place to Tamar and Swan River there, Isabella Edinger and Ashley Cherry in race 249. So the first four will go through to the A final here, and the remaining boats to be eliminated, ANU Composite in lane number 1. And then also still to come home, the crew in lane 2 as well. There is it, the North Esk and Mersey composite crew from here in northern Tasmania.
So Adelaide University, University of Queensland, Surfers Paradise, Mercantile Sydney and Tamar Swan River all going through to the final of the under-23 women's double sculls. And we do have a little bit of a gap in the program, so the repercharge for the under-23 men's double sculls was cancelled. So we're having a look down at the start line, and this promises to be a lovely little race here. It's the repercharge of the open women's double sculls. So in lane number 1 from Tasmania University, we have Jane Hilliard and Amanda Badger. Lane 2 from the Australian National University, Sophie Gerapetritis and Jacinta Essam, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 3, it's an ANU composite of Laura Kelly from Swan River and Bree Murray from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding and Mark Beer. And it's worthwhile pointing out that Laura Kelly was at ANU at the start of the year, so she'll be. The irony here is that Laura Kelly is at Swan River Rowing Club. She'll be rowing for the ACT on Sunday in the Queen's Cup. Brianna Murray from ANU, she'll be rowing for Western Australia in the Queen's Cup. So it's a lovely little switch around there. Let's not do things simply in rowing.
No, exactly right.
Melbourne University Mercantile in lane 4. That's Freya Axton from Mercs and Bridget Harwood from Melbourne University. Wallace Russell and Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland, coached by Michael Russell. They're in lane 5. We've got Toowong and Tasmania University, Kate Oliver and Jemima Powell, coached by Alex Field in lane 6. And then the Murray Bridge composite of Isabel Townsend from Adelaide and Victoria Seidel from the Murray Bridge Rowing Club in regional South Australia in lane number 7, as our crews are now all underway. And again, I love this drone footage, particularly as we get a bit of an idea, Richard, as to who the really quick sprinters are off the start line. Yeah, no, there's certainly no secrets from the drone. Great to see it back up in the air after that bit of a serious rain earlier on. It's difficult to fly a drone in pouring rain and wind, obviously, but we're getting this fantastic shot from above and a very kite start between these 3 boats there in the middle of the course, being ANU, Swan River, Melbourne Uni Mercantile and University of Queensland. Lanes 3, 4 and 5, barely a canvas between them all, but a great display of rowing from all 3 crews to get out quickly in front here in this repercharge of the open women's double scull. First, second, third and fourth here will move through to the A final of the open women's double, which will be on Friday's program. And the remaining 3 crews will be eliminated from the event. So a clear top 3 in the middle, maybe just a lead, I think, there with Freya Axton of Mercantile and Bridget Harwood from the Melbourne University Boat Club. Yeah, and just having a look on the left-hand side, we've got Tasmania University and then the ANU crew. Worthwhile pointing out Sophie Gerapetritis. We've seen her, I think she's a multiple gold medal winner in the Victoria Cup for New South Wales in the lightweights, has recently come back to rowing after giving birth to young Phoebe. And I think her husband James Waldersee is here as well. So Phoebe's doing her first travel down to Tasmania, and we'll actually see Sophie rowing for the ACT in the Queen's Cup. Along with Jacinta Essam, who's in the bow seat of that boat. So
First of many regattas too, I suspect, for the young child who's going to be getting quite used to travelling from place to place.
I think that she might be in a few of them, definitely. But we're just having a look on the screen at the moment. You can see Tasmania University on the left, ANU just off to the right-hand side, and then second from the right, we've got the ANU Swan River Composite, who are sitting nicely in behind Melbourne University and Mercantile Composite. So just that zoom in there, and I think actually Sophie's in the bow seat of that one. So Jacinta Essam, former champion swimmer, did a lot of swimming, has only just learnt to row a couple of years ago, so she's now already made her way into the national titles.
Yeah, not bad. Certainly taking to the sport extremely quickly, sticking with the water sports, but choosing to be above rather than in, which is probably a better idea.
It's a much smarter idea.
Absolutely.
I feel like. But our leading crew at the 500 metres was Melbourne University and Mercantile, sitting ahead of the University of Queensland, ANU Swan River in third, and then Murray Bridge and Adelaide sitting in fourth place. It was 0.9 of a second back to Toowong, Tasmania University. So we'll keep an eye out on how that all pans out, as we just see there the Merc Sooty there of Freya Axton. It looks like next to the University of Queensland. Wallace Russell's already had a good regatta. She won the race for lanes and the women's PR3 single sculls, so she already doing quite well, and now here in the open women's double, sitting nicely for a spot in the final.
Yeah, no, it's certainly been, it's going to be a big regatta for Wallace Russell, going all the way through to Sunday afternoon's racing, where she'll don the maroon of Queensland as well. But here in the colours of the University of Queensland, sitting in what looks to be just second place ahead of that ANU and Swan River composite crew as they come through the halfway mark. It is a clear length lead to that combination of the two Melbourne clubs, Melbourne Uni and Mercantile, 2.61 seconds on the University of Queensland. ANU Swan River a further 1.4 seconds back in third place. And the all-important fourth spot by exactly a second is the crew from Toowong and the Tasmania University Boat Club. Kate Oliver from Tasmania University, Jemima Powell of Toowong, coached by Alex Field. It's a fairly disparate geographical combination as well between those two clubs from the north and the south of the country, but running together quite well here.
Yeah, they're sitting a couple of seconds ahead of Isabel Townsend and Victoria Seidel from Adelaide and Murray Bridge. So again, great to see that regional representation. ANU sitting in sixth place, that's Repercharge and Essam, and then Hilliard and Badger from Tasmania University sitting in seventh. As you see there, it's a nice chevron shape.
Yes, it's working out exactly as it should, Stuart. I was thinking the same thing as our drone travels around these top few crews. The lead in the centre lane, second and third either side of them, and but for one crew that's slightly out of order there, that's the lane 6 crew. I think that's Toowong Tasmania University, who are messing up the pattern somewhat. That will not concern them at all, much as it might be for the OCT up here in the commentary box, where they sit in fourth place. At this stage, you're going through to the final of the Open Women's Double Scull.
So it was your idea of a nightmare where you've got a semi-final 3 and they're in a W shape across
That would be fingernails on a chalkboard, I can assure you, if that's the case. But we don't need to go there this week, because we're using the 8-lane progression system, which brings us back to a standard 2 semi-finals in all events, pleasingly for me and many others who share the same affliction, I'm told.
Yes, we head up to
we have our own group going, don't worry.
There's a support group. It's third semi-finalist anonymous.
Yeah.
As we see our rowers heading up towards the 1,500 metres, and it is going to be the Victorians who are out in front. That's Freya Axton and Bridget Harwood. They're ahead of Kate Oliver, Jemima Powell by a couple of seconds. Still pretty close in though. Wallace Russell and Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland, and Laura Kelly and Brianna Murray also within about a second of second place. And then Townsend and Seidel from Murray Bridge and Adelaide in fifth. Repercharge and Essam of ANU in 6, and then Hilliard and Badger of Tasmania University back in 7th.
I'm actually not quite sure that the time we had there on screen quite matches the reality on the course. I think that Toowong Tas Uni were actually 4th, but still in the top 4. So they're well placed to qualify, but they've certainly come through very strongly in the premiership quarter. And now as we go up above our top 3, we can see that it is still a lead to the Victorians, but they have got themselves possibly up now into 2nd spot, that crew on the right of screen.
Yeah, Kate Oliver and Jemima Powell, you can see them there. Tasmania University, red Zooty in the stroke seat, so that's Kate Oliver, Jemima Powell of Toowong in the yellow Zooty. So move themselves up into 2nd, and again, this does mean that potentially we'll see them just ease off a touch as they come up towards the line. Although I'm sure that the Murray Bridge Adelaide composites might just have something to say about that, because I think they're starting to put on a bit of a push now, that the South Australian crew over in lane number 7. So the ANU Swan River composite will have to keep an eye out there, because there is the sprint coming with about 100 or so metres left to go.
Our leaders here in the boat too, named after Kim Brennan, Olympic single sculls gold medalist there, the Mercantile Melbourne Uni crew, who have the race lead now by, it's probably a diminishing margin, because Toowong Tasmania University over towards the far side are now in a clear second. They're going out after our race leaders. They will run out of water, but will finish in a good 2nd place. So first Mercantile Melbourne Uni on lane 4, 2nd goes to Toowong and Tasmania University on lane number 6, 3rd will be lane 5, the University of Queensland, and 4th, the final qualifier, ANU Swan River in lane number 3. 5th, the far side, Murray Bridge and Adelaide, followed home by ANU in lane 2 and Tasmania University in lane number 1. So a good win there to that composite Victorian combination.
Yeah, it'll be a fascinating final for the Open Women's Double Sculls. As we head back down the course, it's the repercharge for the Open Men's Double Sculls, and it's top 4 to go through to the final. Lane 2 from Camden Surfers Paradise, we have Ben Horsnell and Tom Coates. In lane 3 from Sydney and ANU, Hamish Harding and Alex Wolf. They both train out of the ACT High Performance Program. Lane 4 from the University of Western Australia and Sydney University, we have Adam Holland and Ben Clayton, coached by Tom Larrick. In lane 5 from Adelaide and Sydney University, Marcus Delamata and Mitchell Reinhardt. In lane 6 from Adelaide and Tasmania University, Rowan Sanderson and Joshua Lascock, coached by Darren Potts and Ron Mobbs. And lane 7 from Banks Rowing Club, James Meads and Nick Ziggiter.
I think we're lucky that the Banks Club captain's not up here at the moment. She'd be cheering loudly with a Banks crew here in a qualifying spot over in lane 7, James Meads and Nick Ziggiter. He's head coached by Joe O'Neill, and they are in 4th spot, at least they were at the halfway point of the race over on the far side of Lake Barrington here, but it is a clear lead, a substantial lead certainly to the crew in lane number 5 it was, leading at the halfway mark, Sydney University and the West Australian Rowing Club.
Yeah, so that was, well, it was Mitch Reinhardt listed on my programs.
Yeah, it's actually
Jack Cleary who's in there.
Yes, no, there's been a substitution because the names on screen aren't matching up with the paperwork that was printed at the beginning of the day. There has been a substitution since, and it is, Jack Cleary and Marcus Delamata. So Sydney Uni and the West Australian Rowing Club is now the combination, and a very decent combination indeed, with a big lead here, Stuart.
Yeah, through the 1500, you can see there it's a bit of clear water between 1st and 2nd, and I think that it's going to be very tight here. It's the ANU Sydney composite just in 2nd place, Banks 0.3 of a second in 3rd, University of WA, Sydney University in 4th place. There's only a second between 2nd and 4th place. It is back then nearly 4 seconds to the Cairns Surfers Paradise composite in lane number 2, and then Adelaide Tasmania University in lane number 6, sitting a ways off the pace. So we can see on the screen there, it's top 4 to go through to the final. Banks have now moved up into 2nd place, which will no doubt please their club captain. But will it be a little bit too much to go for Ben Horsnell and Tom Coates from Surfers Paradise and Cairns Rowing Clubs? You can see that gap there, and they're now into the Red Boys. It's going to take a big effort, Richard.
Yeah, no, it is indeed. But yeah, very good 3rd 500 there from Banks. And we can see the two crews there side by side now, also in lanes at 3 and 4, who are currently battling for 3rd and 4th place, which means both will qualify. But Cairns and Surfers Paradise just at the bottom of the screen there, the only likely danger. But yeah, definitely Great to see Banks out in this race. They did top the medal tally at the Victorian State Championships for the first time in a long time, a couple of months, or a month or so ago on Lake Wendouree. And they said certainly a clear second here.
So it will be the crew of Marcus Delamata from Sydney University and Jack Cleary from the West Australian Rowing Club. You can see Jack there in the red zooty with the cap on backwards. They are going to just put a bit of pressure on towards the end there and make sure that they take the win in the repercharge. So they'll go through to the final. Joining them in the final, we've got the sprint coming here from Hamish Harding and Alex Wolf from ANU and Sydney Rowing Club. And they'll just get themselves ahead of the Banks double of James Meads and Nick Ziggler. Coming through in third place, it will be the crew of Adam Holland and Ben Clayton from Sydney University and the University of Western Australia. The Cairns Surfers Paradise Composite of Ben Horsnell and Tom Coates, unfortunately just missing out by a couple of seconds on qualification, as does the crew from Adelaide and Tasmania University. So that's Rowan Sanderson and Joshua Lascock.
Yeah, good win there. 9.22 seconds it will be for the composite crew in lane 5 ahead of the Sydney composite crew in lane number 3. 6:38.77, the unofficial winning time. And our last race before the lunch break has a couple of scratchings here. So we're down to a 4-boat race, which I think means only 3 crews here may progress to the final, but it's Swan River lane 2, Newcastle Uni in the PN lane 4, ANU North Esk in 6, and Banks Loretto Marriotteville racing in lane number 7, the one and only repercharge of this under 23 lightweight double scull. Lead there to that crew, yes, in the middle of the course, Stuart, Newcastle University and the PN.
Yeah, Kate Atherton from Newcastle University. She is from Tasmania. She'll be rowing in the lightweight quad. Tasmania just have an amazing record in those lightweight events in the interstate. I think it was 3 consecutive years where it was a win in 2019 at Sydney. It was a win down here at Barrington in 2021, and then a win on Ngambie in 2022.
Yeah, that's right.
So 3 consecutive wins in 3 very different venues.
Yes, that's right. They prove they can take their style of rowing anywhere and get great results. And yeah, I mean, Tasmania for a long time was sort of the home of lightweight rowing in Australia, with many crews training on the Huon River down in the south of the state. Some great Australian lightweight combinations for many years in the late 90s and early part of this century as well.
Yeah, and I think, and for those that haven't seen it, down around about the middle of the spectator area, there is actually we're talking about Tasmanian rowing history, there is the actual shell, the boat that was used in their King's Cup winning crew.
And we think Queensland's drought is long at 87 years. It's been 100 years. 1926 was the one and only time Tasmania won the King's Cup. They did win the Interstate 8 race before World War I, which is when the King's Cup trophy was inaugurated at the Henley Peace Regatta of 1919. But their only win in the King's Cup era came exactly 100 years ago. So there's a drought that should be broken here on Lake Barrington.
Wouldn't that be popular?
I suspect so. But it is great, yes. The Wooden 8 is there, which was, I think, made in Melbourne and shipped down here to Tasmania. And also all the trophies are on display that'll be awarded throughout the week here. So our presentation's beginning tomorrow morning, and you can see all those very famous and perpetual trophies there in the Reesonian Centre with the Wooden 8, and the trophies certainly worth a look at some stage over the course of this week.
1,000 metres, it was Newcastle University and Nepean with the lead ahead of Swan River. ANU North Esk in 3rd place, and then Banks Loretto Marriotteville back in 4th. There is just one thing though, with the interstate trophies, they've all got names except for the 2 PR3 trophies. So they're very nice trophies, but they don't have names. So
we need some creativity.
May I suggest Jed Oldswager for the men, Nikki Ayres for the women?
I thought for a second you were going to go with the Stuart John Trophy, but you've upped that. That's very good.
Goodness.
Well, the Jack Stewart Trophy it would actually now be, wouldn't it? But yes, no, that's certainly, I reckon they're very noble nominations, Stuart. So, and it would be fitting certainly to have trophies named for those 2 events, which have been part of the Nationals program for probably close to a decade now.
Yeah, well, it was over 1,000 metres, I think, when they first did them. So it's now over 2,000 metres. It's over the Paralympic course. Jed, I think, won it at least 2 times. Nikki Ayres won it 4 out of 5 times.
Yep.
2019, when she won it, was the first ACT gold since 1997. So it was about a 22-year gap in there. And that story, it'll be 30 years next year
Yes.
The ACT won the King's
Cup. They're the one and so far only time in 1997. Unfortunately, we don't have time with what's left in this race to complete the story of what happened then, but it is a very, very interesting tale indeed.
I think I might be writing about it over the winter. So,
I look forward to it.
I think there's a great story in there. But
they broke a run of 11 consecutive Victorian wins with that win that was here, I think, wasn't it? Lake Barrington in 1997. That's right. Yeah.
Through the 1500, it is Newcastle University and Nepean leading out ahead of Swan River, and then back to the ANU North-esque composite in third place. The Banks Loretto Marriotteville composite, that's Alice Shanahan and Ariel Vanderpoel, just a little ways back. So if it is the top three to go through to the final, it would be Newcastle University in Nepean, Swan River and ANU North-esque, as we're just seeing a few clouds start to drop down over us.
Fog has sat sort of menacingly just above the hills here, above the course, but it does seem to be getting a little bit lower. But we are approaching the lunch break here, so no rowing on the course for the next hour it will be. And then only, it's at the shortest day of the regatta here, which is remarkable after what we've been through for the first 2 days. But last race today coming down at 3:10. So we hopefully can get through without any interruptions over the course of this afternoon.
I think it's been a credit to the organising staff, the boat race officials. Like we've had, you know, not 50 ways to leave your lover, 50 ways to delay a regatta. And it wouldn't surprise me if we saw a thylacine come out of the forest over on the far side, because that's... But they've really, like, I don't know that people appreciate how much work goes into organising a regatta to rejig it. They've made it so as that, you know, everything is running on time, and at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're all going to be getting out of here.
Yep, exactly.
It's full credit to the team.
Yeah, indeed. And Alice Evans in particular, the competition manager from Rowing Australia, who's been hard at work for weeks and weeks and had to rejig the regatta 3 or 4 times in the past 2 days. But here we are about to see the conclusion of our last race before the lunch break here. And it is that crew in the centre of the course, Ellie Taylor of Nepean and Kate Atherton from the Newcastle University Boat Club, who will go through and take the win here in race 253. So they're through to the final of this race. In second place on this side, there'll be the Swan River crew of Moss and Griffith. Third will go to Adelaide University, Adelaide, Mackay and Binns. And then fourth place is Banks and Loretto Marriotteville, Alice Shanahan and Ariel Vanderpoel over on the far side here of Lake Barrington.
So that concludes first session of rowing here on day 3 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championship. So as Richard mentioned, we do have a little bit of a gap in the program. Our next race will be at 1:30 when we're underway for heat number 1 of the under-17 women's coxed quad sculls.
Hang around too, there'll be some fantastic races coming up this afternoon with the under-17, under-19 quad sculls and 8s as well. So some fast big boat racing on Lake Barrington this afternoon.
At this year's Australian Rowing Championships, we will once again be having a Learn and Load session hosted by dual Olympic champion Duncan Free OAM. Register for the Learn and Carbo Load session on Wednesday, 25 March from 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m, where you can learn from Australia's top athletes while you load with a free pasta dinner. Join us for an inspiring Women in Sport brunch on Thursday, 26 March from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. in the Davies Bay Lodge, where we celebrate the incredible achievements of women in sport. This event is an opportunity to hear from some of the most inspiring, driven and passionate women in the rowing industry, share experiences and learn from each other. For more information, visit rowingaustralia.com.au/ARC. Everyone is welcome to attend this free event.
My back faces the finish line. I pursue something I can't see. So we build a team and learn to trust the rower behind, in front. Together, we chase perfect, unbroken circles. In the water, with practiced hands, again and again and again, from catch to finish, handle to blade. And together, our vision is clear. When we're together, our circle is unbreakable. The path to greatness can't be rowed alone. It must be as one.
Atlas Iron and Roy Hill have come together to form Hancock Iron Ore, a team built on a significant West Australian legacy, founded by a patriotic Australian, Gina Reinhardt, working together to be the best in Australia, for Australia.
Good afternoon all. Welcome back after the lunch break here on the third day of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships, and we're getting set for a short but exciting afternoon of racing here with heats coming up, under 17 and under 19 coxed quads and also 8. So there'll be some great big boat racing on the course. Great conditions here still at Lake Barrington as we see our boats in the quads soon to move in to the starting pontoon, and welcome back again to Chris McCarthy.
Thank you, Richard. Look at that. The sun just starting to peek through here on Lake Barrington. And it's a gorgeous little afternoon. Very light, gentle tail breeze for some of our school crews this afternoon. And very importantly, the first time we're going to see an 8 on the water for this championships later on. Well, indeed, the first time I think we're going to see a quad as well right now after the lunch break.
That's right.
And then the debut of the under 17 8, not the schoolgirl version, the one that's open to club and composite entries as well later on this afternoon.
Yeah, one of a couple of new events added to the program this year, which has certainly given some of these clubs a chance to put together some good young combinations, which we'll see on the course shortly. Of course, the schools component of this regatta officially begins tomorrow afternoon. So that's still a fair way away, but lots of club racing and plenty of school crews, of course, in these underage events as well.
Yeah, actually almost all school crews in these underage events, at least these next two coming up, with the exception of Commercial Rowing Club, who have a great junior program with no small thanks to the fact that the girls' season runs opposite to the club season in Queensland, and so they are able to bring together quite a lot of the talented schools rowers from up.
Wonderfully located too, the Commercial Rowing Club there at Davies Park on West End, right alongside the boat sheds of the All Hallows School and also Brisbane Girls Grammar School and Brisbane State High School. So a little bit like Boathouse Drive in Melbourne, you've got a number of clubs and schools training in very close proximity, and Commercial certainly working carefully with those schools in recent years to grow their junior program as well.
Yeah, and we're just saying off air as well, so commercial crew on the far side of this race that we'll have shortly, and then we'll have a second commercial crew in the second heat, 3 heats of this under-17 women's coxed quad scull, and then that new event that we mentioned, which commercial last year won the New South Wales titles in that category. This year, a silver medal at the New South Wales titles in that category, and will debut their under-17-8 at the National Championships. But it's only an hour away, and they've got 2 quad races, which are going to be 2 very competitive quad races to get through beforehand.
Yes, indeed. Now, a quick turnaround. They'll be grateful, certainly, for the slight following conditions here to make the race a little bit shorter than it otherwise would be. But, yeah, it's a tough schedule to pack into a short afternoon of racing. Only about 2 hours or so to go through to the end of today, which is quite the contrast with the post-6:30 finish times we've seen in the first 2 days of this regatta. But just getting set to go here, it looks like 2 in this opening heat of the under-17 women's quad scull. 3 heats in total it will be. We can see the Radford College crew there from the ACT closest to our camera on the side of the course as our boat holders make their final adjustments, and the race will very shortly be underway there down at the start pontoon. Thank you again to our volunteer boat holders working hard right throughout this regatta. And you can see the field there from lane 1 is Radford College, lane 2 Unley High, Loretto Marriotteville and Adelaide High School, a 3-school composite there from South Australia. Ballarat Clarendon College, the red colours in lane number 3. St Catherine's School of Sydney racing in lane 4. Perth College in lane 5. Loretto Ballarat in lane 6. The commercial crew you mentioned, Chris, there in lane number 7. And the Askham Composite School is racing in lane number 8.
5-club composite from Askham.
I was just looking, this is some of Lizzie Chapman's best work, obviously.
Lizzie Chapman, I don't envy your phone bill there.
Yes.
Putting that one together. Askham, Glebe, the Armidale School, Black Mountain and Cranbrook all together. So Black Mountain represented by Ava Rathel, Matilda Cottingham from Armidale, so Alicia from Glebe, Sammy Billiard from Askham, and I would assume then Cranbrook has supplied Thomas.
By the Cox there, yeah.
A little bit of decoding to go. That crew over on the far side of the course in lane 8, seeing all crews square blades in the water, so I would assume that means a roll call is underway, and we're probably due for a start in just a couple of seconds' time. Both hands on the oars. are underway there in our first heat of this afternoon's racing, the under-17 women's coxed quad scull. Radford College closest to the camera there. Composite of Unley High, Loretto College, Marriotteville and Adelaide High School. Let's call them the South Australian composite for simplicity's sake here, Richard. Ballarat, Clarendon in lane 3, St Catherine's School from New South Wales in lane 4. That's the top 4 girls out of their Year 10 first 8 that won the a silver medal at the New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River a couple of weeks ago. Perth College from Western Australia in lane 5. Loretto Ballarat in lane 6. Commercial Rowing Club in lane 7. And the Licorice All Sorts composite across Sydney and regional New South Wales and Canberra, which I've not included in the regional.
I was wondering for that one, yeah.
For Stuart John, I was referring to the Armidale School in terms of regional New South Wales there, but they're off in station number 8, and those crews will be coming to us at a rate of knots with these slight following conditions, and the drone back out to document their journey down the course here at Lake Barrington towards us here in the finish tower.
We can give you, Chris, a course report, a bird's eye view from our co-commentator Ben Homer, who in between scoffing his late lunch just before, has completed a warm-up row in his double scull and did report, yes, quick tailwind conditions out there, so unsurprisingly it'll be some speedy races here coming up with our big boats, but a very slow start there by the crew in lane 5 from Perth College, who trails the field by several lengths.
Stay in the same hotel as us. We'll get the lowdown later on tonight.
Yeah, no apparent issues there now, but maybe some messy strokes coming out of the start.
Yeah, they certainly look like they're continuing on well, but a little bit off the pace in those opening strokes. St Catherine's School, though, not off the pace. They are leading through the first 500 metres of this race. It's always dangerous, I think, when you turn up and you see the top 4 girls from a crew that came second at the head of the river, and you think, ooh, can they, if it's just the top 4 girls, are they going to be right up there? And they are right up there and leading the Askham composite there on the far side of the course, with Commercial just a fraction behind, running in second. So top 4 will progress through to the semi-final tomorrow afternoon, and the repercharge, I think, tomorrow morning for this one. Would be maybe the semi-final on Friday.
I think the final would be on Saturday for these races. So yeah, semis on Friday afternoon.
And now, as they just transition into their rhythm, well, they've well transitioned into their rhythm, so we're seeing what that base speed's going to provide. Commercial Rowing Club starting to make inroads on the Askham composite to their left, to our right, and the far right of the picture, but it is still St Catherine's School from New South Wales, Lillian Orange, Georgia Love, Inksa Dive, who was formerly at the Askham School and did very well in the single scull under the tutelage of our co-commentator Lizzie Chapman, who taught her to row and really enjoyed the single, but has really enjoyed being a part of the bigger boats at St Catherine's this year, or since the start of Term 1, I think. Madeline Innes in that boat, as well as is Anya Roofley. The Cox, coached by Sophie Castellas herself, an old girl of St Catherine's School. I think would have won a Head of the River or two as the Cox. I believe she was the coxswain. I may be corrected if I'm wrong there, for St Catherine's a couple of years ago.
When they had a couple of very successful seasons at St Catherine's School, taken out the last 2 national titles as well, haven't they, in the Schoolgirls Act? So it's been a good period for both the St Catherine's Schools from Sydney and Melbourne, to our great confusion at some regattas too over the past few years. But certainly St Catherine's Sydney, our race leader here, a great battle behind them, but for 2nd, 3rd and 4th on that far side of the course, the Commercial crew that Chris mentioned before, Waverley Palmer, Audrey Peaty, Katarina Cook, Ruby McLeod and Juliet Arthey there, coached by Gary Townsend. They are narrowly 2nd at the halfway mark of the race. And then the crew from Loretto College, Ballarat, who are the head of the Lake winners from Lake Wendouree a few weekends ago. That's the crew in 3rd place, Chloe Ebenson, Molly Malone, Clara May Delahunty, Alice Biove and Sadie Middleton, coached by Harrison Boges. And the 4th crew in a qualifying spot is indeed that 5-club composite from the various Sydney, New South Wales schools, and also Black Mountain Club in the ACT of Ava Rathel, Matilda Coddington, Zoe Leisha, Sammy Rebilliard and Thomas Lukes. So at this stage, they are the 4 crews looking most likely to go through. 4 from each of these 3 heats will go straight to the semi-finals, and then a repercharge to be held, or repercharges in fact, for the remaining crews coming up tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it's always a fascinating event, this one, the Under-17 quad, because you get all these composites starting to form between all, like the Askham crew over on the far side of the course, like the South Australian crew, and in in lane number 2 on the near side of the course, and I think we might have a couple. We've got a Victorian composite in the next race, and a couple from up in Queensland and all around the place. A few real licorice all sorts composites coming up in the next couple of races. But then you've got the school crews who, while they're not cherry picking the best athletes from every other club, they do have the advantage of having rode together the entire way through the season.
Yeah, exactly right.
And likewise for Commercial Rowing Club, who have rode together the entire way through the season, both in the quad and in the 8, and it does seem to, at the moment, it's those single club crews who those efforts paying dividends.
Yeah, certainly a good test of the benefits of training together here in this sport, and we're seeing it particularly from, now that's not Perth College, that's definitely St Catherine's of Sydney, who've gone across the line first. So just ignore what you're seeing on screen there at the moment. St Catherine's, Commercial, Loretto Ballarat and the Askham Composite crew. We can see there from above they are our top 4 crews. That vacant lane 5, the Perth College crew, was, as we saw early on, slow out of the start, and sits back still in a fairly distant 8th position. Ballarat Clarendon, the red colours there, are in probably 5th place, alongside the South Australian composite crew in lane number 2, and in lane 1 we have Radford College from the ACT. So it is a very good spread of crews from right around the country here, being led by the Sydney School in the form of St Catherine's, and now Loretto College from Ballarat in the bright yellow and blue colours, who have a fantastically located boat shed right at the finish line where their school is based at the end of the 2,000 metre course at Lake Wendouree. A very easy trip across the road and straight into the waters of Lake Wendouree for Loretto College.
It's funny how that does tend to pay dividends. Think of the schools that row on site. Loretto, St Ignatius College and Review, Scotch College.
Yep.
2 of the premier schools in the sport and the school boys side at the moment, and certainly a good geographic advantage.
The Southport School says hello as well. I reckon they've got their own Nerang River out the front of the school.
I was forgetting one.
St Catherine's here, leading it from Loretto Ballarat, who've moving up strongly to the crew from Lake Wendouree.
It's going to be a reasonable time here. Normally in this event, something around the 7:30 mark will win you a national, 7:20 to 7:30 mark will win you a national title. So in the heats going in the low or to mid 7:20s, it will be St Catherine's who under pressure in the last couple of strokes there, but it will be the crew from St Catherine's ahead of Loretto Ballarat. Very, very close for 3rd and 4th between the Askham Composite and Commercial Rowing Club, but no doubt those 2 crews also through to the semi-final, and then it'll be the South Australians in lane 2 who just miss out, as do the crew next to them from Ballarat Clarendon and Radford College, and then Perth College a little bit further back in this race. We'll fish again in the repercharge.
No time through yet for that particular event, but definitely a win to St Catherine's of Sydney, Loretto College, Ballarat, Commercial and Askham Composite. The 4 crews moving through to the semis of the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull. So that concludes heat 1 of 3 here. Still 2 more heats to come as we're awaiting our next heat to get underway. And in fact, they are now racing in race 255 of this regatta, the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull second heat. Moosie and the Pembroke School, another 2 state composite there racing in lane 1. Commercial Rowing Club from Brisbane in lane 2. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 3. Unley High from Adelaide in 4. Another crew here from Loretto College Ballarat racing in lane 5. Damascus College also from Ballarat. They're in lane 6. Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane number 7. And a Victorian composite crew there in lane 8. Corio Bay, Essendon and Gippsland Grammar School.
Yeah, it looks like it could be a reasonable showing here from the Victorians here, as the Melbourne Girls Grammar School and the Corio Bay Composite both looking like they're in fairly decent positions, but Canberra Girls Grammar there over in lane 7, second crew from the left-hand side of your picture, currently leading this race, and bringing with them as they start to distance themselves from the rest of the field, bringing with the Melbourne Girls Grammar crew. Third from the right-hand side of your picture, Harriet Andrews, Sophia Barnaby, Eva Nash, Erin Anthony and Olivia Diamanti, who, I would assume Erin Anthony is yet another
yes,
member of the Anthony
one of
family.
the three daughters of Peter Anthony and Fiona Milne, a very strong rowing family, of course, there. And
Emily having a cracking morning in the semi-final of the 21 lightweight single, and has what I would anticipate to be a stressful day tomorrow of having to race the pair and then get off the water and then weigh in and probably pushing to make the weigh-in of the lightweight single. It'll be a very stressful morning for her, but looking to be maybe a less stressful couple of days for her sister and her Melbourne Girls Grammar teammates, starting to really distance themselves from the chasing pack. Are that crew, as well as Canberra Girls Grammar and the Corio Bay Essendon Gippsland Grammar composite on the far side of the course. So that's Emily Henderson and Jessica Durand from Gippsland Grammar, Emma Stevenson from Essendon, Sky Quirk from Corio Bay, and Eden Smith, the coxswain. And that crew currently looks to be running third at the moment, and those are our top three. So Canberra Girls Grammar, Melbourne Girls Grammar, and the Victorians on the far side of the course. But here comes, snuck into it. I didn't even see them on the drone, how close they were there. But Commercial Rowing Club, their second quad, or second of their two quads. Don't know necessarily the rankings of the two between this one and the one we saw in the last race. Right up there as well in contention.
Yeah, Loreto College, Ballarat, their lane 5-2. That is a Division 2 crew, certainly from Loreto. The Division 1 crew was the one that finished very strongly in the previous heat. But Melbourne Girls Grammar School here coming home certainly particularly strongly now in the third 500 of this race. This crew actually finished second at the head of the schoolgirls a couple of weeks ago. Melbourne Girls Grammar School were dominant in Year 10, taking out almost every race. But in this particular event, I recall it well, Melbourne Girls Grammar gave MLCQ quite a start. Almost reeled them in, but finished just second by 0.3 of a second. It was the 1 Year 10 event that Melbourne Girls Grammar School didn't win, but they might be about to make up for that here, because they are right on terms with Canberra Girls Grammar School in this second heat, I should say, and that Corio Bay composite crew in lane number 8 sits third, and almost anyone's guess here for fourth place. Commercial just from Mersey and the Pembroke School, and also then Unley High from Adelaide.
Well, fourth place is the one that we're really interested in, Stuart, because top four will go straight through to the semi-final and get a day off.
Yep.
And fifth through to eighth will have to row the repercharge. So at the moment, there are four crews going for that sort of pretty much almost level or within a canvas of each other for third place. So there's going to be two crews bitterly disappointed missing out there in that battle between the Corio Bay composite, Commercial, and the Mersey composite, and Loreto Ballarat in the centre there that had four crews, but at least those three are certainly in contention for that last.
Yeah, they're all in the mix there. A bit ahead then of Damascus College, another of the Ballarat schools there, who are about half a length off that tight battle for the qualifying spot. So, yeah, plenty of chances here, but we do now see Melbourne Girls Grammar School have taken a 1.61 second lead over Canberra Girls Grammar, who are second. And now it gets interesting. Corio Bay composite the far side, Mersey and Pembroke School close to the camera side of the course there with Commercial and Unley High, and then a gap back to Damascus, and also Loreto College from Ballarat. So two clear leaders here, and then a great race behind them.
But then the two crews, Damascus, Loreto Ballarat, I think it is there, they're not out of this either. There's only 350 metres left to row. It is quick conditions, it is a quad, but that's less than a boat length that the crew from Damascus College has to make up if they want to get themselves. It's far less than a boat length, in fact, as the crew on the near side of the course, the Mersey and Pembroke composite, maybe just starting to fade in this battle for the top four. So really got Mersey, Commercial, and Unley High and the Corio Bay composite all vying for third and fourth place and a spot in the semi-final. So come right down to the line. No doubt about it that Melbourne Girls Grammar are streaking out to a clear lead, and Canberra Girls Grammar as well, safe from any trouble that they're going to get themselves into, and the chance of rowing a repercharge. That's the Canberra Girls Grammar crew on the screen now. Zoe Tran, Grace Fogarty, Audrey Blacker, Layla Biddington, Lucia Wildman, and Nigel Miller, the cocks there. But have a look at this. Unley High in the centre of the course here have made good moves in the second half of this race, and it's now Unley High and the Mersey composite, and rather the Corio Bay composite on the right-hand side of your picture, who probably best placed for those two qualification spots. Melbourne Girls Grammar will come home and take the win here, and it'll be a quick win once again. Canberra Girls Grammar for second. Still anyone's guess for third. Commercial trying to hold on. There's such a strong under-17 program at that Queensland club. Unley High coming home, a well-paced race, coming home with a wet sail. The Victorians on the far side of the course, not out of the mix either, and neither are the Mersey and Pembroke Composite on the near side. There are 4 crews coming at the line. It is going to be right down to the... Oh, I think it was Unley High and then the Victorians there for the... I think Unley High and then the Victorians.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Unley High and then the Victorians for 3rd and 4th. 4th and 5th will be Commercial, and then the Tasmanian and or the Mersey and Pembroke Composite. In what order they crossed, I didn't quite catch. I'm not quite good enough of the photo finish camera to...
four in a row, but yeah, it was definitely Damascus 7 to Loretto Ballarat 8. But yeah, it's just wait for the corrected timing to come through, I would suggest. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, certainly the race win is a good win too from them by 6.45 seconds over Canberra Girls Grammar School. And we think it was the Corio Bay Composite Crew and or Unley High who will take the other 2 qualifying spots. Those results will be confirmed shortly.
And it's not looking like it's any more spread out around that qualifying cutoff in this next race, Richard. Heat 3 of the Under-17 Women's Quad coming right at us. And another stacked one, 3rd and final heat. Just the 3 heats in this event, but everyone just as competitive as the last. Newcastle Grammar in lane 1. St Patrick's Townsville Composite with Brisbane GPS and the Cathedral School. So let's just call them the North Queenslanders for the moment. North Esk and Swan River, Marist College, Canberra Composite. We can't call them anything there, Stuart. That's from Tasmania, WA and the ACT there in lane 3. Perth College in lane 4. St Pat's, Townsville and Townsville Grammar. Well, that's another North Queensland.
Yes.
These
have to make
out for me.
Things complicated for us.
The proper Licorice All Sorts composite here between, well, let's call them the Northern New South Wales composite there of Hunter Valley Grammar, Manning Valley Anglican College and New England Girls School in lane 6. North Esk and St Patrick's College in lane 7. And Scotch Oakburn, the locals, the local one club or one school crew there in lane 8.
Very generous of them to do that. We may have the corrected margins through also from the previous race. 3rd is going to go the way of the Corio Bay Composite Crew, we think by maybe 200ths of a second, along with Unley High. So regardless, those 2 will progress about 0.38 of a second back to Commercial and 0.12 further back to the Mersey Pembroke School composite combination. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Canberra Girls Grammar, Corio Bay Composite and Unley High will progress from the 2nd heat of the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull.
Heat 3 now, and the crew on the near side of the course there in lane 2, the St Pat's, Townsville, Brisbane GPS Cathedral School, so the all-round Queensland composite there of Zoe Webster, Lucinda Staley, Saskia Schmidt, Holly Wilkie, Zoe Walker. The Cox, they are leading and leading very, very comfortably indeed. They will not be challenged in the last 500 metres of this race. The North Esk and St Pat's, Townsville, the St Pat's, Tasmania, rather, composite over on the far side of the course. There's a reason it says Tasmania there. That it's for me to say it so that we don't get confused.
And the St Pat's boat should actually right alongside the North Esk Rowing Club on the at the end of the North Esk River as well. So that's definitely St Patrick's of Tasmania.
And then the St Pat's Townsville composite.
That's right. That's exactly.
And then the North Esk composite. So we've got the Tasmanian composite. It's
a great race for St Patrick's. I think we can say that much. This is St Catherine's and St Catherine's all over again.
So this is only St Patrick's Day just a week ago.
Exactly.
And the luck of the Irish out here on the water. It is a very good race for those from schools named St Patrick's here, occupying the top 3 positions of this race. And then the North Esk composite in lane number 3 with Swan River and Marist College, Canberra. We saw it might just be the Cox from Marist College, Canberra there, because we've just seen three from Swan River and 1 from North Esk there, so predominantly West Australian composite crew in lane number 3, and they are looking to be our likely last qualifiers there in the top 4. I'm glad this isn't as tight as the last race, Stuart. Yeah. Between all of these composites, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a lot of St Patrick's going on here, and had it been that close, it could be very risky indeed here in the closing strokes. But it's a clear lead to the composite, well, it's the all of Queensland composite crew, half from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, half from Townsville up in North Queensland. So the St Patrick's Townsville composite crew leads it by close to 2 lengths, it would be, from that other composite crew out on the other side of the course, lane 7, North Esk and St Patrick's College, and they will be our top 2. So coming across to take the win now, it is the lane 2 crew from St Patrick's Townsville, the Cathedral School and Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. over to the far side of the course. It does look like it will be lane 7 across next. The North Esk and St Patrick's Composite Crew ahead of St Patrick's Townsville Composite Crew in lane number 5. And 4th place is going to go to the lane 3 crew, being the North Esk and Swan River Composite combinations. So that they, after all, that will be our qualifiers in this mouthful of a race in the 3rd heat of the under-17 women's coxed quad scull. It's like Perth College across the line in 5th place. 6th will go to Hunter Valley Grammar Composite Crew on lane 6. 7th, the far side, is Scotch Oakburn, also from Launceston. And 8th place, the crew from Newcastle Grammar, down lane number 1.
Moving on to the men's Heat 1 of the under-17 men's coxed quad scull. Same progression here and same just 3 heats to get underway of this one. Top 4 will progress through to the semi-final, and the remaining in this race with 1 scratching from Trinity Grammar. The remaining the remaining 2 crews will, if I do some quick maths on World Maths Day. Did you know that, Stuart?
Richard.
It's the second time.
World Maths Day.
It's World Maths Day. Clearly not World Remembering Your Commentator's Name Day. But
that's coming up tomorrow. Don't worry, we'll get to that one.
I'm in trouble for that one.
I think you're on the volunteer list as Jack McCarthy anyway today, so you can really take your pick.
The Swan River Composite over in lane 2 with Centenary, Ulverston and Surfers Paradise and Ballarat City. So another 5 club composite in a quad scull over in lane 2. Trinity Grammar in 3 have scratched. Brisbane Boys College in lane 4. Unley High in lane 5. Ballarat Clarendon in lane 6. Kinross Walleroy in lane 7 and Newcastle Grammar in lane 8. So some slightly more traditional looking crews for us in this race, Stuart.
Richard. Apart from, I'm just looking at that composite crew, but yeah, Swan River, Centenary from Brisbane, Ulverston from the north of Tasmania, Surfers Paradise Rowing Club from the Gold Coast, and of course Ballarat City from Lake Wendouree. I'm not sure I've seen a more geographically diverse crew in a quad scull before.
And I mean, even the 2 New South Wales crews, one's from Orange, about 4 hours west of Sydney, one from Newcastle Grammar, about hour and a half, 2 hours north of Sydney. So still a reasonably geographically diverse bunch from those 2 New South Wales crews.
Absolutely. So, so 6 crews here on the course. 4 will go through. It was Brisbane Boys College leading narrowly at, in fact, by just under half a second at the 3/4 way mark of the race. Ahead of Unley High. Ballarat Clarendon there in 3rd place as well. And followed by Newcastle Grammar and the Swan River Composite Crew. But there's one crew missing, from our timing scrim, which is Kinross Walleroy. And they, in fact, are the crew really challenging Brisbane Boys College, who are the winners of the GPS Head of the River up in Brisbane a couple of weekends ago in a very close race with Nudgee College. So they are clearly our top 2 here. And a good race also for 3rd and 4th. Ballarat Clarendon lane 6 and Unley High in lane 5. But all 4 of those crews, Chris, should go through here to the semi-finals.
Yep, no doubt about our top 4 qualifiers really moving clear of the remaining 2 crews. Ash Robinson there in the stroke seat of the Kinross crew. He jumped in as a medical substitution to their senior quad last year. He was in year 9 and it was about half the size of those boys. They still won their heat and made their way through to the final here in Lake Barrington, but now rowing with his own age group in the under-17 men's quad scull, and once again winning their heat and through to the semi-final. Be almost a length clear of Brisbane Boys College. So Kinross Walleroy from Brisbane Boys, 6:35 is pretty quick for an under-17 quad scull, and then it'll be Unley High just over Ballarat Clarendon. Certainly Unley High there before Ballarat Clarendon across the line, and then some way back to the 5 club composite from Swan River, Centenary, Ulverston, Surfers Paradise and Ballarat City in lane number 2. And then over on the far side of the course there, I wonder if we've had an issue, but rowing very slowly indeed, the crew from Newcastle Grammar in lane 8.
And qualifying there, Kinross Walleroy, Brisbane Boys College, Unley High and Ballarat Clarendon. Some great shots from above of those 3rd and 4th place crews too, as they chase their way down towards the finish line in the closing strokes of the race. But that concludes the first heat of 3 in the under-17 men's coxed quad scull. Crowds building in the bank here, and in the regatta bar and the giant tent there just before the boat park, we can see from here high up in the finish tower. Packed boat park, a packed car park beyond that too here at Lake Barrington today.
Yeah, certainly if you're arriving for anything this afternoon, it is, or for training this afternoon, it's overflow parking at the moment. Well, I would assume so, which is a little bit longer of a
bit more of a trek to get back to the boat park.
For sure. If anyone's coming in late off a flight, as we know there was
well, yes, exactly.
late athletes expected for some racing later on, they will have to do a little bit more walking. But Heat 2 underway now in the under 17 men's coxed quad scull. Newcastle Grammar again in lane 2. Marist College from the ACT, who we just saw come through the 1,000-metre mark, a couple of postcodes clear of the entire rest of the field, who are separated by nothing here. Richard, Radford College running second, so Leichhardt Composite with Mossman, Nudgee and Redlands in lane 4, Adelaide High and St Peters College in lane 5, Southport School in lane 6, Radford in lane 7, and the Leichhardt and Hunter Valley Grammar composite crew in lane 8. And as we saw them come through the 1,000-metre mark there, well, we don't have all the timings on our screen in front of us, but I think would be largely irrelevant, because what we saw was the boys from Marist College absolutely teaching this field a lesson in how to row the coxed quad scull, and several lengths clear at the 1,000-metre mark, and the entire rest of the field battling for the scraps.
Yeah, Stuart, I wish he was up here now, with ACT crews running first and second currently in this race. So it was, I think, Radford College there in second place across in lane 7 behind our runaway leaders from Marist College. So two very strong quads from the Australian Capital Territory, and then a tight race behind them, certainly indeed, for the remaining qualifying spots. A full field, or 7 here as per the program. So top 4 will move through to the semi-finals of this race. On Friday's program, they will be.
Looks, only that Leichhardt Composite are not quite in it. So really, Radford, Southport, South Australians, the other Leichhardt Composite, and Newcastle Grammar. Maybe Newcastle Grammar just maybe a touch back, but certainly wouldn't write them off either, because it is top 4. So there's 3 spots up to grabs and about 5 crews going for those 3 spots. I'd say 3 spots, because that first spot is no one's property but Marist College's here. That crew of Dashel Spiller, Lucas Tagato, Cooper Clark, Jonah McLaughlin, William Webber, the Cox, Lyle McCarthy, the coach, who I'll reiterate we saw this morning and refused to predict anything for his crews and didn't want to say that anything was assumed, even though I saw them win the New South Wales titles by about 20 seconds in this boat class. They were one of the few events to row on Saturday afternoon before the commentary tower was struck by lightning at that event. But,
I hadn't heard about the lightning before. Tell me again, Chris.
Oh, no, it's a little known story that definitely hasn't been all over social media. At the moment, 4 crews, or 5 crews in contention for this last qualifying spot. Marist College, this is frank, they're 150 metres clear of the rest of the field. This is
lead, isn't it?
Insane how far away they are. And 2 of these boys will double up in the school boycott as well, so a pretty stacked racing program. Best of the rest at the moment looks to be the Radford College, so an ACT, not Radford College rather, the
Southport School. They've come through strongly here, yeah, with the white blades.
With Radford College just trailing them, and then the Adelaide High Composite and the Leichhardt Composite both in for a shot at that last qualifying spot, the Leichhardt, Mossman, Nudgee and Redlands crew. I'm going to call it the Leichhardt crew because I'm fairly sure Isaac Shepherd had a part to play in organising that combination. Here come Marist College. What a statement victory for this under-17 Cox Quad Scull. Do they need to row the semi-final? Can we...
Straight through to the final?
Straight through to the final. Yeah. That is an impressive row, and 6:31 for them. So 5 seconds clear of the last race, and time to catch our breath and everything else until we call the rest of the race over the line, which is going to be a tight affair. Southport School from Radford, from the South Australian, and the Leichhardt Composite in the blue Nudgee boat. It is going to be the Southport School for second. Third place will just go the way of Radford. Then the South Australians and the Leichhardt Composite in the Nudgee boat are just going to miss out on direct qualification to the semi-final there. And then Newcastle Grammar in lane 2 will cross for 7th. And the last of our composite crews with Hunter Valley and Newcastle, Hunter Valley Grammar and Leichhardt Rowing Club that's for 7th place rather.
Yeah, what a finish, but so Marist College, straight to the field, 20.58 seconds if you don't mind over the field. The Southport School rode through well into 2nd place late in the race. Radford College 3rd, Leichhardt Composite 4th, and that composite from Leichhardt, which did have 1 rower from St Joseph's Nudgee College, hence I think the dark blue boat of that school will have to go to the repercharge. They were in 5th place. As we go to Heat 3 of the under-17 men's quad, the 3rd and final heat here. Gibson Grammar School racing in lane 2, St Virgil's from Hobart in lane 3, Here is the crew also from St Joseph's Nudgee College in lane 4, a Hawthorn and Albert Park composite crew in lane number 5, St Patrick's of Ballarat in lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar and Bundaberg in lane 7, and a Mersey composite with Geneva Christian College racing in lane 8.
I don't think we're going to see any 20-second margins in this one here, Richard. It's a little bit of a tighter affair. However, the crew from St Pat's College in Victoria looks to be is the crew with the early advantage, just over half a length. You can see the green decks on top of the bow, the St Patrick's colours. We spoke about Luck of the Irish earlier on.
This is the other St Patrick's. We saw St Patrick's at Townsville and St Patrick's of, yes, but it'd be difficult for St Patrick's at Ballarat to race in a schoolgirls quad. I think that would be the problem. But yes, but they're definitely very strong in school boys events. Another of the many schools with their boat sheds dotted around the circle that is Lake Wendouree. The green canvas is there, certainly standing out. The crew of Jonty Woodburn, Lawson Goodall, Zach Galvin, Noah Connell and Lenny Driscoll, coached by Josh Phillips and Paddy O'Brien there for St Pat's. They certainly have the race lead. Only narrowly, 1.19 seconds over St Virgil's. The crew, the school from Hobart, Ryan Lamprey, Andrew Mooney, Hamish Godfrey, Finn McManamy and Joe Langdale, coached by Susan Weeding and Jonathan Stone. And St Joseph's Nudgee College, they're in third at this stage. Isaac Superina, Rory Nyholt, Lachlan Kovac, Flynn O'Toole and Harvey Buchanan, coached by Liam McCoy. That was the crew. Narrowly beaten by Brisbane Boys College, who we saw in heat number 1 at the Brisbane GPS Head of the River a couple of weeks ago at Lake Wyaralong.
So tight race amongst our top 3. I think they know if they have if they're having a day off tomorrow, and a lot of these athletes won't be racing. But I'm assuming just as school athletes, they won't be racing small boats tomorrow. No, a lot of them. And if they have the day off tomorrow, I think they're thinking may as well just absolutely throw everything at it in a battle for the win here in the heat, and really put their best foot forward and try and learn as much as they can. If you push yourself to the limit, you're more likely to make a couple of mistakes that you can learn from.
Exactly.
And, or, surprise yourself and see what you're capable of. And St Pat's College from Victoria, St Pat's Ballarat, they're leading by, they're almost just about to break free and make it a clean boat length over St Virgil's on the near side of the course, and who in turn seem to just be stroke by stroke pulling away a couple of inches on St Joseph's Nudgee, not in a dark blue shell.
That was stolen for the previous race, it looks like.
Previous race, I know. How did that end up? But St Joseph's Nudgee there running in third place. Battle on for the minor placings, and of course our last spot in the semi-final without having to row the repercharge tomorrow. So the last chance at a day off is for the crew that comes over in fourth place, and at the moment that is the Rockhampton and Bundaberg composite crew on the far side of the course, with Hawthorn and Albert Park challenging them, but a neat boat length behind. And in these tailwind conditions, a little bit harder to mount a sprint finish. Certainly once the boat's just up and moving already, especially in this in a quad scull, it can be quite difficult to change the pace. But under 17 events, anything can happen. And here come St Joseph's Nudgee, actually, who have put on a good little burst over the last, probably only in the last 150 metres or so, to encroach on the lead for second place that St Virgil's had. It was tight between these two crews at the early stages of the race, and St Virgil's just very similar zooties with the big letters on the back.
In this lighting particularly, yeah.
In this lighting, they almost look similar colours. St Virgil's more of a purple, and Nudgee a bit more of a. I'm sure there's someone tell us the colour code of the Nudgee blue.
It is probably Nudgee blue, knowing how things work at Nudgee College.
And Nudgee blue is streaking into the lead here. Well, maybe not streaking, but has just hit the lead in this race for second place, rather, in this little battle that they're having on the near side of the course. They're starting to encroach on St Pat's from Ballarat, but certainly won't trouble them for the win here in the third heat of the under-17 men's coxed quad scull. St Virgil's putting up a good fight, but it will be so St Pat's Ballarat and then St Joseph's Nudgee for second, St Virgil's for third place, and then it is the yellow and black stripes of Bundaberg along with Rockhampton Grammar, who will cross for fourth place. The Hawthorn composite with just the sole Albert Park College athlete in the centre of the boat there will cross in fifth place, and we'll have to row again in the repercharge. And we'll see the crew from Gippsland Grammar on the near side of the course there for 6th place. Once again, they will have to row in the repercharge, and then the Mersey and Geneva Christian College on the far side of the course will cross for 7th place.
6:43.88 the time there for St Patrick's, who were the head of the Lake winners on Lake Wendouree a few weekends ago, but certainly substantially slower than that very speedy time set by Marist College. You won by the length of the Flemington Straight a couple of races ago.
I will say, though, the Kinross crew that won the first race was
similar time, wasn't it?
5 or so seconds behind. They were pushed a lot more, though. It was a little bit tighter for Kinross. So, look, I don't.
What does it all mean, Chris?
Yeah. What does it all mean? What was the great man that said that times aren't important in rowing?
Times mean nothing in rowing, yes. Roger Wilson, if he's listening, I'm sure would be pleased to hear that. But it's still interesting to have a look, certainly. Race 260 now, the first heat of the under-19 women's quad scale as we go up an age category. Just 2 heats here in this event. So first and second will go straight through to Saturday's final of this race, and the rest of the field to a repercharge tomorrow. Lane 2, Tasmania University and the North East Rowing Club. Lane 3, Genesis Christian College from Brisbane and the Bundaberg Rowing Club. Lane 4, West Australian Rowing Club and Mersey. Lane 5, a Leichhardt, again a 4-club composite crew there, it looks like, in Lane 5. St Patrick's Townsville composite back in Lane 6 with Loretto College, Marriotteville, and also from Mantle. Mossman Sydney Uni in Lane 7 and Mossman Newcastle in Lane number 8. So the composite crew's out in fourth here, Chris.
Yep, and so this Mossman composite crew, Mossman Sydney Uni crew, leading from Lane 7. Probably say not super surprising to see them in the lead. You've got both Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates from Mossman, who were 1-2 in one of the semi-finals of the under-19 single this morning, and look very well placed to repeat that result in the final, potentially, if their quad crewmate, Patricia Boland, doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Paddy Boland did beat both of them at the New South Wales Small Boats Regatta earlier on in the season, which is the last time we saw her in the single. But yeah, out of the junior double scull last year was Paddy Boland, rode with Lucy Yabsley, and then we've got Summer Phillips up in the bow seat, who is part of that very, very rapid Pymble Ladies College 8 that was seen up in New South Wales, and I'm told on good authority is a former Queenslander or reformed Queenslander by our co-commentator or colleague Ray Abbott, who is good friends with Summer's parents, I believe.
Been allowed out too. Yeah.
So they are leading by quite a significant margin, and probably will just have the chance to relax a big racing schedule for a lot of those girls. I know Paddy Boland jumped from the under-19 4 into the single yesterday afternoon, and then jumped straight into the single again this morning. So it was a busy racing schedule. So I'm sure they won't be looking to set record times here on the waters of Lake Barrington, despite a slight following breeze, which has just settled slightly here. And a second composite crew currently running in second
Red boat, is it of Tasmania University composite on this side of the course, because lane 1 is vacant in this race. So that's the crew that's sitting in second. Madeline Hogarth of North Esk, Imogen Stewart, Sarah Thomas and Bella Wells, all of the Tasmanian University Boat Club. And a good chance to go through here. Speaking of Ray Abbott, his good friend Ray Smith and fellow Pine Rivers Rowing Club life member, coaching the Genesis Christian College Bundaberg composite crew, Mary Stelmack, Sophie Evans, Tiana Katz, Pia Mothercroft in the boat there, coached by Ashlyn Chapman and Ray Smith in lane 3, who are probably just in a qualifying spot, but very tight still, with a couple of lanes across. The Leichhardt composite crew in lane number 5 and the other Mossman composite crew on the far side of the course. But a big win coming up here, certainly, to the combination from Mossman and Sydney University on lane 7. I'll take the win here in this first heat of the under-19 women's quad scull. They win it by about 2.5 lengths in the end, easily enough there over Tasmania University and North Esk lane 2, who'll finish second. And here comes the race for 3rd, 4th and 5th. The centre lanes of the course there, that Leichhardt composite crew just ahead now of Genesis, and also the other Mossman composite on the far side of the course. So the race for 4th still very tight indeed, but looks like it will go to that composite crew from Queensland. 3rd will be Leichhardt composite lane 5, and 4th place is going to the crew from Genesis Christian composite. In fact, it is just 1st and 2nd here to go straight through to the final, so they will have to race in the repercharge regardless. But a good tight finish still between those two crews, followed across by Mossman Newcastle, lane 8 in 5th position. 6th will go to West Australian Rowing Club and Mersey, and 7th to St Patrick's Townsville composite crew on lane 6.
Richard, we've got a great crowd building out on the back, so I'm sure they appreciated the very animated call for fourth as we thought that it was top four as we've had for the earlier heats, but just the top two here in this under-19 women's quad. I appreciated it.
That's good. I'm glad someone did. But yes, Mossman Sydney Uni winning it well. Tasmania University North Esk in second place. So they are through to the final on Saturday, and the rest will race again tomorrow as we go to Heat 2.
Mossman composite with the Redland School from Sydney in lane 2 on the near side of your picture, just at the bottom of your picture there in the Empacker shell. Banks and Karam composite in lane 3. Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club in lane 4. And composite of Mercantile and the Yarra Yarra Rowing Clubs in lane 5. The University of Queensland in lane 6 with the green decks of the ex-Australian team Empacker there in that mid-chasing pack. Canberra Girls, Barwon and Gippsland Grammar composite there in lane 7, who are currently leading this race. And the Askham, Armidale School and Centenary composite on the far side of the course, now on the right of your picture, all wearing the bright green bucket hats of the Armidale School. And, well, our co-commentator Lizzie Chapman was running around very stressed before the lunch break because we had someone arriving very, very late on a delayed flight. But it looks like they're out there, which is fantastic to see the Armidale and Askham and Centenary composite crew. But it is all about this Canberra Girls composite with Barwon and Gippsland Grammar. So Lily Canfield and Rio Smith from Gippsland. Grace Holton from Barwon, who we've seen doing very well in the earliest rounds of racing in her small boats, and Charlotte Bowen from Canberra Girls Grammar. I believe Lily Canfield and Rio Smith were in the Gippsland Grammar quad last year as well.
Lily Canfield was. Rio Smith was actually rowing in Geelong, but it's just gone to Gippsland Grammar School this year. So yeah, she was competing at a high level last year, but at a different school, and now here racing for Gippsland Grammar School.
Yeah. So Lily Canfield would have been in the Henley quad last year, that went over as in Mercantile colours, but was Gippsland Grammar quad, and Charlotte Bowen went over as well for Canberra Girls Grammar. So a very experienced quad here, and putting together a composite crew to try and draw the eye of some selectors perhaps, or get a bit of a hit out before the underage trials in April next year. Our two leading crews fairly well decided. Over there on the near side of the course is the second Mossman composite, so the Mossman composite in the previous race, this being probably their second double of Lottie Raverstein and Frida Kirkham lining up with Alana Winder and Isabel Campbell from Redlands on the near side of the course. So it's the two Empacker shells who are leading here. There's the Gippsland Canberra Girls Grammar and Barwon composite there. So the two Gippsland girls in the bow seat, Lily Canfield and Rio Smith. Charlotte Bowen from Canberra Girls Grammar in the 3 seat, and Grace Holton from Barwon in the stroke seats. And I believe that would be a Canberra Girls Grammar boat that they are rowing in, and an all-the-way win for them, and they'll come home fairly comfortably for the win this second heat of the under-19 women's quad scull, and it'll be a pretty similar time as well to that of the first heat, and fairly unchallenged. So it'll be a tough one to read into, and an interesting one to look forward to for Saturday morning. Second will be the Mossman and Redlands composite, looking very tidy here on the near side.
It'll be tight for fourth again here, Chris. We should get excited.
It'll be tight for fourth, and if there was something really on the line, we would be very excited, but it's going to be an exciting finish nonetheless, and it is the Victorians over the Queenslanders just by less than half a length, and then the Banks Karam composite in lane number 3, who will run 5th. And then the Askham, Armidale and Centenary composite, all wearing the bright green bucket hats of the Armidale School there, will run in 6th place. And then we'll have the crew from Brisbane and GPS to round out this second heat of the under-19 women's quad scull.
7:02.77 there, the time for the winning crew in race 261. So pretty much on par with 7:01.54 in the previous as well. And a 9-second winning margin there to Canberra Girls Grammar composite. A decent crew to keep an eye on as this regatta progresses, certainly, as we go back down the course now to the under-19 men's quad scull. And this time, to make sure we've got the progression right, there are 3 heats, so we're back to 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th through to the semi-final in each of these next 3 races, and the rest of the field through to some repercharges that will take place tomorrow. Leichhardt and Manning River, New South Wales-based composite crew, they're racing in lane 2. The North Esk Rowing Club from Launceston in lane 3. Genesis Christian College from Brisbane in 4. A Townsville Grammar composite crew with Redbank Plains State High and Rockhampton Grammar School, so that seems to span a fair bit of Queensland in that combination. St Joseph's Nudgee College again there in lane number 6, and Redlands from Sydney are racing in lane 7 and racing pretty well. They'd be in front at the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, Redlands probably didn't have the result they they were after at the Schoolway Head of the River in the coxed quad, but snagged a bronze medal in this event at the New South Wales titles, which I think is always quite impressive for going from the coxed quad into the coxless quad, because it is actually quite a big transition.
Absolutely, yeah.
Taking that 55 kilos of not dead weight, of very useful weight out of the bow, but speeding up the boat. There's a lot that needs to change about the rig, and there's a lot that needs to change about how you approached the stroke. And I'm sure those of you that went to our lunchtime learnings with National Training Centre coach Nick Mitchell learned all about those differences in the very quick quad scull. But top 4 through to the semi-final, and that top 4 fairly well decided at the moment. Just the crew in the centre of the course looking to make an impact on the race for that last qualifying spot. That is the crew from Genesis Christian there from Queensland, third in from the bottom of the picture. So and they're about 3/4 of a length, or just about a boat length behind. So a little bit of work to do in this very quick boat class to change your speed that quickly and move up into the qualifying top 4 positions. As we mentioned, Redlands College, Toby Anderson, Thomas Hooper, Connor Morrison, Henry Dobson, Alec Price, the coach. They have led this race pretty much start to finish. But here comes St Joseph's College Nudgee, really having a tilt in the closing strokes, as are North Esk. So despite these crews being fairly well sealed into the final, into the semi-final of the under-19 men's quad, they are still racing this all the way to the line. Redlands from St Joseph's Nudgee, North Esk are going to sneak into the top 2, in fact. And here there's Redlands first, North Esk second, Nudgee third, with the composite crew on the near side of the course from Leichhardt and Manning River. And then Genesis Christian for 5th place. They'll have to row again in the repercharge, as will the Townsville Grammar Composite, who cross in 6th place.
6:29.61 there for our winning crew from Redlands in the first 2 to 3 in the under-19 men's quad scull. 0.7 second ahead of North Esk, who also qualify for the semis, along with Nudgee College and Leichhardt and Manning River in 4th place. They're in race 262. The second heat also underway, race 263 here of the under-19 men's quad scull. Lane 2, New Norfolk from Tasmania. Lane 3, University of Western Australia and Tamar and Swan River composite crew. The Pembroke crew from Adelaide in 4. West Australian Rowing Club composite crew all from Perth in lane 5, or Perth and Fremantle at least. Corio Bay Essendon composite racing in lane 6, including the birthday boys, the Bailey brothers, in this boat as well. And the Brisbane Grammar composite crew in lane number 7.
So as they're through the, or approaching the 1,500 metre mark, so well into the championship quarter of this race, the 2 crews over there on the far side of the course, the Brisbane Grammar Composite and the Corio Bay Composite, leading this race at the moment. Once again, top 4 through to the semi-final. 2 crews will have to race again in the repercharge to make their way through to that round of racing. Could make for a very long couple of days here, and it is very, very close at the head of the field here. Corio Bay and Essendon we had just in front. I think it was the Brisbane Grammar Composite, actually, with Sydney Uni and Fremantle. So Samuel Brettle from Fremantle, Angus McInnes, Lockie Tyndall from Sydney University, and Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School. There's some of the scullers that have emerged as some of the top competitors for the under-19 single tomorrow morning. And looking to combine as a quad scull here, and doing battle with the Corio Bay Essendon composite. So Tyler Fitzpatrick from Essendon had a great row in the single himself. Xavier Burke from Corio Bay, and then Taj and Xander Bailey in the brothers in the centre of that quad scull, and doing very well. They are younger than the Sydney Uni quad. The Sydney Uni quad are all the last year of under-19s, and the Sydney Uni quad there, you can see just starting to shut it down. They're happy to let those boys through and let them have their race, and they can win this heat because they know they'll all be through to the semi-final.
Not sure the Bailey brothers know what shutting it down means. I've never seen very quick finishes from them. It's celebrating their birthdays here together today at Lake Barrington. Already rode earlier today in the singles and the double as well. So it's their 3rd race of the day. They've gone back to the yellow caps this time around, so we can't tell who's who.
And so is this University of WA Tamar and Swan River composite. They've all rode singles and double sculls so far this regatta, and made it through quite a few rounds of racing, done very well. So now in the quad scull, and I'm sure it'll feel a little bit easier in the quad scull in these, well, it's not really quick conditions anymore. I think it looks pretty flat out there now here, Richard, but it is going to be the Victorians, the Corio Bay composite, on their birthday for the Bailey brothers. And Tyler Fitzpatrick from Essendon, who take the win here. The Brisbane Grammar and Fremantle and Sydney University Boat Club composite for 2nd place, and then the Swan River, Tamar and the West Australian
University
Rowing
of
Club.
Western Australia. Yeah, well,
West Australian Rowing Club, Swan River and Fremantle crew on the near side here. No, that's the one in the middle there. Sorry, I got that all wrong. That is the new University of WA, Tamar and Swan River. These composites.
Yes, the lane 3 composite will get third, and New Norfolk, all in the same colours, the bright yellow on this side, will finish in 4th spot. There's some mouthfuls here on the course, absolutely. And then it's going to be the West Australian composite crew in 5th place, and 6th will go to the Pembroke School from Adelaide. So a good win there to Corio Bay and Essendon as we go to the third and final heat of the under-19 men's quad sculls. St Virgil's from Hobart racing in lane number 3. Melbourne High School in lane 4. Adelaide High in lane 5. Mossman and Canberra racing in lane 6. St Augustine's in lane 7. And Chris, now that you've learnt my name, I'm going to leave you with Ben Homer, who will come in to take you through to the end of today. And I believe also some interesting rivalry in this race between Melbourne High School in lane 4 and Adelaide High in lane 5.
Yeah, of course, and that rivalry will play out. But first, this Mossman and Canberra crew looking to, we've got Harrison Braithwaite from Canberra who went to the Marist College and putting on a fairly similar performance to what we saw from the Marist College earlier on in the under-17 quads as they streak clear of the field in the third 500 of this race. They're just past, that's the 1,250 metre marker that you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. So 3 from Mossman in that leading crew, and that is the trio of Ewan Humphreys, Leighton Showman and Floris Elias, and then Harrison Braithwaite from Canberra Rowing Club up in the bow seat forming this combination, and they are leading very comfortably indeed from St Augustine's. So another crew from the northern beaches of Sydney. St Augustine's represented by Hamish Wise, Henry O'Hare, Lockie Schofield and Rory Parker. Josh Wilson and Brandon Smith, 2 old boys of St Augustine's. The coaching duo there, so through the 1,500 metre mark come Mossman and Canberra. And then be a little way back to St Augustine's, who themselves fairly clear of the tussle between the rest of the field. But top 4 through and only 5 in this race out on the water at the moment. And I'd say it will be fairly well decided that the St Virgil's crew in lane number 3 some way off the pace. As we welcome to the commentary box once again today, Ben Homer.
How are you, Chris? The sun's come out. The bees have joined us in the commentary box.
I know, it's full of wasps and bees and everything. I told you we were going to have a wildlife-related incident today. Maybe it probably won't shut the regatta down, but there are some bees getting very, very close to my... It's a Diet Coke in front of me, guys. There's no sugar in it for you. You won't even like it. But here is that Mossman and Canberra crew who are leading very, very comfortably indeed. 3:04 through the 1,000 metre mark, which will be a marker of a fairly handy time. Previous heat was running 1 in 6:29, and but previous heat, try and get some 1,000 metre timing. We can compare things, but I'd say this would be one of the form crews. These 3 boys from Mossman have performed admirably over not even just the last season, the last couple of years in New South Wales. St Augustine's as well, a couple of strong results with a schoolboy head of the river win in the single scull and the medal in the double possibly. I'll have to double check that, and I will before we get to the remaining rounds of racing. But it is all about this Mossman and Canberra Rowing Club composite. 3 from Mossman and Harrison Braithwaite from Canberra as they cruise across the line to collect an all-the-way win in the under-19 men's quad scull. It'll be St Augustine's to cross for second place. Top 4 will progress to the semi-final. St Augustine's for second. And then, a close-fought rivalry between Adelaide High and Melbourne High, who compete against each other in a number of sports, including as part of a competition in coxed fours, I think, later in the year. And Joe Malcolm says this will be a much tougher competition here and much quicker competition here in the quad sculls than in the coxed fours they normally row each other in. But Melbourne High getting the better of their rivals, Adelaide High in this one, but all 4 of those crews progressing to the final. And then it will be the crew from St Virgil's there in the centre of the course who will cross for 5th place and will have to contest the repercharge to make the semi-finals.
Alrighty, so Mossman, Canberra, St Augustine's, Melbourne High, Adelaide High, all through St Virgil's. They will have to go through the repercharge heat number 3 of the under-19 men's coxed quad scull. As Melbourne High move themselves off the course, we're going to head back down for the first heat of the under-17 women's coxed 8. So 1 and 2, they will go through to the final, the rest to the repercharge. So Farn in lane 3, closest to our shot there, Sigrid Zeman, Ava McIndoe, Charlotte Lord, Nina Davidson, Isabel Manson, Rosie Nation, Sophie Unwin, Essie Burke and Phoebe Dilger is the Cox, coached by Chris Parnham, Sam Manson and Isabel Higgins. Commercial in lane 4, Olivia Alford, Eva McGeechee, Grace Camuglia, Maggie Rowan, Waverley Palmer, Audrey Peaty, Ruby McLeod, Katarina Cook and Juliet Arthey is the Cox, coached by Gary Townsend. Seymour College out of South Australia in lane 5, Lily Esposto, Leni Finlayson, Aspen Penbathy, Anna Moore, Eva Tierney, Ainsley Brennan, Carrie Leeming, Rosa Lucas and Grace Andre is the Cox, coached by Angie Franco and Susie Ross. Queenwood from New South Wales in lane 6, Isla McMillan, Bronte Hannah, Chloe Grimond, Vivian Walk, Virginia Dixon, Gemma Wirrell, Jasmine Ramsey and Penelope Rolls. They are coxed by Juliet Yardley and their coaches Adam Ling, Zoe Keating and Tom Walker. And Loretto Marriotteville from South Australia in lane 7, Alice Frierson Lee, Layla Bryant, Gemma Lorna, Bronte Pryor, Isla Allgrove, Ava Peters, Ruby Kernahan, Eugenie Anderson, they're coxed by Miller Wilson and they're coached by Dario Sportelli and Madison Johnson. So there's a number of names in this particular race. We've got 40 plus the coxes, so make that 45. And they're just going past the 500 now.
Yeah, and it is very, very tight at that 500 metre mark with the crews from, I think that is the crews from Queenwood, Seymour Commercial there in the three in the centre of the course, who it is rather Farn on the far side of the course, who are up there with Queenwood and the Queenwood. I'll correct that as I remember which way the lanes go round. Commercial and Seymour College battling it out for the lead. Loretto Marriotteville on the far side of the course in lane 7. Our top 3 at the moment. Only 2 to go through to the final. Not the luxurious 4 that we've had for a couple of races, but only 2, and 3 crews to race again in the repercharge. Of course, a brand new event for this year, the Under-17 Women's Cox Day. We've had the Under-17 8s before, but it's only been in a school capacity, and the schools, meaning no composite crews, can be entered in these events, and that means we've now got the opportunity to have clubs joining the party here in the School 8s, as we have Commercial Rowing Club in lane number 4.
It does change up the racing slightly, doesn't it, when you've just got that top 2 final, because I know there's 5 boats in this one, but if you are a little bit off the pace and there's a clear top 2, very important that maybe it's better to conserve energy. We've seen that through the quads this afternoon. A number of crews who probably going a fair bit slower than what you would expect them to.
But this Commercial 8, they have all raced the quads in the last hour, and they didn't have the opportunity to take it down and conserve any energy. So I reckon they have had to motor it down to the start line and not really had tons of time for recovery, maybe a little quick couple of gels or something in there, because I would expect to see this Commercial crew much closer up to the head of the field here. They were second at the New South Wales Championships to Loretto Normanhurst, and overcoming some very strong crews from Victoria and the like. So
if you were advising them right now, would you just say just turn it down a bit? It's turn it down. It's too big a margin now.
You've got the repercharge to go through. The repercharge can be a chance to learn a few things and see what's going on and make a few improvements anyway. So at the moment, the battle is between Queenwood and the crew to their right, from Seymour College in South Australia. So Queenwood didn't have a Year 10-8 at the schoolgirl head of the river in New South Wales, but these girls made up of a few girls from their 2nd and 3rd senior 8s. I know Juliet Yardley, the coxswain, was the cox of their 2nd 8. So those 2 our leading 2 crews, and then over on the far side of the course, Loretto Marriotteville there doing well to stay with those top 2.
Well, you can see Farn, they're just that distinctive orange boat. They love the orange craft, and they're probably just a little bit off the pace of that top 2.
getting ourselves very confused here because I think Farn, the orange boat, but Farn may be in the wrong lane. But we're trying to see what's going to come up on the timing screen.
Well, it's a mystery. It's a mystery. No, the timers don't even know who it is either.
So
I think we're
sure what's going on here. That is certainly Commercial running fourth, and then we've got in the centre there.
Yeah, Farn are most
Loretto
definitely in the wrong lane because Loretto and Marriotteville are over that side, and Farn should be on this near side of the course.
I wonder, we're a little bit late getting started. I wonder if they were late to the start, and the starters have said, just jump over into lane 7 because you come from that far side of the course, don't you? So I was getting confused because I don't see Farn very often, but I do know that they do have the bright orange boat, and I was expecting them to be on this side of the course, and we are as confused as we could possibly get anyway with the directions of the lanes and everything.
You can see there on that BR number as well. Looks as though it said it was a 3, so and that's the lane they're meant to be in. But anyway, they're in third position, and it's probably a little bit too much to ask when it comes to the last 250 and an 8 to claw back on the top 2.
Certainly. But these top 2, they know they're not going to have to race tomorrow. They're going to go straight through to the final on Saturday. So they're giving it everything. And Seymour College have had a great tussle with Queenwood the entire way down the course. They're half a length clear now of the girls from the North Shore of Sydney. And Seymour College, Lily Exposoto, Laney Finlayson, Aspen Penbethy, Anna Moore, Eva Tierney, Ainsley Brennan, Kerry Leeming, Rosa Lucas, Grace Andre the Cox, coached by Angie Franco and Susie Ross, and they will take the victory here in this first heat of the first running of the under-17 women's coxed 8, and they'll take it by almost a boat length and motoring home in the closing strokes of this one. Just shy of a boat length over Queenwood. It is Farn over in, with the 3 on their bow, but over in lane 7 at the moment, who run for third. Commercial here on the near side of the course would be running in 4th place and will have to row again in the repercharge, but I wouldn't be writing them off by any stretch of the imagination. We know the potential in that boat, and then it is the crew in lane number 7 from Loretto Marriotteville, maybe in lane 6, but lane 7 from Loretto Marriotteville there in 5th place.
Okay, back down to the start for under-17 women's coxed 8, heat number 2, and it's the top 2. So half of this field will make it through to the final. So in lane 3, Loretto Turak, Cordelia Postel, Emma Lynch, Luca Tomaski, Eliza Schifferl, Annabelle Blythe, Camilla Jones, Emily Ralph, Maisie State Butler, and their coxes Ava Charles, coached by Henry Armstrong and Annie Trainer. Lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, Anna Orr, Alexandra Karish, Paxton Buckenfield, Andy Zinger, Ruby Hilda, Millie Helliar, Matilda Whiteley, and Georgia Tancred. Sophie Caro is their cox, and their coach is Benjamin Watt. Loretto Normanhurst in 5, Anna Ward, Sophie Whalen, Ruby Matthews, Ruby Mullins, Lucy Meek, Alexandra Hare, Lara Dwyer, and Poppy Bensley, and their cox is Rosie Lennon, coached by Jackson Gersoy and Hannah Cowap. And Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6, Edel Knox, Ellie Bailey, Xanthi Psychogius, Rosie Mazzara, Abigail Lee, Chloe Hunter, Paloma Sang, and Charlotte Mutton, and their cox is Charlotte Clarkin, and their coaches Elliot Hunt and Gareth Deacon.
3 Loretto crews here in this race, part of the worldwide Loretto network. There are a number, dozens, I think, of schools all around the world named part of the Loretto network. Over 150 Loretto schools, and I'm reliably informed here. And Loretto Normanhurst
across the world, or
race around the world, not just in Australia. There are a number.
Oh
in
no,
Australia.
I was thinking that's a lot.
Most of them are here in this race, but of course Loretto Ballarat as well, and there's a number of them. I think there's one over in Perth as well. Yeah, it is quite a big network of schools. I think they are planning on it was Loretto Marriotteville as well that we saw in the previous race. They are planning on having a big Inter-Loretto regatta in future years. It is on the cards.
Is this just Australian Lorettos?
Australian Lorettos, yeah. Imagine a Loretto World Championships. Crews from all the Loretto schools from around the world.
You'd have something special there. You would have something special.
But I think what has been really special is the battle that these two crews have shared all the way through the season between Loretto Normanhurst and Kinross Walleroy. So there was photo finishes. It went either way through term 4 and then through early term 1. And then there was a change in Loretta, in the Kinross Wallaroi crew. Georgia Tancred moved up into the Open 8 for the later stages of the season, and Loretta Normanhurst had a convincing win at the head of the river, and in fact didn't just win the Year 10 first 8, but also won the Year 10 second 8 at the schoolgirl head of the river, won the New South Wales Championships as well. So they're in a hot streak here, the Loretto Normanhurst girls. I was asked very early on in the season not to talk about them too much on the commentary by Coach Jackson Gersoy, but he said he can't hold me at bay forever, and he said go nuts at Nationals. So yeah, they've been an incredible little crew here, the Loretta Normanhurst girls, and hoping to add a national championship medal to their collection after a very convincing season. Kinross Wallaroi as well have fought every step of the way. They've got some very young girls in this boat as well, up from sort of Year 9 as well as Year 10s that we sort of would normally see in the under-17 women's coxed 8. Loretta Turak gave them all a good challenge at the New South Wales titles, fell just short of the medals in that gorgeous blue boat. A number of blue boats, slightly different shades of blue between their boats, between their Year 10 8 and their first 8, if you see them next to each other.
I was going to mention as well, Chris, Newcastle bias here, but I'm allowed to.
Go for it.
Sophie Whalen came out of the Newcastle system there at Grammar.
Often see Jack Hanley riding along next to Loretto races, cheering her on. But yeah, a new one joined in term 1 and slotted into this crew, so a good addition there. There's the Loretta, the Kinross Wallaroi girls there, who in their own blue boat. So lots of blue boats in this race. Of course, Loretto Kirribilli, that I haven't really mentioned too much, but also in a blue boat on the far side of the course, and lots of different shades going on. But it is going to be Loretto Normanhurst who can carry on their winning ways from the schoolgirl head of the river, and will cross for almost a boat length win here, and a reasonably quick time as well in the second of 2 heats in the under-17 women's coxed 8. Loretto Normanhurst for the win. Kinross Wallaroi fought them hard the entire way down the course, and I'm keen to see how this battle unfolds throughout the rounds of racing. They'll race as well in the under-17 schoolgirls coxed 8, so we'll see this battle a couple of more times here on the waters of Lake Barrington. Loretto Turak will have to race the repercharge for a spot in the final, as will Loretto Kirribilli running 4th.
Okay, so the unofficial times for race 266, second heat in the under-17 women's coxed 8. Next race on the water is the under-17 men's coxed 8, and the top 2 progressing to the final. So we've got 5 boats in this one. It's this is a licorice all sorts crew in lane number 3. It's the Scotch Oakburn Composite. Jackson Walker from Ulverston, Ben Ferraris from Swan River, Tate Leggett from Sydney, Rupert White from St Peters, Archie Young from Scotch Oakburn, Oliver Kennedy from St Augustine's, Daniel Corrigan from St Augustine's, William Donald from Scotch Oakburn, and their cox is William Harper. They're coached by Jason Dalbell, Mark Beer and Judith Ungermark. Trinity Grammar Q in lane 4, Ben Palmer, Harry Power, Toro Garcia, Josh Katagaris. There's been a few changes in this crew. Nicholas Klashowski, Griffin Marsland, Rem Porjoski, Harry Croker, their cox is Hugo Evans. Scotch College Victoria in 5, Ashton Kenwright, Tom Hunt, Jack Strahan, Henry Forty, Max Philpott, Jed Ferguson, Sam Price and Charlie Sharrock. Their cox is Adam Chahata, and their coach is Nick Savakis. St Joseph's College out of New South Wales are in lane 6, James Irwin, Clancy Woodbridge, Connor Furness, Arlo Benjes, Nicholas Huntington, Sam Negline, Xavier McClay, Angus Sever, and their cox is Darcy Wills, coached by Jack Hargraves, William Raven and Lachlan Miles. Melbourne Grammar rounding out this field in lane 7, Callum Wade, Marcus Hunt Smith, Joshua Loftes, Henry Reith, David Canty, Rory Messam, Ollie Kingsford Dowd, and Freddie Tomlinson. Their cox is Kipling Griffin.
And there's a good battle unfolding here. So once again, top 2 through to the final as we move to the under-17 men's 8 here, and Scotch and St Joseph's. So 2 crews that wouldn't have had too much time spent racing against each other, but Scotch College from down in Victoria, who their first 8 certainly won an emphatic APS head of the river a couple of weekends ago, and their second 8 the Year 10A who we're seeing here, also an emphatic win by just under 8 seconds over Xavier College, and now very, very tightly matched with St Joseph's College, who are running second. St Joseph's College out of New South Wales, and so top two will progress through to the final, and it looks like it should be that top two, but Melbourne Grammar as well running in third place, who I think that Melbourne Grammar crew coached by Jordan King, the Mercantile vice captain. And here's Scotch College, still leading by just 2 seats. Absolutely locked in what could be a great battle all the way to the line. We saw a famous battle between St Joseph's and Riverview at last year's National Championships in the Under-17 Schoolboy 8. It was one of the races of the day, and what a great, fantastic morning of racing it was on Sunday morning of last year's National Championships. And here comes St Joseph's. I think that might have been a little push there in the last couple of metres that we just saw. And so St Joseph's up against Scotch here. Both crews almost certainly go through to the straight through to the A final. No semi-finals in this event, but in what order are they going to cross? They get a day off from racing tomorrow. They won't have to row the repercharge. There's a day to recover from the big effort that they're putting in here, and it'll be a reasonably quick time as that following tail breeze starts to pick up again. Scotch and St Joseph's. St Joseph's coming home strong now. They put in a big couple of strokes in the last 150 metres or so. Scotch have led them most of the way down the course. Scotch and St Joseph's, and I think it is the Cerise of St Joseph's who's just going to get it over the boys from Scotch College. That'll be a good confidence booster going into the final. St Joseph's 6:07.2 as well, quick for a Year 10-8. Melbourne Grammar finish just a little ways off in third place. And then comes the real licorice all sorts combination here on the near side of the course of Scotch Oakburn, St Augustine, St Peters, Sydney Rowing Club, Swan River and Ulverston Rowing Clubs. And they're rowing in a West Australian boat there. They are. They're rowing in the Gina Reinhardt, the pink Empacker from over west. And they'll run in fourth place. They'll have to row the repercharge, as will the crew from Trinity Grammar over in lane 4.
Okay, back down to the start. Race 268, under-17 men's coxed 8, heat number 2. Brighton Grammar in lane 3. Max Gordon, Hugo Claret, Harley Wilkins, Jack Ward, Sam Heavy, Jock Graham, Harrison Clifton Brown, Max Hallam, and their coxers Ben Hackett. St Ignatius College out of New South Wales, Arthur Roach, Darcy O'Day, Hunter Harris, Hudson Shaw, Charlie Chehine, Charlie O'Halloran, Xavier Dinan, and Max Gordon Twaddle. And their coxers Dax Cooley, coached by Dan Noonan and Sam Carney. In lane 5, Xavier College out of Victoria, Winston Pang, Zach O'Donoghue, Jack DeFazio, Ted Hemingway, Ted McNamara, Max McClay, Zane Henderson and Jack Stewart. And their cox is Hamish Cope. Their coach is Ed Ryan. In lane 6, the final crew is Scots College, Sam Lowe, Saxon Smith, Bill Singleton, Tom Willis, James Halley, Remy Scott, Tyler Winterback, Angus Girvin, and their cox is Pax Staley Lobo, and their coach is Edward Manton.
We saw a quick time from the St Joseph's crew. 6:07 for an under-17 8 is quick, but that's sub 3 minutes to the 1,000-metre mark for St Ignatius College here in the under-17 8 as they hit the lead. But they're doing a very tight battle here with Xavier College and the Scots College. So St Ignatius were the winners of the New South Wales AAGPS Head of the River of the first Junior 8 at that event. Scots College came second in what was a great row for that school, and Xavier College were second at the APS Head of the River down in Victoria, but some way off the Scotch crew who we saw in the previous race. So a great row for them to be up with these top New South Wales crews. And the St Ignatius crew, a decisive move through the middle stages of the race there, half a length clear, and here come the Scots College. Scots College coached by Edward Manton, who himself was a very successful lightweight rower, I believe, down in Victoria. Moving up is now the head of rowing at the Scots College and beating a Victorian school. I'm sure there'll be a wry smile on his face as they overhaul Xavier College through the middle of this race. So the two New South Wales crews having a strong middle 500 metre, strong third 500 metres. They're about to cross the 1500 metre mark. We'll see that timing. So it was just 0.9 of a second to St Ignatius at the 1000 metre mark over Xavier. But here they come, and it might be Scots who have hit the lead. In fact, I've almost missed that. It is Scots who have missed the lead, hit the lead over St Ignatius. So Scots overturning the AAGPS Head of the River winners in St Ignatius College. Xavier College in third, Brighton Grammar back in fourth place. Top two to qualify, and it looks like Xavier College, who were the early race leaders, are going to be the ones to miss out. Scots absolutely storming home here on the far side of the course, and will be absolutely chuffed with a heat win over St Ignatius College. This is a great result for Scots if it does in fact stay this way. Here comes St Ignatius. They've responded here, but in these quick conditions, very tough to change the speeds of these eights. It was 4:32 to the 1500, so I don't think we're going to see a sub 6 minute time, but I think we'll see a quicker time than the previous heat here from the Scots College crew. Unless St Ignatius, you can see them on the screen, have anything to do with it there. So the Scots College crew there, Samuel Lowe, Saxon Smith, Bill Singleton, Tom Willis, James Halley, Remy Scott, Tyler Winterbach, Angus Gervin, Pax, Staley Lobo, the cox, and Edward Manton, the coach there, rowing in the Dr. Ian Lambert, named after their headmaster, who loves the rowing program at the Scots College, and they are going to come through here and take a great win in the heat of the under-17 men's coxed 8, and it'll be by the best part of a boat length too over St Ignatius, who just 5 days after winning the GPS Head of the River in the year 10-8 are going to fall down to the Scots College. A great row from Scots for a win here in this heat of the under-17 8. St Ignatius runs second, both crews straight through to the final. Scots absolutely chuffed with that one. Xavier run third. They'll have to race the repercharge tomorrow in order to book their spot in the final. And Brighton Grammar will run in fourth place to round out this second heat of this brand new event, the under-17 men's 8.
There's a big celebration there from Scots.
I think worthy so. They, at the GPS Head of the River, they were a solid 3 seconds behind. They had a good sprint at the end, but couldn't really make up any ground on what has been a very impressive St Ignatius year 10-8, coached by Hamish, was coached by Hamish McDonald, not listed on this draw. Was coached by Hamish McDonald at the GPS Head of the River. So
do you think they've got their measure then?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to go through and just compare crews and see if everything is the same there. It does look like it's the same crew, the same two crews from the GPS Head of the River. So if that's the case, I think Scots deserve to celebrate there. And 6:04 is pretty quick time for a year 10-8. We don't normally see them go too much under 6:10 in good conditions. So they should be absolutely chuffed with that one.
Well, they've got to do the business in the final now. That's where it all counts. So that will be something to watch, Scots and it's St Ignatius. So we're going back down to the start. Under-19 women's coxed 8. Pymble ladies in lane 2. Arabella Murphy, Genevieve Bazina, Claudia Holler, Lucy Simpson, Saskia Anderson, Kelly Clifton, Allegra Tobolslag, Georgina Curtis, and their cox is Emily Bartrop. Coach is James Blakeman. Kinross Walleroy in lane 3. Grace Tancred, Belle Clinton, Isabel Grout, Rani Jarek, Alice Dimmock, Ruby Lego, Emily Wise, Lucy Reedy, and Jane Bruce as their cox. Gippsland Grammar in lane 4. Maggie Sheridan, Alicia Turnbull, Sorrel Fraser, Catherine Bloomfield, Cecilia Anderson, Mia Cancides, Tara D. Hood, Eloise Tavaski, and their cox is Mia Del Busso, coached by George Pearson and Nick Bartlett. Walford Anglican School out of South Australia in lane 5. Madeline Rogers, Hannah Silcock, Nina Kovac, Harriet Patterson, Charlotte Matthews, Emily Turner, Imogen Griffith, Olivia Masters, and their cox is Susanna Hall. They're coached by Matt Hooper and Molly Goodman. Pembroke School Composite with Walford Anglican and Seymour College in lane 6. Lali Majara, she's from Pembroke. Catherine Watts, also from Pembroke. Scarlett Foster from Pembroke. Ava Leonello from Seymour. Matilda Liu from Pembroke. Charlotte Wheaton from Seymour. Amara Davis from Walford. Alex Riddler from Pembroke, and Beatrice Liu is their cox, coached by Tom Merrigan, Matt Hooper, and Amanda Tidswell Launceston Grammar in lane 7 is Molly Clark, Penny Green, Tilly Johnston, Victoria Schramka, Maddie Hurd, Iris Brown, Stella Allport, Gracie Hurst and Hannah Badcock is their cocks. They're coached by Anna Roddick and Joe Dowling. And then a composite crew in lane 8. So Mia Chapman from Pembroke, Evie Barras from Pembroke, Lily Nolan from Cairn, Sienna Becker from Commercial, Olivia Ewan from Commercial, Maggie Stafford from Commercial, Zoe Ball from Toowong, Matilda Dammers from Toowong, and William Angelini is their cocks. They're coached by Tom Merrigan, Jacinta Edmonds and Alex Fields. So one shy of a full field here in this first heat. Under 19 women's cocks 8, top 4 through to the semi-finals, so a bit more leeway in this one. So we've got 3 crews they're going to miss out, and probably the top 3 there are starting to elevate themselves away from the rest. Those crews on the near side of the course, they are going to have to get moving, or on the right side of your picture there, and that's Pembroke School and Launceston Grammar. They're just slipping off the pace, and they need to get themselves back towards that top 4 if they want a free passage through to the semi-final.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't have a full field in this one, Ben, because some of those composites, it's just a mouthful, isn't it? It's a lot of work getting those out there, but it is once again Kinross up at the head of the field, so their boys quad do quite well earlier. They're Year 10-8 running second, but we're through to the final of the under 17-8.
I was wondering, is it harder for us or is it harder for the coaches to try and organise these composites when you, especially when you're 4 or 5, 6 deep?
You'd want to have a good phone plan. There's a lot of work
contact
going
book.
Yeah, yellow pages. You know, some well-worn pages in those phone books. But to get some of these composite crews together, although a lot of them in this event, and indeed in both this heat and in the next heat, composites from within the state. So ones that do make a lot of sense to sort of get best across the state and kind of put the state's best junior 8 together and see how they stack up. But at the moment, Kinross Walleroy trumping all of those composites, as the crew from Pymble Ladies College and the crew from Walford Anglican in lane number 5. So that Pymble crew, that's their second 8, not their first 8, who had an undefeated season in New South Wales, won the New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River. Their first 8, I think, just focusing on the Sydney Cup. And I mean, there's a couple of girls in their first 8 that are doing a bit of club rowing as well. So probably a little bit too much to squeeze in 2 8s races that have heat semis and finals as well, on top of all the other commitments.
So the crew's just coming up to that 1K split. So this is that Kinross crew just under 3:15 through the first 1,000 metres. Pymble Ladies, Walford Anglican, Pembroke School Composite in 4th place. Now, do we see a 5th crew go? Yeah, that is Launceston Grammar. That is a lot to pull back in an 8, but then you add to the fact that there are tailwind conditions, and it becomes a bit of mission impossible here, but you never know what could happen.
Yeah,
you know, someone catches a crab, someone loses a rudder.
How many
you never know what's going to happen. Capsize, well.
Hopefully not an 8, but it just goes to show anything can happen.
Well, sometimes it hasn't just been rowing craft that's gone under here at Lake Barrington this week. You know, anything goes. Anything goes.
You'll get us in trouble. Kinross Walleroy. So one substitution from the crew that raced to a silver medal at the New South Wales Head of the River. Belle Clinton back in the boat after Georgia Tancred back into the under 17-8. I mentioned earlier, moving out of the crew a couple of weeks ago, but Georgia Tancred back in with Georgia Tancred back out of the race of the boat rather, but her sister Grace is still in the boat. So they did race the Head of the River with the 2 Tancred sisters, known as Tank apparently, according to their Instagram is Grace, but
as a nickname.
As a nickname.
That's what it says on the bio. Is
on the crew bio that I saw last night. KWS Rowing Antics for anyone who wants to check out what Kinross girls are about. but at the moment they're about winning heats because they are cruising to a victory in this heat of the Unders 19-8. They were going pretty quick too. It was 3:14 to the K. I would have been keen to see if they could put down a speedy time, but they have certainly shut things down there. Pymble running second, Walford Anglican third. The crew that ran in second at the South Australian head of the river. That crew from Walford, coached by Matt Hooper and Molly Goodman, a very experienced coaching duo there. Molly Goodman, world champion for Australia in 2017, the Cox's 4. And won the Remington 8 at Henley as well. So a very experienced oarswoman at the helm of the Walford Anglican School First 8, who are just trailing Pymble Ladies College. And then Pembroke, the Pembroke composite in fourth, the composite with Walford Anglican and Seymour College. So I don't know if that's a composite of a bunch of sort of second 8 girls or that sort of thing from around the place. Go through the names and see what that one is made up of, and then is quite a while way back then to, or rather, sorry, it's the Toowong composite, not the Pembroke composite that was through there. The timing updates in front of me, but certainly Kinross, Pymble, and Walford, our top 3. And yeah, the Toowong composite with on the near side with Commercial, Cand, and Pembroke, who were running in 4th place certainly, and approaching or having a knock on the door of 3rd. In fact, the crew on the far side of the course, on the crew in the centre of the course from Walford, it is going to be Kinross, as it's been all the way down the course, cruising home to an all-the-way victory. Still a quick time despite taking the foot off the gas in the last 500 there, 6:42 for Kinross. It will be close for 3rd in the end, but the composite on the far side of the course will snatch it. And then I think it might have been Pymble over Walford Anglican, but it could have been either way. Our timing's got it round the other way. We'll wait for the official confirmation of results there. And then over on the far side is Launceston Grammar for 5th place. They'll have to row in the repercharge. So a close finish amongst the top 4, but the top 4 well clear of any danger of missing out on the direct qualification to the semi-final.
They've done well, that composite crew. They have done very, very well, considering rowers from different states as well. Pembroke School, Toowong, Pembroke School out of South Australia. So Pembroke School composite in 6th place. And Gippsland Grammar in 7th. So Launceston, Pembroke, Gippsland, they will be forced to row through the repercharge if they want to make it through to the semi-final. Okay, so we're going back down to the start for the second heat of 3 in the under-19 women's coxed 8. So first 4 will go through to the semi-final, as was the case in this one. Lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli, Charlie Reeves, Kiara Crino, Maddie Wheelerhan, Gemma Ronan, Millie Fallon, Sarah Holt, Mary Dunstan, Indiana Orth, and Lulu Warren is their cox. They're coached by Patrick Mainsbridge and Teresa Harris. Uni of Queensland, Adelaide Uni, Cairn composite in 3. Zara Hilton from Cairn, Gia Rinaldi from Adelaide Uni, Yo-Yo Wang from Uni of Queensland, Saskia Josipovic from Uni of Queensland, Genevieve Davies from Uni of Queensland, Matilda Baxby from Uni of Queensland, and Sophie Preston from Uni of Queensland. So too is Stephanie Pettigrew, and their cox is Lauren Brosnan, coached by John Pettigrew, Katie Healy, and Charlie Betts. Seymour College in 4, Lauren Halls, Olivia Pisanello, Sky Birdseye, Harriet Foster, Georgia Guthrie, Clementine Michelle, Imogen Johnson, and Ava Charlesworth. Ella Edwardson is their cox, and their coach is Joe Franco. Surfers Paradise, Murwillumbah, Uni of WA, Maroochy River, Trinity Lutheran College composite in lane 5. Jamila Milu Hines from Maroochy River, Sophie Fitzgerald from Uni of WA, Eleanor Frank from Uni of WA, Alana Johnson, Thomason, I should say, from Surfers Paradise, Brooke Bowden from Surfers Paradise, Ayla Drury from Murwillumbah, Jackson Phil from Surfers Paradise, Maddie McLaughlin from Surfers Paradise, Charlie Voigt is their cox. They're coached by Augustin Rodero, Mike Partridge, and Roland Warren. Loretto Ballarat in lane 6, Matilda Grant, Maya Templar, Avery Clark, Matilda Kavanagh, Olive Lanyon, Lucy Barlow, Ella French, Jess Charlson. Eliza Dodd is their cox. They're coached by Jordan Roberts and Sam Pullen. And in lane 7, St Michael's Collegiate out of Tasmania, Sophie Crean, Maddie Hart, Isla Honor, Sienna Wiesel, Maddie Jones, Caitlin Crean, Lucy Jamison, Darcy McShane, and their cox is Anna Goslin, and their coach is Neil Stump. And here they come to the 1500 metre time check. And you can see a number of Zoodies in that crew, and that indicates that it's that Uni of Queensland composite with Adelaide University in Cairns. So they're in first place. Seymour College sitting in second, about 7 seconds further back. Then it's Loreto Kirribilli and Loreto Ballarat in third and fourth place. So what is the gap back to fifth? It's 9.46 St Michael's Collegiate. So would seem like this one's a race in two, Chris. Top 4 have cut themselves away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, certainly, as we sort of saw earlier on. But you know, if you've got a day off of racing, you're not really going to hold back. You're going to still continue to keep your foot on the gas. It's University of Queensland composite with Adelaide University in Cairns, mostly University of Queensland in Cairns, with the exception of Gia Rinaldi from Adelaide University. There in lane 2 have managed to streak away from the rest of the field and going reasonably quickly as well. You can see there the Cairns Zoodie in the bow seat of Zara Hilton. Gia Rinaldi from Adelaide Uni in the 2 seat, and the remainder of the crew filled out with the maroon and sky blue of the University of Queensland. Then over to their left-hand side is Seymour College, who just won the South Australian Head of the River by less than a second after trading blows with Walford Anglican the entire way through the season. And what a famous victory that would be. That was for Seymour College. It looks like they'll run second here in the heat and the under-19 women's 8. The UQ composite will take the win here in a very similar time to what we saw from Kinross in the previous heat. Or a little bit quicker, but didn't take their foot off the gas at all. Then Seymour College, Loreto Ballarat putting their top 2 fours together over on the far side of the course there, and Loreto Kirribilli up in the top 4 straight through to the semi-final of the under-19 women's 8.
So we've got heat number 3, the under-19 women's coxed 8. And if you are not at the venue and you're watching from home, now just a reminder, if you were planning on attending a learn and load, it starts at 5 p.m, not 5:30 p.m, and that is at the Rotunda. Okay, so if you want to head to the learn and load, go and attend that session at 5 p.m, not 5:30 p.m. at the Rotunda. So the final heat in the under-19 women's coxed 8, top 4 going through to the semi-final, as has been the case in the previous 2 heats. Geelong Grammar in lane 2, Izzy O'Connor, Lexi Taylor, Chloe Fitzgerald, Rosie Griffin, Madison Sonego, Maggie Barber, Harriet Sanderson-Baker, and Coco Barrow. Their coxes Georgina Dobson. Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 3, Lucy Negri, Imogen Perrott, Gabrielle Sofra, Emily Rasmussen, Natalie Grant, Stephanie Speller, Grace Perrott and Jemima Ross, and their cox is Lily Roberts. Perth College in lane 4, Nina Prado, Charlotte Hasselgrove, Alessia Vinci Guerra, Jada Barron, Verity Morn, Ash James, Olivia Johnson, Amelia Giustiano, Annabelle Linton is their cox, and they're coached by Tim Perkins and Aaliyah Poeta. Ballarat Grammar in lane 5, Georgina Draffin, Annabella Miller, Lily Geddes, Alice Booth, Bess Morrison, Clara Watson, Cleo Tyndall, Briley Walker, and their cox is Alexis Timms, and they're coached by Jamie McDonald and Robert Draffin. Fremantle, West Australian, St Patrick's College, Townsville Composite in lane 6. Letitia Jonarat from Fremantle, Briar Froud from Fremantle, Georgia Cresswell from St Patrick's College, Townsville, Lily Lucas from Fremantle, Stella Wandell from WA Rowing Club, Charlotte Hanson-Nahoy from Fremantle, Ocean Jonarat from Fremantle, Olivia Hanson-Nahoy also from Fremantle, and their cox is Toby Warner, coached by David Vandis, John Gearing and Harrison Parks. And the final crew is Friends in lane 7 from Tasmania, Trixie Millhouse, Ambika Augustina, Emma Hill, Isabella Lester, Lucy Wells, Ella Grinstead-Riddle, Ella Nicholas, Maddie Jotich, Zuri Carr is their cox, and they're coached by Ian Jordan and Christy Crow.
Here we go. Melbourne Girls Grammar, who are fresh off a ahead of the schoolgirls win. Melbourne Girls Grammar, who last year in the heats of the Sydney Cup here at the National Championship set the schoolgirl 8s record, Australian record in that event in a time of 6:30.12, I think it was. We're just double checking. We'll pull it up. It was 6:30.15 rather for Melbourne Girls Grammar last year. They are on track to do a very similar time here as they lead this under-19 women's 8 heat from the crew from Geelong Grammar, who won the B final at the head of the schoolgirls. The West Australians in lane 6 challenging them for second place, and then Ballarat Grammar a little way further back, 7 seconds further back indeed, but will be safe for a spot in the top 4. Friends and Perth College not set to threaten for a spot in the top 4 here, but here come Melbourne Girls Grammar. They certainly didn't start the season as the form favourite crew down in Victoria, but progressed nicely in the build-up to the head of the schoolgirls, and what a famous win that was for them after... first time in 14 years for that school. They won the head of the schoolgirls. So we'll keep an eye very closely on the times as they approach the finish line here. It'll be very, very close indeed. If we do see a time to threaten the record, that record has been threatened already in recent weeks by Scotch Oakburn here on these waters. Just went 0.03 of a second slower, and at that case it'll be very, very close. I don't think they're quite going to get it here, but it is going to be Melbourne Girls Grammar, 6:31.81, just a fraction short of breaking their own national schoolgirl 8s record here on the waters of Lake Barrington. Fremantle Composite there run in second. The West Australians overturning Geelong Grammar in the closing strokes of this race, and then it will be back to the crew in lane 5 from Ballarat Grammar to run in 4th place, secure themselves a spot in the semi-final, where we'll have another chance to see them again and see hopefully in an afternoon time slot where they see some quick conditions. I think between Melbourne Girls Grammar, between Scotch Oakburn, Pymble Ladies College, and surely we've got to see that record fall at some point over the next few days. I hope it's not after Friday. Well, after I'm leaving on Friday night, I hope I get to see it happen. But
where are you going, Chris? Tell us.
I've got a wedding. The beautiful Hunter Valley, mate.
Oh.
Where everyone, Hunter Valley, where the Hunter Valley heartthrob is plastered on billboards and the back of buses everywhere I go.
I'm not quite an influencer up there, I must say. There's far more better-looking people than me from that area.
You'll see them, no doubt, on the billboards. So. Now, just confirmation, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Fremantle Composite, Geelong Grammar, Ballarat Grammar, all going through to the semi-finals. We've got the under-19 men's coxed 8. Just a reminder as well, if you're walking around, I saw Clementine the cavoodle a little bit earlier today. Make sure you keep all your dogs on leads. We don't want, maybe they get antagonised a bit and potentially someone gets bitten. So make sure that you keep your dogs on a leash. If you bring them into the course, that's fine, but make sure they're on a lead. Thank you. Okay, heat number 1, under-19 men's coxed 8. We've got 7 crews in this, so top 4 to the semi-final. Lane 2 is St Kevin's College from Victoria, Nate Fallon, Connor Crothers, Mark Schwartz, Thomas Burrell, Darcy Foran, Daniel Evans, Jack Sonneman, William Keller, and their cox is Josh Hannon. St Joseph's College out of New South Wales in lane 3, Lewis Vanuska, Kayak Knevitt, Thomas Curran, Christian Tripolone, George Wall, Fred O'Hara, River Phelps and Joseph Lane. Their cox is Jonathan Yates, and their coaches Michael Lane, Will Raven and Jack Hargraves. Ballarat Grammar in lane 4, Rex Brennan, Lachlan Goss, Eamon Joyce, Angus Page, George McGee, Jack Howard, Archibald Fraser, Hugh Myers and Bella Jenkins as their cox. Their coaches Paul Myers, Luke Pugnaut and Kylie Lanyon. In lane 5, Pembroke School, Max Vander Meulengraaf, Angus Hutton, Jed Watson, Brock Redman, Hugo Hoprick, Sebastian Willis Hell, Luke Jones, Alex Smitham, and their cox is Dora Rossi Friedel, and their coaches Harrison Francis and Patrick E. Shaw School in lane 6, Toby Crowther, George Scammell, Henry Roxburgh, Ben McHutchinson, Henry Faulkner, Sam Bowman, Luke Robinson, Oliver Paris and Will Gandhi as their cox, coached by Jason Baker. The Friends School out of Tasmania in lane 7, Sam Jones, Oliver Chesser, Sam Burgess, Lachlan Klein, Will Linnett, Griff Benedich, Bass Sampson, Ted Hewitt, and their cox is Stone Knox, and their coaches Ian McMahon. Geelong Grammar in lane 8, Henry Yankin, Hamish Yankin, Banjo Thompson, Austin Olney Walker, Henry Church, Jack Lee, Henry Hinkfuss, Max Mills, and their cox is Michelle Law.
Here we go, Ben. This is going to be a tight affair between Shaw and St Joseph. Shaw off their first head of the river win in 7 years just a few days ago up at Sydney in their victory for the Major Rennie Trophy. St Joseph's College ran third in that event. Weren't close to the top 2 of Shaw and St Ignatius, but are right in amongst it with the boys from North Sydney. So this would be a great confidence booster for St Joseph's College after they had that great race in their Year 10-8, stepping on from the GPS head of the river, and their first 8 doing a great job here in the under-19s. I don't think they're going to do enough. They are very, very close to the boys from North Sydney, but the Shaw School will take the win here in this heat of the under-19 men's 8. It'll be Shaw from St Joseph's, close again back to 3rd and 4th place, but 3rd will go the way of Ballarat Grammar, and St Kevin's makes it to another Victorian crew there in the top 4. Geelong Grammar will run 5th. They will have to race again in the repercharge, and then over again to the far side of the course will be the Caulfield Grammar and Mercantile composite crew there in lane number 7, or rather, if I looked at the right heat, I would have it is the Friends School there in lane 7 to round out this under-19 men's cox state. The first of 3 heats in this event. Last three events of the day, in fact.
Yeah, I know it's come quickly, hasn't it? Penultimate race of the day. I'm allowed to say it now. Yeah. I'm touching wood. It's been a smooth day today.
Smooth day.
How fantastic has it been?
We're a couple of minutes behind time, but look, we're getting out of here pretty early today anyway. I can't complain too much with what time we get out of here if it's only 10 or 20 minutes after. But we are underway with that penultimate race of the day, Ben.
Yep, and canned composite with Uni of WA, Brisbane State High, Townsville and JCU, Swan River composite in lane 2. So Edward Maharich from Swan River, Charlie L from Cairn, Riley Hibble from Townsville and JCU, Flynn O'Loughlin from Brisbane State High School, Cooper Wood from Uni of WA, Sean Campbell from Cairn, Murdoch Smith also from Cairn, so too Will Dawson, and their cox is Zara Hilton. Hutchins School out of Tasmania in 3, Hugh West, Henry Merchant, Mark Healy, Archie Shearing, Henry Stone, Noah Leesong, Hamish Cooper and Archie Chugg, and their cox is Alex Hurst. Their coach is Justin West. Prince Alfred College in 4, Charlie Fremantle, Ben Wilkin, Arthur Halaftis, James Dixon, Christian Smith, Jensen Hunt, Hugo Elkuri, Nick Christensen, and their cox is Tom Nolan. Unley High from South Australia in lane 5, Zach Mason, Finn Torrock, Joel Velt, William Marriott, James Cox, Angus Andrews, Luke Beaton, Lachlan Twelvetree, and their cox is Charlotte Hill, coached by Mitch Parker and Mark Beaton. Scots College in lane 6 from New South Wales, Maxwell Crawford, Thomas Tyson, Hamish Marr, Dean Lowe, Henry Merrion, Thomas Beck, Oliver Milling and Mark Beccolo. Charlie Cameron is their cox and coached by Judith Ungermark. And in lane 7, Caulfield Grammar Mercantile Composite, Jack Hartung, Charlie Crockett, Milo here, Dash Farmer, Spencer Quick, Xavier Moon and Ben Smith, with Will Thompson from Caulfield. Harrison Jones is their cox. Well, all of those, and I should say Dash Farmer is from Mercantile. So 7 of those rowers from Caulfield Grammar and just the one from Mercantile in this one. But it's Scott's leading at the 1K mark. Top 4 sitting in a good position, about 4.5 seconds back to Canned.
Yeah, so the Scots College, after a famous row there in the under-17-8s that we saw earlier, splashing the water with a victory there. I'm sure they'd be pretty pleased with a victory here too, and a very quick time through the 1,000-metre mark and a length clear of the crew from Prince Alfred College, who are fresh off back-to-back wins in the South Australian head of the river. They broke a pretty long drought from St Peters last year and went back and did it again. This year did the crew, coached by Nathan Bowden, a very proud South Australian man himself, and doing a great job with the boys at Prince Alfred College. It is tight for 3rd and 4th. Top 4 to qualify here to the semi-final. The remainder will have to fish again in the repercharge, but it looks like the crew to the right-hand side of Prince Alfred College. So that is Hutchins, the local Tasmanian head of the river winners here, who trailing by about 3/4 of a boat length in that grey shell. And then the crew on the far side of the course there from the composite between Caulfield Grammar and the sole Mercantile athlete in there, running maybe just in 4th, but definitely very close for 3rd and 4th. The canned composite on the new side of the course with half the clubs in Australia, University of WA, Brisbane State High, Townsville and James Cook University and Swan River, running maybe just back in 5th place rather. There we are, 5th place there, and then 6th will be back across to Unley High at the moment. So Scots College from Sydney's eastern suburbs leading this second heat of the under-19 men's 8. They didn't feature on the podium at the GPS head of the river, but we've seen their Year 10-8 improve in the 5 days or so since we were there on the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and now they are breaking clear, in fact well clear of the South Australian head of the river winners. So a great row for the crew from Scots, coached by Judith Ungemark, herself an Olympic gold medalist in the 8. And doing a great job with the boys from Scots this year. Certainly has been signs of improvement in that boat shed over the last 12 months. Prince Alfred running 2nd, very close for 3rd and 4th. I think now is just the crew on the far side of the course there from the Caulfield Grammar composite, just up over the locals from Hutchins. Here comes the boys in yellow from Scots: Max Crawford, Thomas Tyson, Hamish Marr, Dean Lowe, Henry Merrion, Thomas Beck, Oliver Milling, Max Berkelow and Charlie Cameron, the coxswain, will take their final few strokes across the line here. It'll be a reasonably quick time for Scots, and they'll go in the low 550s, very similar to what the Shaw School did in the previous race. In fact, might even go a little bit quicker than what Shaw did in the previous race. They've gone a whole second quicker than Shaw in the previous race. Prince Alfred College run in 2nd place, the Caulfield composite in 3rd, and then Hutchins in 4th. The canned and the canned composite in 5th place on the near side of the course will have to row in the repercharge, as will the crew from Unley High.
Well, incredibly, we have made it, and it's 21 past 3, and we're at the final race of the day. And probably good news for the rest of the week is the skies are clearing here at Lake Barrington, and it's looking like some pretty stable conditions for the rest of the week, at least from a rainfall perspective. Wind, you never quite do know, do you?
Never quite do. Look, if it stays like this with just a nice gentle following tail breeze that's producing some pretty quick times, I'm not going to complain.
Neither am I. All right, let's go back down. Heat number 3, under-19 men's at coxed 8, lane number 2. The Hutchins School from Tasmania, George Leesong, Max Willsmore, Wilson Pitt, Harry Message, Charles Hurst, Tom Waterworth, Sean McIntosh, Connor Dobson and Connor Every is the cox, and their coach is Hamish Johnston. Newington in lane 3, Lewin Whitaker, Lucas van der Westhausen, Tristan McDonald, Jasper Patterson, Charlie Auld, Nicholas Trethui, Hugh Jones and Nico Colantonio, and their cox is Hugo Baker. St Peter's College from South Australia in 4, Lewis Van Duser, Atticus Clayton, Emerson Cooper, Miles Chipperfield, Hugo Maslin, Lockie McKenna, Will Lloyd, Sydney Tierney, and their cox is Harry Binns, coached by Lucy Steffen. St Peter's College from South Australia, also in lane 5, Sebastian Winter, Sydney Kupniewski, Harvey Kupniewski, Will Barrera, Rupert Millington, Ted Salvemini, Jack Sheglick, Archer Buick, and their cox is Anthony Masulo. Xavier College out of Victoria in 6, Oliver Reynolds, Ned O'Sullivan, Anders Spralja, Joseph Dwyer, Hugo Pollock, Harry O'Flynn, Bill Reynolds, James Glass, and their cox is Jeffrey Liu. And in lane 7, the Geelong College, Oliver Radin, William McCall, Jock Bennett, Bill Manderson, Liam Flanagan, Lachlan Hart, Hamish Connor, James McArdle, Harry Neat is the cox, and their coach is Wayne Nishke.
This is quite an interesting race shaping up here. So at the moment, that is the crew from Victoria, from Xavier College, who is leading this race. They ran second at the APS Head of the River, and at times throughout the season looked like they may get in touch with the Scotch College, but their real battle was with Melbourne Grammar that they had all throughout the season for second place, and they did come on top in that battle to secure second place at the APS Head of the River. It's very close for second at this stage in the race between Newington, who finished in the midfield there at the GPS Head of the River, and the Geelong College crew over on the far side of the course. St Peter's with 2 boats in this heat. The lane 4 combination, who are currently running 4th, are their first aid, who just came second at the Head of the River, coached by Lucy Steffen, who better known for her exploits in the boat, but is doing a great job with the boys at St Peter's College there in Station 4, running in 4th place ahead of their second 8 in 5th place. Their second 8 who at the South Australian Head of the River. I've got so many rowing manager tabs open on my computer in front of me to double check, but that's St Peter's College crew running in 5th. They did win their event in the school second 8 at the Head of the River. Geelong College over there running in 3rd as a response from Newington. Oliver Radin in the bow seat. He's had a big day already in the under-21 Lighty single this morning. Came from 5th to take 2nd in the semi-final. Absolutely came home like a freight train. That was, of course, in the lightweight event, and now obviously not having to weigh in for the school 8, but pushing hard here will certainly add another race to the legs to ahead of tomorrow's final. But we've got Newington on the left-hand side of the picture there, challenging with Geelong College. Last race of the day on day 3 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. It's looking like it's going to go the way of Xavier College, Reynolds, O'Sullivan, Sprala, Dwyer, Paulick, O'Flynn, Reynolds, Glass, Liu the Cox, and Xavier College, and all the way win and taking it right down in the last few strokes here across the line and just cruising across the line. But who is not cruising is Geelong College and Newington. Geelong, I think, are just going to take it here. Geelong take second, Newington third. Regardless, both will progress to the through to the semi-final of the under-19 men's 8. St Peter's will run in 4th place, their first 8. Second 8 will run in 5th place. They will have to row the repercharge again, but a good row from them, just a length and a half or so behind their second 8. And then we'll be on the near side of the course there in lane 2, Hutchins. I assume that is their second 8. We saw the other Hutchins crew, the first 8 in the previous race, and with them across the line, that does conclude the day's racing for day 3 then.
Yep. What a day we had. Started off this morning, beautiful flat conditions, glassy water, a little bit of rain around as well, and some wonderful single racing. There were a number of fightbacks, as you mentioned, Chris, in the lightweight single scull, but also in the age group sculls. Just some incredible performances from athletes that were 5th and 6th heading into the last 500, somehow pulling out qualification spots for the finals tomorrow. Some heartbreak as well. And then the afternoon with that tail breeze, making things very nice for the competitors, getting some fast times in the big boats in the 8s this afternoon. Tomorrow, we have some finals for the first time.
Our first medals will be awarded of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. Our singles and our pairs across all age categories underway tomorrow. And of course, a few more semi-finals and a few more, the start of our schools championship as well tomorrow afternoon, which is certainly one of as we start to build towards a crescendo at the end of the Australian Rowing Championships. So we'll see you all tomorrow, where you can watch this. Rowing Australia is broadcasting live for free via our YouTube channel all week until the final race on Sunday afternoon. Find the link on the Rowing Australia website and social media channels. Hello to our interstate and international viewers.
Atlas Iron and Roy Hill have come together to form Hancock Iron Ore, a team built on a significant West Australian legacy, founded by a patriotic Australian, Gina Reinhardt, working together to be the best in Australia, for Australia.